There's a new force of nature at hand, stirring all over the world. They are the young people whom, frankly, we have failed, who are angry, who are organized, who are capable of making a difference. They are a moral army. And the most important thing that we can do for them is to get the hell out of their way.
The youth of today, like Nelson Mandela, who is now hailed as an icon of peace, must be ready to be called terrorists. We must be ready to be called criminals. We must be ready to be jailed for crimes we did not commit. We must be ready to be character assassinated like Ida Mtwana, Robert Sobukwe, Ungo Potitiro, Steve Biko, Winnie Mandela, and Julius Malema.
We demand that the people who have been arrested and abducted be released unconditionally as a sign of goodwill. We demand that there be heads rolling in the police department because there are people who gave those orders. We demand as young people that you respect our lives, that you stop killing us. One life was one too many. There are people who will never walk again, and that's why we walk on the streets. And we demand that you follow this constitution, because all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be exercised only in accordance to this constitution. And remember that while you can kill a revolutionary, you cannot kill the revolution.
We don't have a country here. We are useless. If it was for us, I would say, let's destroy this country. Watch the bomoka yote. But for our children and grandchildren. And that's why I support them. Let them teach us a lesson. Because we are jokers.
We've been telling young people, go to school, get educated, then you'll get a good job, you'll be empowered. But in most of our countries, the people who are living the best lives have no education. The people who are driving the best cars, no education. We have political cadres now occupying significant positions in government because they are loyal. Some of them are fantastically incompetent, but they are wonderful people. Unfortunately, wonderfulness does not cure the underdevelopment challenge. We have equated having things with being, so that those who have things are considered more human beings.
There's a new force of nature at hand, stirring all over the world. They are the young people whom, frankly, we have failed, who are angry, who are organized, who are capable of making a difference. They are a moral army. And the most important thing that we can do for them is to get the hell out of their way.
Fire. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candid Talk, open forum political discussion show, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, Nane-Nane has come, Nane-Nane has manifested, and we have the outcome. And that will make what part of what we'll be discussing tonight, the hits and the misses of Nane-Nane protests, and then, of course, the police attack on the media right in the glare of cameras in broad daylight. What's happening in our country? Why is it now the media's problem to report what the atrocities that the police is visiting on the protests? Is this the new Kenya where the media freedom is no longer guaranteed? And then, of course, we have those who would rather have all media houses muzzled against reporting what is valid. Is this the new Ruto? Is this the new Kenya? Or what is going on? Then, of course, the new cabinet has been sworn in, the majority of it. For that matter, does this mean Ruto is off the hook? That forms our poll question tonight, which we require you to respond to with a yes or no answer on YouTube channels, Sound Candid Talk and Sound Candid Talk Live. Thank you for making time to join us. We still have got problems with our Sound Candid Talk Facebook page is being worked on. When it gets fixed, you can always get in touch with us. Now we are live on Kibali Launch Facebook page. In case you're looking for us on Facebook, find us there. We are also working something on X. It will soon be going up. Therefore, be on the lookout. I appreciate everybody as you join from wherever you are. Let us watch out and do what we must do. That is, let Kenyans know what they must know in order to take responsibility in securing our country from bad leadership, and then, of course, securing the future for our children and for our children's children. I appreciate those joining us on TikTok. Please make sure you are liking the video, sharing the live, and ensuring that everybody is here and we are talking freely by reason of your participation into the program. Asante sana kwa kila mmoja, naomba tumakinike. Tumia hiyo link uingie studio tukajadili mawili matatu tunapoanza kwa fujo tu. Nashukuru kila mmoja, tuambie unatupata ukiwa wapi, unatupata vizuri ama kuna mushkili tunaweza kurekebisha. Ningependa kwa sabai wawili watatu tunapoanza, tafadhali usikae mbali. Hapa ndipo mambo yote inapatikana. Sound Candid Talk, TikTok, Sound Candid Talk, Facebook page is on repair. And then, of course, Sound Candid Talk YouTube channel, Sound Candid Talk Live YouTube channel. Karibu kila moja umakinike. Dahi Abdi, karibu kwa show. Tuni Muhammad 77, welcome to the show. Thank you for being here. Melkio Ogola, karibu kwa show. Esther Stoll, welcome to the show. John Dinda, karibu kwa show. Green, karibu kwa show. It was a win still today. Not the way we expected, but still a win as the entire capital city was shut down. Exactly. Thank you so much. Gitonga, karibu kwa show. Asante kwa kuwai. Michael Ngige, mzee wetu wa nguvu. Ile itapiga Ruto, Raila na wanafiki wenzao wataamini. Itakuwaje Ruto must go as up as yesterday. Okay, thank you. I hope that makes sense. But tunashukuru kila moja. Naomba tumakinike. Lunzi Mo, karibu kwa show. Today was an iron of what the acting IG of the police Kilibat Masengeli said yesterday. What happened today? Typical impunity. Exactly. God have mercy on us. Green, karibu kwa show. David reminded Goliath, you come against me with a sword and a javelin, but I come to you in the name of God. Asante kila moja, naomba tumakinike. Bossy Lady, karibu kwa show. Gitonga nimekuona. Talia Blessing Williams 001, welcome to the show. Thank you so much. Violet Akai, karibu kwa show. Freedom, welcome to the show. Shamil, welcome to the show. Asante sana. Haruni Muya, karibu kwa show. Ayaga Eric, karibu kwa show. Kuna Polycarp Makabe, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kuwa favor. Welcome to the show. George, asante sana. Kiki, karibu kwa show. Philemon, karibu kwa show. Tumia link hiyo ambayo tumeweka kwa comment section kuingia studio tukajadili masuala haya kwa wazi wazi, kwa sababu ni muhimu kila mmoja ajue mbivu na mbichi ya vile mambo yanakwenda. Naamini kwamba suluhu litatoka na sisi tunapoongea masuala yetu kwa wazi na tunasimamia haki kwa kila Mkenya. Kenya for all Kenyans is worth any prize, is worth any input. So let's be on the lookout and do what we must do in saving Kenya and ensuring that the very best that we deserve is served to every one of us. Tuendelee kukaribishana, share your live tafadhali. 62 people Sound Candid Talk, 15 people Sound Candid Talk live. Kumeendaje? Karibisha mtu, karibisha mtu, karibisha mtu, hiyo namba ipande. Kibali launch kuna mmoja tu wa Facebook. Tafadhali tumakinike, tuingie studio tukajadili mambo haya yote kwa kina. Of course, other news, Jimmy Wanjigi's home is under siege. Police are raiding the home. And of course, they have their claims. But the saddening thing about this entire thing is the outright police attack on the media in broad daylight. And of course, with all impunity. What is going on in our country? Is this the Kenya we are fighting for? I mean, have we fallen so bad to an extent whereby now we can't even guarantee freedom of the media? Is this what Ruto stands for? Ningependa unaambie kwa wazi tunapoanza kipindi chetu. Karibu kila moja, tumakinike. Thank you everybody. Let's be on the forefront to invite each other. We take a short break as we get this video ready. Ingia studios.
Watch, share, like, subscribe. Watch, share, like, subscribe.
Okay, na kukaribisha mahala pote ulipo. Asante sana kwa kumakinika kuwa hapa na kuomba tafadhali karibisha mtu kuangalie masuala haya kwa kina, tunapoangazia the hits and the misses of Nane-Nane protest, the police attack on the journalists, and the new cabinet. Does it mean Ruto is off the hook? Something I would love us to look at keenly and then of course get an informed decision. So karibu na kuomba tafadhali usikae mbali, mimi nakusubiri hapa ukaingia studio. Kina Wangira sijui umeenda wapi, naomba tuwai ili tukazungumze masuala haya kwa kina. Kuna watu wana maoni tofauti kuhusu masuala ya demonstrations. Kuna wale ambao wanabadili msemo wao, wengine wanabadili misimamo, lakini ukweli wa mambo inji ijakaa vizuri na Wakenya wengi wanalia. So kipi ambacho kitafanyika ili kuhakikisha kwamba huu mdahalo ama hii nia ya kuhakikisha kwamba Kenya inakuwa fixed once and for all will work without will succeed with less damage, of course, and then of course maximum outcome. And then of course don't forget that the story of Meru. I don't know what's happening in Meru, but to me this is now sickening. The governor is impeached again for the third time in 5 attempts. It is I don't get it. What the Marians want with the Governor Mwangaza. So is it that they want darkness? Hawataki mwangaza tena? Ni kipi ambacho kinaendelea? Mbona imekuwa sasa ni county ya kuimpeach, re-impeach and continue impeaching? Is it that the Mwangaza is not heeding to the rule of law? Is it that true, or what is going on in Meru? And ningependa watu wa Meru kama mko hapa mkuje kutueleza ni kipi hiki kinachoendelea Meru. Mbona mtaki mwangaza, mnataka giza? Ni kipi ambacho kinawasumbua na huyu mama? Kwangu mimi hata kama amekosea ama hajakosea, you cannot be constantly in and out of the Senate, in and out of this on the same issue. If there is a problem, bring it up, let it be addressed once and for all. But this aspect of impeach, re-impeach, repeat, to me is becoming something that is playing out badly. Sijui unaonaje? Ningependa utoe maoni yako kwa swala hilo pia hapa tunapoangazia siasa zetu. Wakereketo wangu sijui wameenda wapi. Leo naomba tafadhali tuingie studio wale wanakuja. And then of course tutoe maoni kulingana na masuala yanayoendelea. George anasema we can't wait just for 2027 and cast your votes. Why can't you just wait for 2027 and cast your vote is asking the question. You see, you wait as we are not waiting. I think there's an exchange there. Someone is willing to wait for 2027 to cast the vote. The other one says you can do the waiting as we do our demos. Is one and the same thing in terms of everybody playing their role. Philemon Kenya mambo mingi. What happened to Jimmy? Okay, there are claims that the car was found with some wherever tear gas canisters and canisters, and they are being claimed to have, I don't know, it's just Kenya. It's just Kenya. Kwanza ikihusika na masuala ya polisi ni Kenya tu, mimi sioni kitu hapo. Okay, Philemon bado anauliza nini governor not good, they bought miti ya jembe wake. Well, muko wapi? Naomba muingie studio. Let's just get this video to play as we look at the happenings of the day, and we really want you to be on the forefront to participate fully. I'm waiting for you guys. Ama mumepigwa dafrau, hakuna kuongea tena. Ingia studio mskaseme ni kipi hichi kinawauma, kipi kizuri kwa mambo haya yote yanayotendeka katika nchi yetu na masuala ya Zakayo na genge lake.
Katika barabara hii ya Kimathi Katikati ya jiji la Nairobi, moshi mweupe uliofuka kwenye vitoza machozi uligubika eneo hili ghafla Alhamisi. Maafisa wa polisi wakifyatua vitoza machozi kutawanya waandamanaji waliokuwa wamejitokeza katikati ya jiji la Nairobi kwa maandamano ya Nane-Nane dhidi ya Rais William Ruto na serikali yake. Polisi aidha waliwanasa na kuwatia ndani ya malori yao baadhi ya waandamanaji wa Nane-Nane na kufyatua vitoza machozi zaidi kwa wenzao waliojaribu kuwatetea. Polisi wakilaumiwa kutumia nguvu kupita kiasi wakabili waandamanaji waliokuwa wamejihami tu kwa firimbi, simu na bendera ya taifa la Kenya kuandamana dhidi ya Rais Ruto ambaye mapema Alhamisi aliwarejesha kirasmi mawaziri 10 kwenye baraza lake la mawaziri licha ya waandamanaji kumtaka asirejeshe hata mmoja.
Inahuzunisha sana na pia ni jambo ambalo linakara kimadharau na kutudunisha sisi. That wale watu ambao tumekuagiza uvunje ndio bado una recycle unawarudisha tena.
The government is playing politics with us, trying to manipulate us, trying to manipulate our movements and bringing the political class on board so that they can continue manipulating and continuing infringing on our rights.
Polisi walionekana pia kutolea machungu wanahabari waliokuwa wakifuatilia maandamano ya Nane-Nane. Mwanahabari huyu kwa mfano alipigwa mateke ya kichwa na polisi hata licha ya kujitambulisha kwa maafisa hawa. Wanahabari wengine wawili kutoka kituo cha Marekani cha Associated Press maarufu kama AP vilevile walijeruhiwa kwenye mguu na mkono mtawalia na polisi.
People are suffering out here. We are trying to work to do our job, but we are being attacked by rogue police officers. Why? Why? We are so mad about these actions.
As police officers.
Mimi na mpiga picha wangu Nicholas Biwott vilevile tulilengwa na vitoza machozi wakati tulipokuwa tukiripoti, ila tukaponea chupu chupu. Tofauti na maandamano ya awali, waandamanaji waliokuwa katikati ya jiji la Nairobi hawakuwa wengi. Polisi Alhamisi asubuhi walihakikisha hili kwa kukagua kila gari la uchukuzi lililokuwa likiingia ndani ya jiji la Nairobi na hata mikoba ya wapita njia.
Taswira ya moshi mweupe na milipuko ya vitoza machozi ndiyo iliyoshuhudiwa mchana kutwa, huku maafisa wa polisi wakikabiliana vilivyo na waandamanaji waliokuwa wamejitokeza Nane-Nane. David Muthoka, KTN News, Nairobi.
Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Please, let's be on the forefront to invite each other and participate fully. Like the video, share it widely. Let as many as possible be able to locate us so that they can follow the proceedings where Kenyans are airing their views about Nane-Nane hits and misses, police attack on journalists. Why is this an issue at this point in time? Are we now muzzling the media and wanting them to report only what we want and not what is happening? I'm happy Themba is here and Mr. Wangira. How are you, Mr. Themba? Long time.
Bernard, how are you? I'm good. And
Good.
also nice to see you after a while. I come in when you're asleep.
I hear you people are chosen full-time night runners. Huh?
I come in when you're asleep, but you're all good. Nice to see you. Nice to see you, Angira. Thanks.
Asante, asante. So we are looking at the hits and the misses of the maandamano ya Nane-Nane. Mr. Wangira, hali vipi?
Niko salama Bernard, labda wewe?
Niko mzima nashukuru. Karibu sasa wewe ukafunulie ukatufungulie dance ya leo.
You know, Bernard,
yes.
I've always told you that, you know, Our problem in this country seems to be the police. And I've told you, I've told you that I'm doing a research on my next book that should be out by next year. And when I was going through what was the initial constitution of Kenya, the 1963 Independence Constitution, Bernard, you know, the mind then was that, Bernard, we devolve the functions of the police. The initiative then was that we devolve the function of the police so that the police become under the control of the regional command. But in 1969, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta came up with this so-called centralized police system that has been the problem to the Republic of Kenya up to today. Looking at what happened today during Nane-Nane, I want to ask myself, is it necessary for the people of Kenya to imagine that, the Bill of Rights, especially Article 34 and Article 37, are still alive? Bernard, we could be lying to ourselves that Article 34 and Article 37 of the Constitution are still alive when they are not. Article 34, Bernard, is on the freedom of the media. Article 37 is the famous article we quote here every day about, the right to demonstrate, the right to picket, Bernard. The media personnel are supposed to be partners to the police. And if media personnel are supposed to be partners to the police, when did they become the enemies to the police? Why should a policeman, kick a media personality, Bernard, in open view of everybody? Why should he kick a media personality? What type of image are we sending even to the international community and the outside world? Bernard, since last year we have been in this country, with the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya, we tried to demonstrate, and what happened? We were never allowed even a single day to exercise our right under Article 37. And the same thing is happening this year, Bernard, where, even when people are peaceful like it was today, nobody is ready to allow them to exercise, their right under Article 37. So should we declare Article 37 of the Kenyan Constitution suspended? Perhaps somebody should move to the Constitutional Court and request the Constitutional Court to declare Article 37 of the Kenyan Constitution via the police suspended. Because the police are not ready to allow us to exercise that article. Then why should we have it in the Constitution of Kenya if the police cannot allow us to exercise that article? And again, freedom of movement, Bernard, is guaranteed under the Constitution. Why erect what was the need of erecting roadblocks all over to deny people, their right of movement? I understand that there were roadblocks on Waiyaki, there were roadblocks on Mombasa Road, there were roadblocks on I understand, on Thika Road. Why? When people are supposed to walk freely, you cannot interfere, with the right of people to walk, move around freely, Bernard, That is a violation of their constitutional right. So, Bernard, today there was a section of the community, a section of the Kenyans that were, celebrating that, their people have been sworn into office as cabinet secretary. For example, there's a guy from Kakamega called, Oparanya, who is now cabinet secretary and flying a flag. And, I keep on asking these questions here, and I'll keep on asking. Bernard, for example, you come from Kakamega, Oparanya comes from Kakamega, is a Marama. Today is a cabinet secretary in the government of William Samoei Ruto. How has it improved the issue of democracy? How has it improved on the human rights, Bernard? How has it improved on the rule of law, Bernard? How has it improved on accountability, on transparency, Bernard? Those are the simple questions we are asking, Bernard. Because you can appoint everybody as cabinet secretary from Budalangi, where I was born 52 years ago. But so long as, Bernard, you are not ready to deal with matters that pertain to Kenyans, matters of the rule of law, matters of democracy, Bernard, matters of good governance, matters of accountability, Bernard, it will be all useless. And that's why I was telling you that even by having this new cabinet, Bernard, Yoyoteri Kazibura is useless, Bernard, because we need to go to the fundamentals. What are the fundamentals, Bernard? The fundamentals, is the Constitution of Kenya 2010. That is the fundamental. And this particular regime doesn't want to adhere to the fundamental that is the 2010 Constitution. That's why they are not ready to see a person demonstrate. Bernard, there's somebody who raised a very good question. I think it was Advocate Willis Otieno, that assuming there were people, Bernard, in this town, who wanted to demonstrate in the press of William Samoei Ruto, assuming that tomorrow people want to demonstrate in the press of William Samoei Ruto, will you see the number of the policemen we saw in town today? Will you see the number of the policemen we saw in the town today? Assuming that tomorrow people are saying that we are demonstrating in press of William Samoei Ruto, will you see the number of the policemen we saw in town today? Why is it that when people are demonstrating and saying that this government is not working in accordance in the way that it's supposed to work, that we see the number of policemen that we saw today being deployed, Bernard, we are not a police state. We are not a military state, If this was Rwanda or if this was Uganda, Bernard, it's acceptable. But this is the Republic of Kenya under the 2010 Constitution, Bernard. And this is what is sickening me, Bernard. And that's one of the reasons, Bernard, that I left ODM, because ODM decided to go to bed with this government. And I left it kabisa, Bernard. Let me just deal with the civil movement, Bernard, so that we can continue fighting for the betterment of this country, because I don't think that ODM will help us to gain or attain anything, Bernard. Let me just stop there and allow somebody else to come in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Bwana Ogira kwa utangulizi huo. Having technical hiccups this side. Bwana Themba, if you can get me?
Yes, I can get you, Bernard.
Yeah, my internet is failing, so shikilia hapo hapo. In case I'm thrown out, utaleta public whatever citizen participation. Alafu tusonge mbele.
Okay, so I want to start by saying that the topic of hits and misses, what was successful, what was not. I start with the successes. The fact that and they didn't come out in their numbers as they had imagined, but at least there was a statement they made for those who came out. So I think that was successful to the extent that they were able to get to the streets. Those who were able to get there, demonstrations. I want to imagine that if they are trying to fight the government of William Samoei Ruto, they are not thinking of doing it one-off. And I'm also imagining their strategy is not, they had blown it up like Nane-Nane is the final day, but I'm imagining that that is is not in their mind. When you're fighting a government and you're ill-equipped in terms of strategy, you're ill-equipped in terms of resources, you are ill-equipped in terms of mobilization, it's not something you'll wake up one day and you do it. So I think I want to imagine that they are hoping that small by small, they are going to make themselves known, and they are going to get out there, and they are going to get the requisite publicity that they need to progress their cause. So as far as that, I think having to get to the streets for the numbers, the few that got out there, that was good. It has probably spoken a statement that they can go back and review, Misses, I think the government was definitely caught on the other side, like maybe the policemen, unlike Wangira, I would like the policemen who use excessive force to be held personally accountable. Not the whole police service, because we have been along that route before. And it is other than coming in and lamenting, we need a situation where IPOA, those organizations hold the individual policemen accountable for the atrocity. Because unlike Wangira, who says that they should not block, you see the rhetoric by the so-called Gen Zs when they were talking around here, they actually invited the kind of force they received when they were saying that Ruto must resign by a certain time. If he doesn't resign, we are coming to sleep. You see, the last time when they were able to get themselves to parliament, it was said that the police was not prepared. So this time round, they do not want to take chances. So they probably invited that kind of response. However, we cannot condone any kind of police force on civilian. I think that the usage of beatings, we've been there, we've seen that, and you say any kind of atrocity on any civilian should be condemned, whether you agree with someone's whatever they are doing or not. But any kind of atrocity should be condemned. So I think as a citizen who would like to enjoy similar provisions in the Bill of Rights, whenever we see such, we need to rise up and condemn it. So any kind of force, any kind of extrajudicial killing, any kind of things that are happening to someone who is only exercising their right, I think we need to condemn it. And the police should, the individual policemen should be held individually accountable for whatever it is that we need to see that happening. We need to see a lot more, progressive response by the necessary institutions, because we have necessary institutions that should be able to deal with that. So Bernard, I think that as far as Nane-Nane is concerned, I also think there was a miss, because other than Nairobi, you didn't hear much across the country, which tells you the organizers and those people who are probably behind those, they need to re-strategize. They need to go back and see, do they need to give a different approach? Because even if you are to, you wouldn't expect to change a president when your support base is just a few handful in Nairobi. That is not very, very effective. I would suppose they can move from the X spaces and go now down to sell their policies and mobilize, organize, and strategize from the ground up. You make the country feel, what is it? You can be talking about bad governance, but you need to translate that to other people, the political base, because when you have that base, then it is easier for you to progress it even as they want. So I wish, and I want to probably, if it would help them to go back to the drawing board. Do you want to continuously have this kind of arrests? Do you want to continuously have this expose yourself? They say when when you see a ditch and you close your eyes and you still approach the ditch, it does not make the ditch go away. You'll only dump yourself into it, but with your eyes closed. So if you're still using the same kind of strategy, which is not necessarily working, as of the only thing you're sure of having is you'll come up with a list of people who have been arrested. You'll come up with a list of those who have been. You know the trajectory. Probably it would be possible for you to go back to the drawing board, come back with a different strategy. Possibly, like some people have suggested. Wangira, when you're talking, I was quiet. It's okay, you allow me to finish and then you will rebut.
So Temba, just go ahead, Wangira would wait.
Wangira is so itching to respond to what I've said. And I will be, Bernard, I would suggests that they would go back to the drawing board, you know, uh, come back with a better strategy that is going to make them endear themselves to the larger population, measure the popularity of whatever it is they are trying to say across the populace. Because when you have a cross-board party, you know, like Bernard, if you remember, during the finance bill demonstration, it was felt across the country. You would hear reports from Mombasa, you would hear reports from everywhere. But as time has gone on, it has been fizzled and you only hear pockets of it in Nairobi, which I think is not a very good report for the organizers. Is it a good thing they are fighting for? It is a good thing. Azimio ODM has fought for that. Azimio has fought for that. They are picking it. It is a good thing. But you see, even the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So you need to have your intentions accompanied by direction and strategy. If you can sit back, strategize, come back with better ways. Otherwise, you'll organize Tisa Tisa, you'll come back again, and Wangira will come back again and condemn the police. We are not, I don't think your strategy is to come and expose the police to the international media. That is not a strategy. Your strategy ought to be bigger than just coming and saying that police have been exposed. I mean, they were exposed to the media in 2007. They were exposed to the media at the other time when Baba came and they killed people. They have been exposed every day. So do you want that to be the strategy that you're always using? You want to come back to this place and say that we have been exposed? Can you imagine this killing? I think it's important to re-strategize, to mobilize. Finally, Bernard, these demonstrations are likely to go on because they are beneficiaries. There's what we call political economy. One of the beneficiaries of whatever is going on are the content creators, the news items. They are, every time you post that, you get likes, you get that. They are benefiting from financial. They're also beneficiaries. Every time you go X-Space, you call people come, many of them, they are benefiting from your logging in, coming in. Safaricom and all those data companies are benefiting when you bring all those things. So it's likely to go on. Those strategizing need to get back. As people are benefiting from this, what is it that we're getting from this? Is it going to work at the end of the day? My suggestion will be work with the 2027 in mind. Strategize, get people down, make sure that only those people who are friendly to their ideology are elected. And the only thing that can be done is election. Elect those people into power, then those people can be able to make the changes that we need. Otherwise, this one, I am kind of doubtful that it will, other than just coming back and having Wangira lament and the others, we might be writing a book of lamentation for a long time. Back to you, Bernard.
Okay, but thank you so much for that observation. I think we need to give it an all-round outlook. Let's not be one-sided in terms of what were comments here, Potafadali. We are doing a post-mortem of what transpired in the Nane-Nane hits and misses of the demos. So people giving different views, it's important. It's not necessarily running down of the whole organization. And then, of course, this country has been here before many times in the sense of having an unpopular president taking a popular office in a way that is questionable. This is not the first time, and having to survive on a thread every time when the opposition or the other factors come to claim what is rightfully theirs. And so this is not new. But we seem to have always been beaten hands down every time we went for what is rightfully ours. That's what we need to look at ourselves and ask, where is the problem? Why is it that we no longer want the truth, we no longer want justice, or it is our way of life that corruption wins the way and there is nothing we can do? Can the power of the people arrest this corrupt, illegitimate leadership and teach them a lesson. That's something that we need to push and see how far it goes. And of course, this is not a Gen Z problem. This is a whole Kenya's problem. And if part of Kenya sees no problem with this, that has been our main problem all along. Okay? Because when we say let's go to the street, there is a part of Kenya that says no, that is spoiling our business, is affecting our economy, and things like that. Then the political class now has to survive because nobody wants to be replaced. And so the push and the pull, and of course the demos, I don't think they are going anywhere. They will be here, and William Ruto and team should prepare for a long war between them and people of Kenya. What they are wishing that this will just go away because people will get tired. I don't see anyone getting tired with this in my observation. And then, of course, there are many other factors that are coming into play. And Zakayo and his, kujipiga wherever risasi mwenyewe, what has been his way of operation. So maybe this will just rest and then something else bigger will come up. You see, like what's happening with the Jomo Kenyatta Airport, and now the other things that are coming up. A huge scandal, one of it will stir up this again. And so to me, this is far from over, and Kenyans should brace themselves for more wars between these two whatever fighting sides. All in all, Bwana Wangira, I'll give you half a minute. Ni time ya citizen participation. Huh? You rebut in half a minute, and then we give to citizen participation. Ama ungoje round yako, ukitaka kupiga upige vita the whole of your 5 minutes.
No, allow me just 1 minute and I'll be done. 1 minute, I'll be done.
Okay.
Bernard, listening to my friend Themba there, he must be speaking from a very comfortable zone. Yeah, a very comfortable zone. Bernard, the reason why we repealed the 1969 Constitution, which we did on the 27th of August 2010, was because we wanted to enforce, the issues of the rule of law, the issues of democracy, the issues of human rights, the issues of accountability. Bernard, that was the reason why we repealed the 1969 Constitution and promulgated a new Constitution on the 27th of August 2010. Bernard, and this particular Constitution, Bernard, it's not about benevolence. There's no benevolence that William Samoei Ruto is supposed to give the people of Kenya, Bernard. It's about living within the rule of law. Article 37, Bernard, is very, very clear. It talks about freedom of the media. Very, very clear. I don't need to read it here because you have given me 1 minute. Article 37, Bernard, is very, very clear about assembly, demonstration, picketing, and petition. Bernard, very, very clear. It's not about any benevolence from any person. It's about the state, living within the rule of law, Bernard. But listening to Themba, he's a guy who lives in the moon, Bernard. He must be living in the moon. Let me just leave it at that and allow my sister to come in. Thank you.
When Wangira will need to rebut that. The location of Themba and the state of affairs. I don't see how they related, but no problem. Just hold on. Okay, now citizen participation. How are you today? Karibu.
Asante. Hi guys. So
you're good. Karibu.
Asante. I was just watching Wanjigi being raided and the drama of his car being towed and being dusted. I don't know whether someone was killed inside the car or why was the car being dusted. This country is becoming a joke. But I think what it reminded me was Moi era. These were the kind of things we were used to in Moi era. So I was just thinking about it and I was like, for the last 20 22 years. We had forgotten this kind of life since 2002. We forgot what it's like. And now we are back there. So we have to go back to see how we handled things during that time. Because the truth is that we are back. And those who are talking about I agree with what Wanjigi is saying, that this talking, it's talking shop, talking a good talk, and you need to strategize, and you need to hamasisha watu kwa ground, sensitize people, I don't know, do what, and do what, and don't do what, and all these hits and misses. But remember that by the way, Zaka has only been here for 2 years. We had Moi for 24 years. And if you remember, if you feel like the people who are going on the streets were very few and it's becoming insignificant, it's not insignificant, it's very significant. They are bringing to the public conscience, or not conscience, but consciousness, the ills which are destroying our country, our economy. That's what they're doing. And for example, those who are in CBD, they don't go to work. The shops are closed, which is very significant for a CBD. If you know how busy CBD is, it's very significant. Let's not even talk about the economy and whatnot. Just the fact that people stay at home and have to think about why they are not going to work. And they have to think about these things, that our country is having plunder after plunder. I've just seen there's a Muindi guy here who there's another scandal. I don't know, it's called Andani or something like that. That's another scandal akin to the one which we were having with Kamlesh Patni and Moi. So basically, Kenyans, we are back. So we'll just be seeing a repeat of these things. And it's very disheartening when you have grown up in that period and just seeing how, those dark days when Oko was killed and then you're being gaslit that he committed suicide, and Scotland Yard is being brought in to validate the fact that the guy killed himself when the guy has acid poured on him and gunshot, and that is the life now going forward. And we need to come to terms with that. And members of strategies and all these, I don't think there's any strategy you have which is greater than the monopoly of violence that the government has. They're the ones who have the monopoly of violence. So the only thing is to go back to Moi time, what was happening. We were still going on the streets. People were still going on the streets. People were still being beaten. The police was still being brutal. When Moi wanted to grab Uhuru Park, Wangari Maathai went there with a handful of people, not much, just handful of people, and she was clobbered senseless by the police, a woman, an older woman. She was clobbered and blood was running down, but it went to the international community, and it stopped him from grabbing because he wanted to build a skyscraper there, and he was trying to grab some portions of Karura Forest because during his time he was grabbing land left and right, dishing out even public toilets. And that's the life, that's our life going forward. And so we have to see how we are going to recreate those movements of the people who we don't have, for example, Raila now anymore. He's gone. The new, maybe Akina Samuel or Kasmuel, and the other activists who are going to be agitating. I don't know for how long this will go on, because it could go on for the next 24, 25, 28, 30 years. And the battle goes on. Yeah. If you're getting tired now and you're seeing like it's useless to have Nane-Nane now, think about 10 years, or because you see what will happen. You're talking about 2027 elections. You're not assured of a free and fair election. It will be, I mean, if it was rigged when the guy was not an incumbent, what happens now when he's an incumbent and he has, I mean, and you know how he's operating, he has now even bought ODM. So IBC in his pocket, judiciary is in pocket, parliament is in his pocket. Who else? So do you think you're going to be able to remove him by popular votes? Are you kidding me? It will just be a story like ile ya Moi, Matiba, and he's the one who is winning, but Moi bado anashinda. Again, we go for another election, Ngilu anasimama. Hiyo merry-go-round tu, merry-go-round hivyo. That is what will happen. This guy is a protege of Moi, so that's what you can expect to see going forward. But I don't like the dismissive attitude which we have. And there are very serious issues that are making people to go on the streets. There is 8 million young Kenyans who don't have jobs. That's why they have time to be on the streets. They don't have any job for years. In fact, this is something which is giving their life purpose. This movement, it's giving their life purpose, it's giving their life meaning. And the country is deteriorating. Investors are leaving every single day. So we know what comes. we know. We grew up when it was more. We know what comes. Potholes on the road. We can no longer maintain the road. Electricity, the rationing, because now we can no longer like that. Tutafika tu hapo. It's just a matter of time. Because you see, the money is not infinite. The stealing will get to a point where it will start affecting us in real, tangible. You know, for us who are middle class, we may not really, the people who are like these young people who don't have jobs, they're the ones who are feeling the heat a lot. And maybe the guys also who are like the investors, those are people. But we are going to start feeling it when now things, pesa itaibwe, ifike pahali, because like recently I had even pesa ya kulipa is it police, ilikuwa imefika point ikashindikana. So it will get there. Pesa itaibwe iishe. So kukuwe hakuna pesa ya kulipa, hakuna pesa ya kutengeneza barabara. Twende tu Palimoi, hakuna pesa ya kutengeneza tengeneza vitu za KPLC, hivyo pole tu, we'll be back there. But these people and all of us, we know the truth that we are in a bad place, and in fact, we are in a bad place on steroids, because Ruto where atatufikisha by 2027, Moi hata kama alikuwa anatupeleka, at least we got where we started going really down the drain, maybe after 10 years like that, is when now really things started going south kabisa. But because this guy, he has come in and he's like plundering. You know, that time people didn't have that consciousness of plunder. Saizi everyone is plundering. Sasa uniambie, kila mtu ako na hiyo attitude ya
citizen participation. Are you saying we should surrender and do nothing, or Ruto is now we should just let him have his way, no resistance, no nothing? Because you are painting for us a very bleak picture that Kenyans are helpless. Are we that helpless?
I've told you this, mumeanza kuchoka mapema sana. That is what I'm telling you. Mumeanza kuchoka mapema, bado ni mapema. If you want to, because I'm trying to show you, paint for you a picture of what is coming from the past. The history repeats itself. If you want to know the future, look at the past. So ile war yenye ilipigwa mpaka Moi akatoka 2002. We are starting that journey. So think of it like that hizo vitu zote that happened, Wangari wa Maathai akaenda hapo, wakina Njoya wakakuja, wakaenda, others were taken to, all those things, because that's where it's heading. Because now you cannot, if Wanjigi can be harassed to that extent, just simply for saying, and the thing which is making him be harassed, si ati hata alienda kwa maandamano, or I don't know, he was funding the maandamano, nothing like that. Just for saying that Kenyans should not pay debt for money which did not even enter into the consolidated fund. We cannot be paying debt for money which did not even hit the consolidated fund. Iliibwa kabla hata. So the people who stole it are the people who should pay, because haikuingia kwa account. That is simply what Wanjigi goes around saying. So basically that means this is now what is going to be the life for anyone who is who points out anything again. I mean, anything, no matter how small, about the government. You either conform or we beat you down. That is how it's going to be. So tutaanza tu ile safari tu yenye tulikuwa nayo, and that's why I'm telling you, tusianze kukua na hiyo attitude ya ati sasa itakuwa na 9-9 alafu kutakuwa na 10-10. Mambo bado. The journey is still long, and the journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. So tutapigana hiyo ya 8-8, tuende tena kama itakuwa maybe tutamiss 1 month, tuende 10-10, then another one, we do this one, we do another one, mwaka nenda mwaka rudi, mwaka nenda mwaka rudi, until the day when we'll get him out, which could be in another even 20 years. But that is how it is. War inafightiwa. Even Mau themselves hawakutoa mzungu na mwaka mmoja ama miwili ama mitatu ama mitano ama tano. They didn't. It was 9 good years, 9 years of sustained warfare. 9 years, 9, 1, 2, 3 mpaka 9 ikaisha, ndio mzungu alirudi kwao. So tukianza kuchoka sahi, we cannot get tired. We are in for the long haul, and this guy is ready. He is ready because he knows, and I've said it here before, he knows there's nowhere he's going after this. If he leaves that seat, he cannot stay in Kenya. He'll have to go into exile. So for him, and everything which he has stolen will be taken back. Once a good person enters into that office, he will not be able to stay in this country, and he will lose what he has. So for him, it's a matter of life and death. So don't think he's going to move out by popular vote. He won't. And he's going to fight to the last drop, because he knows his life depends on it. He's grooming his children. He's stealing money crazy. He's trying to buy out everything, because he knows what is waiting for him. Afadhali hata Moi mwenye angeenda kukaa Baringo, he will not stay in this country. He will have to go into exile. So don't expect anything other than a fierce fight from this guy, but we will just go step by step, and we will wear him down eventually, the way we wore down Moi. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, citizen participation. We appreciate that. I think I will just take back to Themba to do his rebut, and then we can bring Abel.
Thank you, Benan. I think Wangira has dropped out, and I wish Wangira would have listened to me. I don't argue from an emotional. Bernard, we have been here with you. We have walked this journey. What is it that we are seeing about Ruto right now that we didn't highlight? I mean, we spend, I don't know, nights and nights highlighting the kind of a person that these people are voting in. I mean, right now, I'm just wondering why we are all of a sudden trying to imagine like we have reached some Damascus moment, that we have realized that, oh, so this Ruto is this bad. This Ruto is Ruto. We highlighted from the word go, and we said this is the kind of a leader that you're gonna find. This is the kind of a leader that is coming. Ruto is not any different from what we expected. We saw that. We highlighted. We spent nights and nights here. The problem right now is the same people who actually could not listen to us. Right now, they are thinking now it's time, like it is an emergency that Ruto has to go. Well, that is good for those who are thinking that he can be removed by demonstrating every day. For those who are thinking they want to demonstrate for another 20 years for Ruto to go, that is good for them. Bernard, the right to demonstrate and picket is in the Constitution. It has not been removed. You can picket today, you can picket tomorrow, you can picket the next day. That's why I said there'll be tisa tisa, nane-nane, kumi-kumi. But I also said I added a rider. If this person could actually outmaneuver a sitting president, you think when you sit on space and you decide you are going to demonstrate, you are going to remove that person? I think that is wishful thinking. It is important for us to be more realistic. Then, yes, we are talking about the progress of Mau Mau and things. You cannot solve the 2024 problems with a strategy of 90s. In fact, you'll agree with me, Bernard, if you are a good student of history, even Moi, after agreeing to multipartyism, Moi still beat the opposition in 2 elections until the time now he was not coming back. Because it's all about strategy. And so when someone tells me that, and I tell them, you need to strategize. You can demonstrate, you'll have all those, but if you don't strategize, the same person will come 2027, he'll get back to power. So you need to have a long-term strategy on how you want to get to power, because that's the idea. You want to get to power, you have to strategize. You can't solve it, say that, let's have more people dying, more people being bludgeoned, and we come and give the count until 2020, 20 years from now. I mean, that cannot work. I'm saying 2022, 24 problems need to be solved with the 2024 solutions. What are ways that you want power? How best can you get power? Because politics is about power. Ruto wants to be in power. Those people who are out here also want to get to power. So how do you get to power? In a way that you do not incur so many casualties in 2024. Do you need, like some of you are good at coming to talk in the media and say, we'll continue, but you don't see them in the street. You don't go out there to come and say, I'm reporting from Kasarani police station, I've been arrested. Or I'm reporting from this admin. We are good at coming on media and saying that this has to continue. This has to continue, but we are hiding in our safe spaces and watching other people. We are here saying those kids will have to continue. So how many more of those do you want to die before you tell them, hey, you have a good cause, but even a good cause has to be followed by a good direction, a good strategy. You need to guide them. It might not be a very popular idea. Some of you are saying, oh, the economy, you raise a very interesting thing. That now because people didn't come to work, that is going to hurt the economy is going to shut down. Yet you guys are saying people are suffering, so you want to save them. You see now the idea. So when they are not getting the economy, you are happy that now they're not getting what they want. But on the other hand, you are saying that we want to come and save you because you are going through a bad economic time. I mean, it creates an interesting irony. How about you sit back? I mean, I'm in support of Bernard and I have had this journey here. I mean, Bernard could not sleep sometimes you'll go even 24 hours trying to convince people, hey, this is not the person you want at State House. But yes, fine, we support demonstration, we support protests, let them continue. But again, you don't need to solve 2024 problems with strategies of 1980. Oh, we have been here through more. I think you need to recreate also new strategies.
Some of those. Why don't you give us at least one strategy, that modern strategy that you have?
I mean, I'm not in the best to advise those people. I mean, you guys have great advisors. I'm just saying that you need to rethink your strategies. That's all I can say. Now, Bernard.
Kindly let me rebut. Let me rebut, please.
Order, citizen. Hold on. Let him finish, then you will come in. Themba.
Bernard, with all due respect, I'm not at the best of position to advise anyone. I'm only noting because the topic says hits and misses. So I was speaking, as you listened to me, I picked what was successful. In my own view, I picked what I think they need to improve on, but I'm not in the best one to advise them. If they think they're in the right trajectory, that's fine. If they think that they don't need any help, they know where they're going, that's okay. But based on the topic, that is what I was I was responding to. We know that the president at the moment, as Bernard highlighted, he's never been pro-democracy. He's never fought. When did Ruto ever vote for a new constitution? He voted against the 2010 constitution. In fact, even those bills of rights you are talking about, he voted against them. He led the no campaign. So why do you expect to squeeze water from a stone? We are putting a stone there and then we are trying to make it look like now you have to give us water. So we are crying again. Yet we were here when we are saying that this guy has never fought for any constitution. He's never voted for any reform anywhere. He was in Youth for Kanu 92, which was doing abductions, killing people. He's participated in all manner of Kanu atrocities. This was the guy who was part of that. In fact, the brains behind all that. We said here. So right now we are busy saying that now this guy cannot change. Of course we knew he could not change. We knew he was a bad person. We knew he's the same Ruto. How do you expect him to change now that he has power? And then you want to remove him by protest every day. Well, good luck. Bernard, finally, I know because of our constitution and because we believe in our constitution, there's a guaranteed freedoms. I agree with Wangira. We do not need the president's benevolence to exercise our rights. I mean, it shouldn't be based on the president liking. In fact, it is guaranteed. He shouldn't give us. So, and finally, so that maybe citizen can rebut. Pressure on the government has to continue, because if we let up, the government is likely to control you up to the bedroom if you don't cry out. So yes, this pressure, in my view, is positive because now the citizen is awoke. Before then, we had let it to the politicians. We had let it we had hoped that maybe the minority side will do it for us. But right now, the kind of the citizenry that had become so awoke in terms of demands on the government, that is good for democracy. It's good for our constitution. And the freedom to picket is actually guaranteed. So I agree with Wangira. I think he didn't understand what I said when he said that I probably hoped that it is Ruto's benevolence that we exercise our right. No, Ruto does not give us the freedom. It is the constitution that we need to constantly follow. So I want to leave it at that, Bernard, for now.
Okay, thank you, Themba. Although, according to Ruto and the police, they are claiming that they did not give permission for the demonstrations to take place. So that means that they want us to go and beg permission from them in order for us to demonstrate. Is it because they don't have an attorney general to break down the constitution for them? Or it's just a matter of trying to impose an impunity that is imaginary, because the constitution does not envision any permission to be granted for people to picket or demonstrate? How can now a police officer ahead of the police claim that these people are demonstrating against my advice? We didn't need his advice. The constitution does not envision that. So if that is what he's speaking, and probably has heard it from his leader, who is William Ruto, then we tend to assume that they assume that without them, we can't have those freedoms. And so we are left with nothing. We must push them until they realize it is our constitution that gives us that right, not them.
I agree with you, Bernard, and it is wrong. Like I said, it is wrong for. I mean, that's why I said police should be any police that uses extra force on the management of a crowd should be held personally accountable. They do not give us those. I mean, that it is guaranteed, Bernard, and that is something that needs to be shouted loud and clear. I mean, if we can protest every day, that's okay. It is guaranteed. It is a constitution. The only thing it is required is that they need to be informed. And I know this, Bernard, is something that they are going to use. That's why part of strategy I'm saying, you need to like they say, when you're going to fight your enemy, understand your enemy. You know what Baba used to do? Because Bernard, we have been here. We've been beaten. We've been chapered by police. So the thing is this. Baba used to do this because they used to say that they according to the law, you're supposed to inform them, and you let them know which routes you'll be using, so that your right to protest does not interfere with another person's right to do business. So the police is supposed to protect both the person demonstrating and the person not involved in the demonstration. You see, such that in the sense that if your demonstration is going to interfere with my business, then the police has to protect me and you, so that you demonstrate while I'm still doing my business. So that's why it is required that you inform them, give them also which places you'll be going, so that they give you protection. And this is important, Bernard, because in some situations, some bad elements have actually infiltrated the protesters, and they have done some atrocities, and the protesters have been blamed. You see, some people have come in and maybe broken into shops, but they're not the protesters. So the police need to know that, okay, fine, how do we protect you? So the other thing I was hoping, the protesters would probably have a way of informing the police of where they are going to be protesting. For not because, Baba used to have that said out, so that they go around that particular legal or whatever requirement. So there was always someone informing the police. Either the Secretary General wrote to the police to tell them where they are going to be. So if it is for that reason, yes. But you are not informing them to seek permission. That Bernard it is not them to give us permission to demonstrate. We are just informing them so that they can protect us during the protest. It was always there. Instead of protecting us, they would end up maybe shooting at us, tear gassing us, and throwing us around. But again, that's the Kenya police, which we are hoping a lot of more reforms are going to be called, so that we can have more responsible police response and support during a protest. Because a protest should not be bloody. A protest should not leave anyone dead. A protest should be peaceful. Protest should be the way the name says, peaceful. And anybody coming in wielding any kind of firearm at us or against the businesses should be arrested and given to the police. So that is the ideal. But Bernard, our political terrain is very skewed and very dirty. So when every time, Bernard, when we used to go out there, even after we have informed the police, every time we would go there, we would make sure that even some of the police officers that we know, we have talked to them. We have told them that, by the way, you need to cover us, because you guys, some of you can even shoot at us. So we would even hide with them, and they would even protect us. So it is some of them who are rogue police officers. They will do that, Bernard. You see the killings that were done in Kisumu, the killings that were done even in Nairobi when Baba was coming back. So this is something that has happened, and it has to be condemned. I agree with you. Protest is not a permission from the police. It is just giving them to allow us and protect us as we are also protesting. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you, Mwanathemba. I think that's clear enough. And ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to engage, tuendelee kukaribishana na tuwajibike katika mjadala. Let's ensure that we state only what is valid, of course, and what is helpful. To me, before citizen can rebut, I have said here before, there was a long war between the house of Saul and the house of David. This war is going to be long. If you are not prepared for long, stretched war, then you're not even ready to fight in the first place. And nobody fights for the immediate without a fallback plan for hereafter. And so, as we press and force Ruto out of office, we should have what we expect right now, like now the dissolution of the cabinet, the changing of structure of operation, the public participation law being implemented. Those are immediate changes that will take place. But the really goal is to get rid of this screwed administration. And then that, we don't cancel that. We only keep going towards that as we clear the bush and keep in the fight. And so that's why I'm saying all demonstrations and protests are valid and they have gains every time it holds. Like now, Nairobi today was a shutdown. The 700 million that Sakaja collects was not available. And so the demos were a great success in ensuring that no operations or businesses took place in Nairobi and the government is aware. So if that can be sustained, this government will still listen, despite the fact that other parts of the country were calm and did not participate into the demos, although the demos were mainly to be in Nairobi. People traveled to Nairobi to demonstrate. So the media reporting that other parts of the country was quiet, people are back to business as usual. It was still also a misreporting in terms of no demonstrations were expected other places. This one was Nane-Nane, and everybody had come to Nairobi for those demos, and that's why all the police were here. We had I think we had more police in Nairobi than the demonstrators. I don't know if I missed my calculation, but the number of police was more than the demonstrators, and then it looked strange. It looked strange. Now, citizen participation. I'll give you a minute or two to rebut, and then we can
How
get
can
this
you give
other.
me a minute or two to rebut a statement of five
Please,
or to
you
10,
spoke
10
almost
15 minutes?
30 minutes. I was all quiet.
Okay. No, I'm saying anyway. So I was saying this. The way Themba is putting it is not what I said. He's putting words in my mouth. I did not say that because the town was on shutdown, so now that's ruining the economy because it's taking money out of the economy, and that is what I'm against. No, that is not what I'm saying. I'm saying that us not going to work and there being a shutdown, and that opportunity brings to our national consciousness the issues. Yeah, because you know that Gen Z is protesting against this, and the other. And then we watch on TV and we see the police brutality is coming back. We see the kind of unnecessary force which is being used. We come to know that, I mean, all the issues which are coming, which the Gen Z is bringing out, and now also other things have started coming out, like now the Andai scandal, which is coming out, of money having been embezzled, large sums of money being embezzled. So those are the things, and yeah, it's important for you to have your business, to have your business open, and have your and have people picketing, but with the way things are going, you may not have a business to actually have open. Yeah, you may have to relocate to another country because of the policies of the government. You need to think about that as well. But my point is that these things are incremental. And as Bernard is saying, that with every demonstration, there's gains. We are getting attention from international community. We are getting the attention of our citizens who may not have been woke to some of these things. And it's making us think. And going on X space, is not redundant and it's not useless. It's made many people, when you go on X Space, you actually learn about a lot of things that you're not even aware of. Like me, since I started going on X Space, it's like being in a school. There are so many things which are wrong with this country which I was not aware of until I went on X Space. So that is a strategy. And we cannot, in so many of these revolutions which have gone on, they've gone on social media. An X Space, so it's because of the money. This is the kind of trivialization, and also trivializing that, or because when multi-party system came in, Moi still went ahead and rigged the elections. We know all that, we were there. But at the end of the day, that multi-party system is the one which chucked him out. So it's one block on top of another. Those small demonstrations which you see as meaningless is how Wangari Maathai was able to stop a whole government from building a skyscraper in a park, from grabbing Karura Forest, a woman. Okay? Not even a politician or a powerful opposition leader. So the strategy of picketing and just that, bringing things to stand still and the police coming, all that stuff, it has an effect and it works. And it still works to date. And these other strategies, modern strategies, like now using the X Spaces and others, which the people who are involved, because not all of us will go on the street. We can't all go on the street, but the people who are able to, because even the time of Wakina Wangari Maathai, it's not everyone who was going to the streets. Our parents were not going on the streets. Wangari Maathai went to the streets with a couple of other environmentalists, yeah, and they stopped. So trivializing and saying that, and then also there are some things that you are saying which are just untrue, that because you told people not to vote for Zakayo and then they voted for him is why we are in this mess. Zakayo rigged the damn election. It doesn't matter whether you would have put up a crusade to tell people not to vote for him, or if people didn't vote for him, he rigged the election. That is what is there. That's what happened. Yeah. So let's not trivialize this. Let's not trivialize these demonstrations. These demonstrations are powerful. Let's not trivialize the X Spaces. They are powerful in educating the masses. Like now there's so many things that I have learned, and not just me. There is thousands of people. Sometimes there's almost 100,000 on an X Space. That's a lot of people, and so many people who are experts in their field are coming in and explaining so many things, and they're helping us understand so much about. So we are becoming more conscious, as a population, which is good, and I think basically what I'm trying to say, and what I've been trying to say, is that when there's these shutdowns, we have time to get attention. We get the attention. We get the attention of the government. We get attention of the citizenry. We get attention of the international community. And we champion the things that we are saying no to. And if that's going to be once out, and so trivializing at demonstrating every other day, what is it going to do? But that's what was happening during Moi time. And that's what changed a lot of things during Moi time. They were demonstrating every other day, like us. Sometimes just handful of people against a very draconian government, which I see as where we are headed, to a more and more draconian system. But if that old method, which you are saying to be very ancient, which cannot work now, and which you are saying we need modern strategies against a sitting a dictator, is not as it's not as brilliant as you think, because they have the monopoly of power, they have the monopoly of the intelligence. They can be able to hack into everything that you're trying to use as a strategy. But those age-old methods still work. Yeah, they still do work. And the new methods of online activism still also work.
Please listen to me.
And we are no longer using the constitution.
Now, ladies and
But
gentlemen, I want
Bernard,
us to
Bernard,
make
Bernard,
progress in the
I
conversation.
request
Goja
to,
kwanza Temba.
I request to drop. I'm
You
requesting
request
to,
what?
I'm requesting to drop. I'll join you another time. I mean, it's a good debate. Definitely, I'll come back. I can see Wangira's come back. I'll definitely come back so that I can listen to Lala Lala. Jakindu Bay, habari yako. I'm coming back, Bernard. Tafadhali, wacha ni drop kidogo.
Sawa, thank you. Thank you.
Kitu ulisema nilikuwa nataka kusema, lakini usikilize nikizungumza.
Nitakusikiliza pale nyuma. Mimi naona watu wa nguvu wamekuja hapo. Naona mama Selina, nimekusalimia, tafadhali salimika. Na Lala pia salimika. Bernard, kwa heshima. Nimeona
Thank you,
nisidrop
Temba.
bila kukuambia.
Sawa. It's okay. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to allow our conversation to be what it is, a national discourse on the issues pertaining to our country, and not for it to degenerate into an exchange between two people and what somebody said and what they did not say. I really want us to not get personal, because when we get personal, all we can do is increase the heat, fight among ourselves, and end up gaining nothing. So I think we're just having a misunderstanding here. Themba's approach towards the Gen Z organizing program on X alone, the emphasis here is X alone, is proving to be counterproductive. And for them to sustain it, they need to add to X some other maybe county hall meetings, get to sensitize both the Gen Z in the village and the Gen Z in urban centers, have a long-term approach towards this struggle, that as we are fighting the right now war, we should have a fallback plan. For example, when it comes to the issue of issuance of IDs that has caused a stalemate, what are we doing to ensure that the Gen Z will get the IDs and be eligible for voting before the time for voting comes? Are we waiting for 2 months to election? That's when we begin to demonstrate. We want our IDs. We want our IDs. So I think it's just a matter of what I wanted to remind citizen, the scripture that says, to your faith add knowledge, to your knowledge add virtue, to your virtue add character. There is something we add to what we have that enhances what we are fighting for. So it's not only saying that the 1900s tactics don't work in 20th century. Some of them do. The sun is still the same. I've always challenged those who say that the Bible is old. I tell them that the sun is still the same. There has never been a sun, S-U-N, new one for the digital people. It's the same sun ray that we depend on. The same rain that used to fall our forefathers' time is falling today, and we are using it. And so there are things that don't change. But what we also want is to allow room for people to bring in different ideas. One of the things that I find very uncomfortable with the Gen Z movement is that they don't want to be advised. They know what they are doing. And everybody's saying, let them do what they want to do. They don't want to listen to anybody, especially if somebody is elderly. To me, that's a wrong approach. You will repeat history if you don't draw lessons from that history. And the battle that we're in is very complicated. I will use the phrase that Kofi Annan brought here in 2008, 2007, 2008. When during the National Accord, after it was agreed that they will now have a grand coalition government, it is said that when two elephants are fighting, the grass are the ones that suffer. So he turned it around and said, there is something even worse than that. And that is, if the two elephants now begin to make love, the grass will suffer more. And so what we have right now is a complicated arrangement that the fight has to be re-looked at on how we go about it. Because some of the people we've been working with are now working with Ruto. What will they tell Ruto about what we've been doing? how many leaks will be there? How do we counter that? Then the struggle is for a free Kenya. And this Kenya has been taken hostage by the political class. How do we deliver it from the political class? Do we have the political machinery? Do we have the political capacity? Do we have the political weight to challenge that successfully? Those are things that we must ventilate on and debate freely. Not to say that to Siambia Gen Z anything, they know what they're doing, they have succeeded more than every other person. To me, that is being naive and misguiding. Let us open up this whatever issue and look at it critically. Why are we gaining here? Why are we losing here? What can we do to improve on our gains? That is the kind of debate I want. Not that you said this, you said that, I said that, you said that. Thank you. Nimlete Jakindu Bey achangie alafu lala tukisonga mbele. Asante kila moja.
Asante sana Bernard. Nimewasalimia wote lala wote amjambo. Nimefurahi kuwa na ninyi tena. Na nasema kwamba unajua hii system kuangusha system si kitu rahisi. Ni kitu kigumu sana. System yetu iliwekwa kwa msingi ya ubaguzi. Yani tunabaguana. Tulipopata uhuru tulianza kubaguana na tukaanza kuuana. Hiyo dhambi imebaki na bado iko na sisi. So kama hatuwezi kutoa hiyo ubaguzi, hiyo system ni kitu moja ngumu sana kupigana nayo, na ni lazima tuwe tayari kwa make sure kwamba hiyo system tumeitoa. Walijaribu kidogo hawa agency. Unajua hata wao tu mimi kuna mara nyingi sikuwa naita agency. Mimi nilikuwa nasema wa Kenya. Lakini kitu ninachotaka kusema ni kwamba unajua tunapenda sana kubaguana. Kwa sababu majenzi walikuwa wanasema tutaki watu wengine waingie overtake sisi, si tumefanya peke yetu. Wengine wanasema hii mkianza kubaguana lazima ilete kitu kama. Manake mimi nilikuwa nasema kwamba Wakenya wote tuende barabarani. Tuende tuka protest. Sisi wote. Kwa sababu hii kitu inatuhusu sisi wote. Ni jambo la ajabu. Unaona mtu siku ya wakati tunataka kuna demonstration, unaona watu wa matatu wanakuja wanataka kubeba watu. Sasa wao hiyo kitu haiwa affect. Wengine watu wa pikipiki wanakuja wao wanataka kubeba watu. Wao hiyo kitu haiwa affect. Hao wafanyabiashara wao hiyo tunavyosikia huyu mfanyabiashara yeye tunavyosikia yeye asikii. Unaona tunapotaka kufanya kitu ni lazima tufanye sisi wote. Hawa watoto ambao wanataka kazi ni watoto wetu. So inakuwaje unasema haya ni wao? Wakati wa ile tulipokuwa tunataka section 2A tulitokea wote sikusikia mtu akisema ati hii ni ya vijana tu au hii ni ya wazee. Sote tulisema sisi sote tutoke. Na ukiangalia katika hizo mapicha zingine watu ambao ninyi ambao mlikuwa mnaona kulikuwa na wazee, hakukuwa na vijana tu peke yake, lakini kulikuwa na vijana wengi na wazee wengi. Unaona Wakenya wote walijitokeza. So hii inatakiwa iwe tuanze. Unajua mtu ukisema ni vita ya majenzi tayari tumewabagua, tayari ni yao. Hapana, hii kwa sababu mtoto wangu nataka apate kazi, nataka awe na maisha mazuri. Hata kama ni mjukuu wangu awe na maisha mazuri. Kama kuna saa zile inatakiwa war kitu ambacho tunataka kupigania, afadhali nife mimi yeye abaki. Kwa sababu yeye bado ana maisha manani kuliko mtu yule mzee. Unaona? So ni lazima sisi sote tusaidiane kuliko kusema tu eti hii ni ya watu fulani. Hiyo ni ubaguzi ambao hii system imewekwa kwa ubaguzi. Kwa sababu hata sasa sisi wa Kenya naweza kusema hivi Bernard, sisi wa Kenya tunapenda kuchagua mediocres mediocres ndio tunapenda, kwa sababu Ruto, tuliwaambia watu Ruto ni mtu ambaye hafai, lakini watu wengine walituambia hapana. Hata wakati wa Ruto na Uhuru, watu walikuwa wanaenda Hague kuomba Mungu asaidie hao ambao tayari walikuwa wameshtakiwa, ambapo wameshtakiwa, lakini Wakenya walikuwa wanasema hawa watu wetu wabaya ndio tunawataka. Na yet tulikuwa na watu ambao hawana sifa hizo mbaya. Okay? Lakini sisi wenyewe make sure tumechagua hawa watu wabaya. Ruto ako na maneno mengi juu yake, lakini tulihakikisha kabisa ndio huyu ndio tunachagua. Sasa wale ambao walikuwa mbele kumchagua ndio sasa wako mbele, wanasema vile Ruto ni mbaya. Ukijaribu kusema ukijiunga na Ruto sasa, kama Raila amekuwa mbaya, na Raila alikuwa ana fight hapo. Raila amefight na hii system jamani, kutoa ni ngumu. Wakati mmoja Raila alikuja hapa, tulikuwa na yeye, mimi nilikaa na Raila nikamuuliza, akaniambia bwana, system hiyo ya Kenya, hiyo system iko na tabu nyingi, ni ngumu. Akaniambia mimi nilikuwa Minister of Roads and Works na hizo alikuwa anajaribu kuweka ile nyati house ile pale hii nyumba inaitwa nini hiyo, mahali ilikuwa ya PC, hiyo nyumba inaitwa nini?
Nyayo House ama
Nyayo House. Yes. Nyayo House. Torture chamber ile walikuwa wanatochiwa, alikuwa anataka kuifanya iwe museum, alishindwa. Akaniambia hawa watu bado wako, hiyo system ni ngumu. Akaniambia hata mimi nimeshindwa kuweka hiyo, alikuwa anataka iwe museum, Wakenya wao wakienda kuona. Walikuwa wameshindwa. Kuna system ambayo ambayo imekuwekwa hapa Kenya. Hiyo system inatakiwa tuvunje. Na mimi nawaambia tu, nimesikia hapa watu wakisema ati Moi sijui aliiba kura. Mimi nilikuweko na nilipiga kura wakati wa hizo Moi. Moi kama angesimama bila kuweka Uhuru, Moi kama angesimama siku ile, Moi bado angeshinda, kwa sababu watu wetu wanapenda midioka. Watu wetu hawawezi hata kama Moi alikuwa anafanya nini, watu wake bado wangempigia. Na katika hata sehemu za Kenya tu nyingi bado watu wangempigia kura. Watu wetu hawajui. Mimi nasema watu wetu sielewi. Mimi labda ndio sijielewi, labda mimi ndio niko yani mjinga, kwa sababu ninaangalia watu wetu wabila wanaangalia mambo vile tunaishi vibaya, na tuko na mali, tuko na vitu vya kufanya. Unakuta watu wetu hawaangalii hivyo. Inawezekanaje nchi tunaishi, nchi ambaye politician ndio ni millionaire na wafanyikazi wa serikali ndio millionaires? Hiyo ni nchi gani? Millionaires huwa ni wafanyabiashara na watu ambao wavumbuzi wa vitu. Hao ndio wanakuwa mamilioni, si wafanyikazi wa serikali, si politician. Kwa sababu kama politician anakuwa millionaire ni mwizi, kama mfanyikazi wa serikali anakuwa ni mwizi, na hao ndio sisi tunataka. Mnakumbuka wakati moja nani alifukuzwa wakati wa Kibaki? Alifukuza finance minister, alikuwa kutoka huko Meru. Wa Meru wali demonstrate. Sasa una demonstrate, hebu angalia, wana demonstrate na huyu minister Kibaki ndiye alimchagua. Na Kibaki ndiye amemtoa kazi. Na Kibaki alimchagua kuwa minister wa Kenya, sio minister wa Meru. Alafu wa Meru wanaanza kudemonstrate. Unaangalia vile tuko wajinga. Mimi sijui, labda mimi ndio naiona vibaya, kwa sababu inatakikana tumpatie mtu kazi ambayo mtu ambaye anaweza kufanya hiyo kazi anaweza kufanya. Lakini ukiangalia vizuri tunawapatia watu midioka. Hiyo ndio maana nasema huyu ubaguzi ambayo tulianza nayo nchi yetu itatukula sana. lazima tujitolee kuipiga hii vita, hiyo system itoke, kwa sababu unajua system ya ukabila ukisema ukabila ni corruption. Kwa sababu gani ni corruption? Kwa sababu utampatia ndugu yako au jamii yako au mtu kabila lako kazi kwa sababu ni kabila lako, lakini hana ujuzi. Unanyima yule mtu ambaye si kabila lako, ambaye ana ujuzi, anafanya kazi vizuri, ni mwaminifu kuliko huyo kabila lako. Unaona? So lazima hizi vitu zote, hii ni system lazima tuipige, kwa sababu hata saa hii ninyi watu wanasema, saa hii watu wa Central tayari wako tayari, ukiangalia wanajiunga nyuma ya Gachagua. Na Gachagua jamani, mimi saa zingine ninashindwa. Bernard, imetosha hapo.
It's okay. Asante Jackie Ndobe, we appreciate that. Unajua wanasema kwetu ugonjwa ni rahisi kuingia lakini ngumu kutoka. So hii ugonjwa wetu wa Kenya umekaa kwa muda mrefu, kwa hivyo kuutoa pia itakuwa ni muda mrefu kabla tumalize. Nani Mohamed Ege anasema it was Nyat House before it was Nyayo House. No, there is Nyat House. I know where Nyat House is. Those sides of Kipande Road. But Nyayo House was built during Moi's time, or it was an improvement. I don't know. Nyayo House is along Uhuru Highway, and Nyat House, Oko side is it Maendeleo House or something like that?
Yeah.
So your information, wewe bwana Ege, check it again. Haruni, mimi sina shida na public participation na sina shida ya mtu yeyote kuparticipate kwa show, lakini ukiwa kwa show and then unaambiwa subiri, utaki kusubiri, you disregard the moderators. That is not how we debate here. We've been here for ages. And then, of course, the only way for us to have a conversation that is constructive is to speak and then allow someone else to speak. We cannot have one person speaking all through. And when we are rebutting, it's not a fresh submission. So rebutting is short, a fresh submission is long. We cannot have everybody rebut and take 15 minutes. That will not longer be what we are doing, and when people are on the queue. So tafadhali, hata kama mmeamua kunifundisha jinsi ya kufanya kazi, nimekubali masomo yenu, lakini twende polepole tafadhali. Twende polepole ili tuelewe ni kipi kinachotuuma na tunapona vipi. Jamhuri anasema Raila has always been part of the system. Even if he has been part of the system, can that system be broken? Can that system be overcome? Can that system be transformed so that it's able to cater for every Kenyan? That is a question we need to settle, not to look for an excuse. What I see here is that somebody wants to look for an excuse to use it as a reason why the people cannot win against a sitting president or against an established system. The truth is, history has it that the will of the people and the power of the people is superior to any system established anywhere, if we only came together and resolved to do what we are required to do. So any other excuse to me is just what it is, an excuse. We can come together and stop Ruto, stop all his imagination in his collaboration, whoever that they are collaborating with. If the people have made up their mind and they want the change, that change will come to pass. We just need to accept to take the responsibility and fight all the way. Thank you. Reverend Lala, okay, let me just show this short one and then you take it. Which one? Let's do this one for the police. Then now that's a police officer attacking a news person, a journalist. Even if you are provoked, I don't think that's how to respond. And they are responding like that because of what? Impunity. They will be protected. it will be reported he was not that in that part of town when that happened. He had been deployed or in the Mombasa Road, so that they confuse the evidence. But it's clear, this madness. Asante Lala, karibu.
Asante, wacha ni comment on huyu polisi ana kick. Any civilized society, that man should be charged. That man is not fit to handle that job because there's no pressure on him where you're saying that you could claim that is a self-defense. There was none. He attacked that police, that journalist, and that's not right. Asante Bernard, good to see you. Jakindu Bay, Bwana Wangira is Asante. Na wengine Mama Salina sijui ameenda wapi. Kwanza kabisa, I want to make kuzungumzia majenzi. Tunawapenda sana. Wamefanya kazi nzuri sana na tunashukuru. Na walianza vizuri kabisa. Akamwambia baba, kaa nyumbani, hii kazi tuendelee naye. Okay? In other words, they recognized that mzee needed a little rest while they move on. But I don't know whether because of the naivety and the innocence, I believe it's watu wachuki, people who are anti-democracy, yani au wale. It's as if they are trying to confuse these young people, okay? Wanawadanganya ili waonekane kama hao wamefanya nini, wamefika. Wajua Biblia inasema shetani alikuja kujaribu Yesu, akamwambia kama wewe ni mwana wa Mungu, you are so privileged, wewe enda tu, just jump, because the angels will take care of you. In other words, you don't need any counsel, you don't need anybody, you can do it on your own. I think most of these people who are confusing our young people have an ulterior motive. They are looking for power. They are not in for liberation of Kenya, but they want to take the glory. And I think that is wrong. This fight ni kama ya tuseme ni ya watu wote, ni wa Kenya. Kila mmoja wetu iko ndani ya hii fight. Vijana wetu wamekuja at a critical time. Yani wajua wakati mwingine una kifunguo ya kuingia ndani ya nyumba na unajaribu kuingia na kile nyumba, zile nyumba tuko nazo huko countryside. Wakati mwingine ile inaitwa hapo juu rail hapo ya Nyambewa, you know. You want somebody to get in the house, so you stand there, mtu mdogo anakuja anapanda mgongo hapo, alafu anaingia ndani ya nyumba. Sasa vijana wetu wamekuja ili kwa sababu ni wepesi, wanaweza kufanya wanaweza ingia hizo maholes kufungua nyumba. They are standing on Baba and others who have been fighting. They are not on their own, they're not alone by themselves. Lakini hawa watu ambao wataki ukombozi wanaambia kwamba it is you are the one who have done it. Hawajafanya chochote. Akina Baba ni useless. Ndio nyinyi mnaweza kufanya hii kazi. Na that is a message from Ruto's team. Na wakati mwingine nasikia watu wetu hapa wanazungumzia hilo the same mindset, and that is divide and rule, divide and conquer, so that we don't see this as integrated fight. Wars are fought collectively, everyone producing something. Strong economy helps the military, okay? Those who are cooking when the house is being built, wale kina mama wanapika nyoyo na vitu kama hizo, wanasaidia mjengo. Okay, everyone is expected to contribute something. So if our young people think that they can do it on their own, that's a big mistake. All of us must be in this together. And for one reason, and that is from day one of the Republic, when Kenyatta took power, I believe at the top of the nation has never been the Constitution of Kenya. It is always, yani raisi mtukufu, raisi, and then after raisi, then now tuna nini? Tuna constitution. But our young people and those fighters that have fought for this country want to reverse that, because we may fight Ruto, but after Ruto, there's another Ruto coming in. The same thing. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to give power to the Constitution. We, the people. It is us to make decisions. So fighting now is to tell these politicians that this country belongs to us, not you. We are changing a system. We are changing a philosophy. We are changing the way things have been done. This is why corruption continues, because we are looking for a man. A new government, you go look for what? A man or a woman who will push things for you, not the Constitution. I came with a business idea, and some people, business people from the US, came, presented our proposals. We were with same Uhuru government that time and Ruto and others, they were there. But you know what? These guys were so impressed by what is possible. But when it came now to doing the business, you were expected to give something. Everyone is looking for something. In other words, you get this big man, you're going to give him something so that things can be pushed. I believe if we go for the Constitution, it is the best system, the best instrument that will help all of us to walk as Kenyans, obey the laws, and live by the Constitution, so that when somebody wants a business, you don't have to know somebody. You don't have to belong to a particular group of people, because the Constitution, which we all agreed on as Kenyans, that this is the document that will lead us. But right now, what's happening? It is what Ruto wants. It is what his friend wants. The people that bears the biggest load are the common man down there. And this fight is about changing that. Not about a man or a woman. It's about the rule of law. It's about the Constitution. It's about us as Kenyans changing the way things are done so that the Constitution may have its effect. Right now, it is not. This is what this fight is all about. It's not about this man or this woman. It's about changing the fundamental ways things are done in this country that can be done right. Bernard, we played here the US General Miley talking. He said we don't defend, we don't fight to protect dictators, we fight to protect the Constitution of the United States. In other words, soldiers are there to protect, they die for the Constitution, not the president. And I think something that must be changed. It's almost like when we are swearing, taking an oath to the president. No, it should be to the Constitution of Kenya, because that's what will keep the nation together. Or else, if we let Ruto stay on 2027, another Ruto is coming. And if you don't have one for for the next election, there's another one will come. We have to change the way we do things. I think I like Jakindube because it's always on that point. And that way we'll save our nation. Because corruption, look at just the bunch, the stack of money in this parliamentarian, those who are vetted. And that's a very small 0.001% of them. Okay. How about other civil servants plus other politicians and others? How much are they making? How much are they stacking in the account? And that's where the business, political business is the most lucrative one in Kenya. It means your child going to school, you struggling to try to put up a business together. You know what? You are not going to make a profit that these guys who sit down to make Wanapiga stories every single day, there's nothing they contribute, yet the accounts are growing. Even right now, those accounts are growing. And here we are letting this guy continue on. So to me, this fight is supposed to be for all of us. So let's stop talking about Ruto all the time. Yes, we may have to talk about him, but the buck stops with us as Kenyans. When we are sick or tired of being sick or tired of this system, then we all can wake up, get out there and change it. It has to change. That's the only way to save our nation, or else it is disintegrating. I watched a video clip, maybe Bernard, you saw it, where a soldier, a KDF officer, I think they killed his uncle. And the young man is talking in the uniform, I think it's somewhere in the internet. And what he's saying is very, I would say, very frightening, because he's angry. And I think if somebody does not go there and talk to this young man, I think something is coming. And I think it's a time bomb, because we Kenyans are still very civil. We are still able to respect the rule of law and go to Mandamana peacefully, even though we are hurting. But Ruto's driving us to a point where there's no return. This anger in young people will spill out. Our Gen Zs are doing wonderful. They're gentle, they're kind, they're rational. Okay, but Ruto administration is driving it where they become irrational. Okay, so I think we must watch and do something very quickly. And finally, Bernard, a war has to have strategy. I have issues with Themba. Themba, maybe you need to come back, Akupenda ndugu yangu. But the message could have come from Ruto, because I don't know, it's almost like you're on both sides. Okay? There are strategies in a war as complicated as ours. Sometimes you have your enemy next to you, but sometimes you have your best friend on the inside. Strategies cannot just follow the conventional, you go in like they used to have those armies, face this side and that side. The other side has got arms, have got bombs, they've got all this lethal stuff. So we have to have a different methodology. Okay? So it is possible to have our people on the inside. So let us not be so quick to come to conclusion when we don't know the whole facts. Let us step back sometime and a little wisdom and watch and understand, because the strategy going on may not be what you think. Because most of us, if If I was listening to what we have been talking about here, probably all of us would have been dead because we want to walk straight to State House. Let us all go, like, making a line going there. All they do is they sit down and they put a machine gun and shoot all of you. Sometimes you need somebody in the State House to stop that guy shooting you and holding their hand. That's the strategy. So let us be wise. Let us be careful. Let us stay true to the cause. That is, we want this nation liberated. We want Ruto gone and Rutoism gone. And even Gashagwa war, I think it's a secondary war because sometimes it can be a decoy. Gashagwa is the worst person who should be a president. But sometimes we put our energy towards fighting him when actually taking care of Ruto is taking care of Gashagwa. They all are going. So let us be careful. Let us have ideas, but to Themba, Mandamano is key because it keeps water in a chemka. It allows us to stay on top of what's going on, and then other strategies can come. But you cannot kupuza the idea that we are tired of this strange system that we have now. Asante, back to you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Reverend Lala. We appreciate that. Great insights. Let's ensure that we keep at it. Lala has reminded me when we were in, I think it was primary school, we wanted a change of our mathematics teacher. Had a very competent mathematics teacher who was teaching class 6 and he was able to teach class 8. Then our mathematics teacher was forced on us because he was the deputy headmaster. And we didn't like him and he wasn't doing a good job. So we proposed to the headmaster that they should switch. Let the deputy go to teach class 6 as us in class 8 have the best mathematics teacher, was called Mr. Manyuru. And so the deputy came to the class very angry. I hear you have reported me to the headmaster that I should go to class 6. So I'm willing to go, but to do the next assignment and bring the books. So we did the assignment, took the books. He brought back the books having marked and said, do the next assignment. So when it came to the third assignment, he said, no, we are not doing. So we warned everybody in class, nobody will do the assignment of that minister, of that Mr. Mukwana. Let him go wherever he is supposed to go. So when he came, he asked, who has finished my assignment? Nobody had done anything. He looked at the sharp students, can I ask? Nobody has done anything. He said, okay, so you people have refused to do assignment because you want me to go. Now I am not going. But of course, he eventually left and went to teach standard 6. But what I'm saying is that we must have a way out, not just to fight because we are fighting. We must give room for that, what needs to be done. And I think whatever that is happening in this country is not new, and we shouldn't treat it as new. We should, for us to deal with it, we must trace it to the root. And the root is what Jakindube keeps telling us. We changed people. And that reminds me, before Angera comes, the issue that is going on in Meru, okay? The constant impeachment of this same governor. They think by changing the person, the county will change. But if you are an MCA, your main job is to put policies that the governor should implement. Then those policies will bring development. But they have now zeroed all their energy focused on this woman. I don't know whether she's innocent or not. And fully grown men with beards are fighting a woman to just get rid of her so that they can have their way. I don't understand what's going on in Meru. I don't have the details. But from the fact that men are gathering all night to prepare to go impeach a woman first, second, third, and now the fourth, apana, there is something very wrong. And that something is coming from tutoe huyu mtu tuweke mtu mwingine. And like what Lala is saying, let's make the law work. Make the constitution work so that it doesn't matter who is in office. As long as the law is the one working, it will take care of everybody because the law is constant. But people will keep on changing. Now, to move away from that, like mmeambiwa kwamba bendera imeenda Suba. So watu wa Suba hawezi toka kwenda maandamano kwa sababu bendera imeenda. So they still have colonial mentality. At bendera imekuja ni heshima kubwa. Rais ametuheshimu akatuchakulia mtoto yetu. Kwa hivyo hatuwezi sema chochote kinyume na rais. That mentality need to go. That Oparanya salary will take care of Oparanya and his wives and the children. Will have zero as far as Kakamega County is concerned. And if Baraza does not perform, Oparanya cannot intervene now that he's in the cabinet. He cannot even help us fight Baraza. And so it is not an advantage for us to entrust an individual with our liberation. We must fight for the fully implementation of the constitution, and any obstacle to the implementation of that constitution need to be fought with everything we are and everything we have. Because when we establish the sovereignty of the constitution and the people of Kenya, we are good. We can even have the devil as president. But as long as he's following the law and the law is favoring the people, everything will work well. But if we think that by exchanging people, that is the solution, we have experimented 60 years. It has not worked. That reminds me.
Bernard.
Just a moment. That reminds me, you remember when Kibaki took over in 2002? There was a statement made by Michuki when there was this grandness of Raila saying he's violated the memorandum of understanding. And Michuki said, we wanted the constitution to be changed because one of us was not there. Now that one of us is there, we should not change the constitution. And it came, what do you mean one of us? Do you mean a Kikuyu or you mean opposition leader? So, yo kasumba iko. Yes, Jakindube.
Nilikuwa nataka kuongezea tu hapo kwamba kazi ile ambayo akiappoint cabinet minister, yeye hizo cabinet anapoint si zake, si ya serikali, si ya president, ni hizo position za Kenya. Anafanya tu, lakini si hawezi kusema eti ni za president, si zake, ni za Kenyans.
And that cabinet is supposed to serve everybody in Kenya, regardless of where you come from. So that appointment is not for Luya appointment. It is an appointment for the service Oparanya can render to the country and for the profiting of each and every Kenyan. Every Kenyan should have access to that office and be able to demand whatever he needs, whether it's from Wajir or from Marsabit or from Lam. It should not be a Luya thing. All the same, thank you very much. Quickly, Bwana Wangira, you can weigh on the matters at hand as we continue.
Oh, thank you. Oh, Bernard, I didn't mean to offend Themba Bernard, you know. I think he got offended. I didn't mean to offend him, but it was one way of expressing myself. So if he got offended, then I apologize. Bernard, let me just pick it up from where my brother Lala left it at. Bernard, you know, the Muzungu, Bernard, you know, since 1920 to 1963, ruled, you know, what was the Kenya, it was a colony and protectorate, you know, called Kenya, through what was then called divide and rule. And even, you know, this creation of tribes, Bernard, was, you know, a colonial construct. It was largely a colonial construct. So when Mzee Jomo Kenyatta took over as president of the Republic of Kenya, he picked up from where the Muzungu left and he continued with the divide and rule. And today we are in 2024, Bernard, and we are still, you know, seeing what we call dividing and ruling for purposes of what I call political expedience, self-preservation, Bernard. You know, anybody who was in this country on the 25th of June, Bernard, knew that, you know, this government had been pushed to the corner. Anybody who was in this country on the 25th of June knew that this government had been pushed to the corner. What have we seen, Bernard? We have seen, you know, the same old tactic of, you know, divide and rule, where you go and talk to one, you know, one kingpin, then he gives you like 2, 4 or 5 people from his political party or from his backyard, appoint them in government. Then, you know, the larger population from where he comes from, Bernard, starts now saying that they're in government. You know, when especially the Gensis, let me talk about the Gensis. When Gensis came out, you know, fighting, you know, their issues were very, very clear, Bernard, you know. They wanted, you know, they were questioning, you know, whether, you know, William Samoei Ruto, Bernard, was adhering to the rule of law. That's what they were questioning. They were questioning whether, you know, William Samoei Ruto was adhering to a democracy, Bernard. Those were the issues they were asking. They were asking issues on the human dignity, Bernard, issues on equality, Bernard, issues on social justice. You know, those were the issues that, you know, these were bringing up, Bernard. There were issues on human rights, Bernard, issues on good governance, especially corruption, Bernard. You know that corruption is a cancer in this country, you know. They were saying that, you know, they wanted to see a serious fight against corruption. They were talking about integrity. They wanted leaders with integrity, Bernard. They were talking about a transparent and accountable government, Bernard. And lastly, they wanted sustainable development. But what are we seeing, Bernard, in the last 3 weeks or so? You know, we have gone back to where we were in 1963, because, you know, William Samoei Ruto managed to talk, you know, the leader of ODM, Raila Odinga, to bring down the heat of the GNC, Bernard, by, you know, incorporating members of his political party into government. Now, Bernard, you know, I always use this analogy of losing, you know, the sight of an antelope on seeing a squirrel. Bernard, you know, today, especially members of my former party, ODM, having seen a squirrel, Bernard, they have lost the sight of an antelope. And when I talk about the sight of an antelope, I talk of things like, Bernard, the rule of law, things like democracy, things like human dignity, things like social justice, things like good governance, Bernard, things like integrity, transparency, accountability, Bernard, things like sustainable development, Bernard, because those should be the antelope I'm looking about. But to them now, what they matters to them is the squirrel in form of a small cloth, Bernard, that is flying on a car, of a car that is being renamed, or that one of their own is riding in, Bernard. So, you know, we are losing the larger picture, Bernard, because of divide and rule. And, you know, the reason why perhaps I could have reacted the way I reacted, Bernard, earlier here, is, Bernard, I've been following, you know, the conversation online, especially today. Now, you remember last year, and back to divide and rule, last year, Bernard, when some of us were on the streets, there was a section of the Kenyan community, Bernard, who were very happy when we were being clobbered. Very happy. Even on online, they were very happy. In fact, they were congratulating the policemen for doing good work. I believe you remember it. So it has become reverse, Bernard. Now, you know, now there's another section, Bernard, that is now congratulating the police for doing a good work, even when there are atrocities, Bernard. Even where there are atrocities, Bernard. That's what I call divide and rule. So unless we overcome this syndrome that we call divide and rule in this country, Bernard, we are not likely to reach what Raila Odinga used to call Canaan. Because, you know, the divide and rule, Bernard, seems to be the barrier between us and Canaan. So we must overcome the divide and rule. Because anytime we are nearly reaching Canaan, Bernard, the divide and rule things come in. And, you know, it's always dividing us, Bernard. In fact, there are people online who are now condemning the GNCs, seeing the GNCs as being a nuisance, Bernard. You know, for just articulating, Bernard, what they believe to be right for this country. So, I believe, our biggest disease now, Bernard, seems to be this issue that my brother Lala brought up, this thing called divide and rule, because every time we are being divided for purposes of being ruled. And you see now, the fire seems to be going down because, somebody has managed to divide us. And that's why perhaps he will be able to rule us longer than that. Let me just leave it at that, perhaps, and allow somebody else to come in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wangira. We appreciate that. And of course, your analogy of the antelope sounds very convincing, eh? Only that you're not showing us the antelope and how we would have actualized it through that means of running down the parliament, running down the state house, and then we are left with nobody in charge. How are we going to realize that antelope? I think that's the mystery behind this happening. And I don't see the wherever ODM officials joining cabinet as trying to, I think, divert Kenyans from what they are asking for. I could see it as a ceasefire program that is meant to, he who fights and runs lives to fight another day. And then, of course, we have those aspects of elements that would want to take advantage of the situation and do what we may hurriedly get into and become trapped in the same. For example, one of the things that is not very clear, I don't know, you will help me. If for example, the Ruto administration collapses and the military takes over, what is the exit from military rule back to civil rule? Is it at the whim of the person who will be leading that brigade, or there is a stipulated period of time that the military should hold and then hand over power? I don't remember any part of the constitution envisioning and expressly making that clear. And from the look of things, buying from what others have said, that a bad government is better than no government. Now, that's not my philosophy. I'm just saying what they have said. I think that it's better to midwife this and see whether we can save the child and the mother, or save the child and not lose both. That is what I see happening with all this. And it's just a postponement of a fight. It's not a withdrawal and a complete support of the ills. I don't think that is what is at play here. Mr. Wangira, what are you saying?
This is my opinion, and I'm basing it on the Constitution of Kenya. The Constitution of Kenya does not contemplate a situation where the military can take over. It doesn't. But the Constitution of Kenya, it contemplates a situation where the president can leave office, contemplates a situation where the deputy president can leave office, contemplates a situation where both the president and the deputy president can be out of office, and what could happen when both of them are out of office. That's what the Constitution contemplates. So this issue of saying that the military takes over, Bernard, in a democracy like Kenya, to me, it sounded more like a propaganda. People who were anti-Gen Zs, were trying to sell, that particular propaganda as form of fear. But within the Kenyan setup, even within the American setup where my brother Lala stays, there's no, their constitution does not contemplate a situation where, the American army can take over. It only contemplates a situation where perhaps the president will leave office, or perhaps the vice president can leave office, and what happens when they leave office. Because there could be a situation where both the president and the deputy president are not there. Then what happens? There are clear questions in the Kenya 2010 constitution, Bernard, what happens when we don't have a president and the vice president, or when the president goes and the vice president, because of one or two reasons, cannot, undertake, the roles of the president. So, the issue of military taking over, Bernard, that was a creation of somebody else, Bernard, for purposes of propaganda and for purposes of spreading fear. That would be my point.
Mr. Wangira, don't be quick on that. Lala, we are coming to you. It's a reality that we must face and be able to use it to judge what is happening, because you're giving us the ideal situation where the president becomes incapacitated while he's in office or deceased while he's in office. The constitution says the deputy will take over for the remaining part of the term. And we have seen that happen with the governors. When the governor dies in office, the deputy runs the remaining part of the term. But the aspect whereby the president and the deputy are kicked out of office, not systematical, not formally, because formally is the deputy takes over. If the deputy is not there, the speaker takes over and then organizes elections. That is clearly there. But now, if these two are chased from office, the speaker has not taken over, the military has taken charge of the country, because, of course, the excuse usually is instability and anarchy that has taken place by the overthrowing of the current president. So what scenario do we create there? How do we navigate from there? To me, that's a matter that we cannot just brush off and say it is media creation, because we have seen military take over in Burkina Faso, in Niger, and the other places. Is it a new phenomenon? And what if it happens? How do we? My really problem is not even the military taking over. My really problem is when they take over, how long will they stay there? Do we have any law we can use to force them out of that space? Because we have seen that in Nigeria, where somebody comes in by military coup and stays forever. We've seen that in Uganda, where people conquer, get in, and they can't get out. And they would rather turn themselves into civilian than end the military rule. Could this be some of the factors that necessitated the kind of measures that were taken? That's something that we should look at. Lala and then Jakindu Bay before we go to Wangira.
Wangira, the U.S. Constitution is also very interesting. The Second Amendment is about right to bear arms. Yani hiyo Amerikano wanapenda magani. And nimesema hapa, guns in America is about protecting the Constitution. Okay, so and it is put in a way that at the formation of the country, the founding of the nation, see, many of them ran away from dictators in Europe to come and establish a country where no one was going to take away their right to vote, right to their constitution. So that gun, people buy it not to protect themselves from thieves, but the Second Amendment is to fight the government if they try to take away their rights. Right now in Kenya, if in the US, all Kenyans would have been having guns going to the State House. That's how the Constitution of the US is framed. Okay. So in other words, the whole democracy is pegged on that right to vote, that voice of a single person, that no one should ever steal that voice. So that's why that Second Amendment is there. So there's a difference. Usually when a military take over, the first thing has to go is the Constitution is suspended. They don't want to hear about that Constitution. Then they have a junta or they have a council, whether they call them redemption council, whatever one you want to use it. That's become the law of the land. They create their own laws. They may make some few things here and there, but it's military law that the leaders will come up with, and then they decide how long they'll stay in power, and they can change it because they come in the name of the gun, okay, to rescue and save all of us. So when they come in, it's a new ball game. Your voice, you'll have to be quiet. All of us will have to be quiet. Hopefully there'll be like Traore, who is able to be a benevolent, in what he does and help build democratic, processes in the nation. So we want to stay away from military as much as possible. But Kenyans had the chance. We have the chance to tell Ruto and anyone else that we, the people, we are the one with power to do it. But what do we do here? Baba did this, Baba done that. And what are we doing? We are afraid and scared, peeing in our pants, instead of standing for the truth that we know. It's our constitution. There is nowhere we are going if we don't run and walk with that constitution in our hand. If we let it, Ruto's constitution, then expect sisi tutakuwa na shida hii ambayo tuko nayo. Ni lazima nafikiri hata British yenyewe hata haina constitution, lakini watu wanajua to internalize the constitution na wanaendelea tu kama nchi, wana respect the law, wanaende kazi inaendelea. Nani hiyo idea that we are collectively joined together under a document called Constitution that we must obey, which Miley, Bernard, maybe you need to play that very carefully, that in the United States, we don't bow to dictators, we don't bow to kings and monarchs, we run away from that. We bow to the Constitution, not a man, not a woman. And I think Kenya should move in that direction. That's the only way. And I thought this is what we are fighting for, okay? As long as it's a constitution, but if it's a man or a clique of people or others that are using this moment to be able to regroup as a ethnic society group, hiding, behind the Gen Zs, because there are people who are doing that, I pray that Gen Zs will not succumb to such kind of mindset. Because there's a lot of things that are going on underneath that I think we have to be on the watch out and make sure that we stay true to what we want as Kenyans so that we can have a country that is governed by the law. Thank you.
Okay.
Back to you.
So, thank you, Reverend Lala. Briefly before Jakindu Bay takes one moment, tulipe bills, tafadhali. Tulipe bills, use those details to send in your contribution to support the channel. M-Pesa number is +254 45 45 85. Bernard is the name. I have not seen any notification coming through. Please, naona Masandi Ohoye na katika is 23 minutes after 2 a.m. East African time. I will soon be signing out and wait for if Stony PK will come to continue with the show, then it will be good. If not, mimi niko karibu kungatuka. Lakini tafadhali, iyo M-Pesa nione, support channel, support if you believe in what we're doing and you are in support of the same. Let's just do it the way we do it traditionally. We have recurrent bills that we cannot avoid to pay no matter what we do. And usually I encourage people to, through their own free will and commitment in securing what we are doing, please act now. Those who are using the local arrangement, which is the till number, is 516575. You can screenshot that so that you don't mix numbers when you're sending your contribution. Asante sana. So it's the till number, that's M-Pesa, buy goods and services, till number 516575, or M-Pesa direct line +254 45 45 85. Bernard is the name. Asante sana. I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you for the support. Jakindube, take it.
Asante sana Bernard. Mimi nilikuwa nataka kusema kwamba unajua ingawaje tunasema mambo hapa, tunasema kwamba kuna vitu fulani tutafanyaje. Unajua vile tunazungumza tu kama vile wakoloni walikuwa wanasema. Wakati tunataka uhuru, wakoloni walikuwa nasema kutakuwa na anarchy. Kenya wataanza kupigana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Hawa watu hawajui. Wazungu wengi sana hata Wahindi walikimbia kutoka Kenya kwamba ni anarchy. Sasa saa hii vile vile sisi tunasema Ruto akiwa kicked out, Gachagua ameenda, itakuwa ni anarchy. Anarchy gani? Anarchy na hawajatolewa na jeshi, wametolewa na wananchi wenye ambao hao ndio wanapawa. Mimi ninasema watu kama kina Ruto au utawala mbaya inafanyika because we like it. Sisi tunapenda hiyo utawala mbaya. Kwa sababu kama hatupendi utawala mbaya, ni kumwambia tu huyo mtu toka na tunaweka mtu mwingine. Na kumwambia utafuata hizi sheria. Unajua tukimtoa na tumwambie huyu mtu fuata hizi sheria, that person will work. Atafanya kazi kwa sababu anajua hata yeye tutamngoa. So hii mambo ya kuogopa ati sisi sasa huyu tukimtoa kitu gani tutafanya? No, hakuna mtu ana hakika kesho ataamka. Hawi sure lini kwamba kesho utaamka. Unasema tu eti nitaenda, lakini saa nyingine utaamka hujui. So everything we do, we take risky. So anytime we do something, we take risky. Kusema ukweli, hujui kitu gani unaanza kufanya ukiwa huko. Leo mimi nilikuwa kwa gari, nilijaribu kutoka kwa gari, karibu nigonge mama. Sio niliwa nimeweka handbrake, sijui kitu gani ilifanyika. Gari ikaanza kumu. Na mimi sikuwa unajua kama ningemgonga singejua, nilitoka nyumbani kama najua siwezi kufanya kitu kama hiyo. So nasema tuacheni woga tuache. Hii ndio maana saa zote tukitaka kufanya kitu inatufanya hata tunaanza kugawana. Unaona sasa kuna vitu vingine chini ya maji wanasema hawa wengine wameanza kujigroup, wanaweka jinsi mbele lakini wanajigroup. Unaona hapo tumeanza kuwa woga, tunashindwa hata kufanya kile kitu tunatakiwa kufanya. Mimi ninasema siku zote, siku ile sisi kama wa Kenya ama wa Afrika tutachoka na kuwa na viongozi ambao ni mediocre, tutakuwa na viongozi wazuri na tutajiongoza vizuri. Lakini kama bado tunataka tu hii mambo ya kuogopa, mambo ya hii haitatusaidia. Manake hata hao wanajeshi, kuna wanajeshi wengine ambao manake hao wanajeshi ni watu tu kama sisi. Kuna watu wengine Taure anashinda hao tumewachagua kwa democracy, anawashinda mara ngapi? Amekaa pale muda mfupi, watu wao wanaheshimiwa, hata yeye anaheshimiwa na watu. Kwa sababu inadepend na mtu anaangalia watu wake, policy zile ni kuna ubinadamu. Hii mambo ya kukimbilia, unajua kitu kinatuua, tumekimbilia sana mambo ya pesa. Tunaweka pesa mbele. Unaona? Hii tunaambiwa kuna hawa wanaitwa capitalism. Sisi tumeweka capitalism mbele kuliko social. Unaona? Ndio maana mimi nasema Bernard, siku tukipata, kama tuko wazima, kama tungeweza kupata serikali ambayo iko na hospitali ambayo mtu unaenda unatibiwa vizuri na unachukua dawa unaenda nyumbani, na mtoto anaenda shule bila kulipa chochote, anaenda shule, ukienda anaenda shule nzuri. Hata kuiba, hata hivi unaona watu wanaiba itapungua, kwa sababu saa zingine kuna watu wengine ambao hawana hiyo nia ya kuiba, lakini saa zingine anaiba kwa sababu mtoto wake yuko hospitali. Mtoto ni mgonjwa, mama yake ni mgonjwa, bibi yake ni mgonjwa, hana kitu chochote ya kufanya. So kuna vitu vingine lazima tuweke msingi, vitu ambavyo vitamfanya mtu usione haja ya kuiba, kwa sababu uone kwamba kila kitu kipo, kwa sababu kitu ambayo inatudhuru sana ni chakula, elimu na hiyo magonjwa, ukiwa kama unaweza, ukiwa mgonjwa unaenda hospitali, huwezi kunani. Waingereza kuna vitu vingi sana hawafanyi bibi vitu ndogo ndogo, kwa sababu anajua akienda hospitali anatibiwa, anajua mtoto wake anaenda shule mpaka amalize, asumbuki sana. Akifika university anapewa grant, akimaliza atajilipia. Scotland hawalipi mpaka umalize shule, ulipi. So hizi vitu ni vitu ambazo tunaweza kufanya kwa sababu tuko na rasilimali nyingi. Kenya tuko na dhahabu kwa wingi, tuko na mambo nani zingine vizuri tu ambazo tunaweza tukazifanya, tukaziuza, tukagharamia na kodi zetu na tusipoiba kodi yetu inaweza kutugharimia hizo vitu zote, na Kenya tuishi vizuri. Hakuna mtu Mkenya yote atakimbilia kwenda kufanya kazi nje. So hizi vitu ni sisi wenyewe ndio tunatakiwa, sisi wenyewe wa Kenya tuamue kwamba hatutaki kitu kama hii, tunataka kitu kama hii. Tunataka wote tufuate sheria. Unajua hii sheria ukifuata kila kitu itakuwa sawa, lakini wa Kenya tunaweka sheria na tufuati hiyo sheria, tunaiweka lakini hatuifuati sisi. Mfano mliona siku ile Ruto alisema hii mambo ya Harambee tumewachana na hatufanyi, lakini yeye ndio mtu wa kwanza kuiharibu. Saa hiyo weekend yeye ndio mtu wa kwanza kuharibu. So unaona. Asante Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Jakindube. And ladies and gentlemen, we must begin to wrap up. Kabla Wangira aingie, wacha tusikilize hii tuone tofauti kati yetu and what happened in Bangladesh on the same issues that we are raising, wherever they take off or Yvonne Okwara on the same. But I will only say this. Let's be vigilant. Let's remain focused on the fight. If we want change, we must be prepared to fight and bring that change to pass. And in the fight for change, we must also allow time for that particular change to happen. You don't get pregnant today and you want to see your child tomorrow and succeed in having both. No. So there are things that will take a process. There are things that you can allow for them to remain until it is time for them to be dealt with. Especially when we are fighting and there's so many wars at the same time, we get divided. And so at times ceasefire is important for re-strategizing and re-embarking on the same fight. A fight for a better Kenya has been here. Martin Shkuku fought until he died. George Anyona and all those wherever people who fought, who wanted the social Kenya, what Jakindube is talking about. But the capitalists said, no, we will not have any of that. JM Kariuki and the rest of the people. So let's not look at this as is a do and die issue. If we lose it, it's over. No, we fight our own. We can hand over the baton for someone else to keep in the fight, because realizing a better Kenya will not come easy, but it is possible. So let's keep hope alive and ensure that we invest towards the same. And civic education, like right now, I think we should ensure that we are full-fledged behind ensuring every eligible voter is getting the IDs. ID is important. From the ID, the voter's card. Then thereafter, how do we secure our votes? Because we are always rigged out. The ghost polling stations. Do we have sufficient time to force IEBC to gazette the polling stations? Can we have sufficient team to go around the country and visit all those polling stations and be sure they are all valid polling stations? Or there are 10,000 ghost polling stations where rigging takes place that only appear in the total outcome of the elections, but they are never there. They are in a bush school that never exists, and things like that. Now that we have all this information on our hands, what are we using that information for? To me, that is more advantageous than just as, getting angry and then, of course, looking for who to blame and heap blame upon the other. let us take serious. Kama tunataka kubadilisha Kenya, tuibadilishe. Na tutaibadilisha kwa matendo. Sio kwa kuongea tu, kwa matendo. Tufanye nini? Who do we have at, who do we place at the registrar of persons to check for us? Why is there a delay in the registrar of persons? Is it political? Is it deliberate? Is it that the machine is not working? Why is the machine not working? Let's be practical about this. But if we only, want to meet, get angry, express our anger, and cool down, then it will only be that. Get angry, express your anger, and then cool down. But practical measures must be put in place. As we fight Ruto now, we should also having a forecast. Hapo mbeleni, tutahitaji kwenda kwa ballot. Tukienda kwa ballot, tutaenda VP. Are we going with the same corrupt IEBC or we need it to be overhauled? If it's going to be overhauled, what measures do we put in place to make sure that it is overhauled? Then all those things must come at play. So isikwe tu Gen Z tunakutana, tunapanga maandamano, tunaenda maandamano. We can do that for the next 3 years. And then we'll still be caught unawares. By the time we are going to vote, we don't have voters card. Wale watu mlisema ni Generation X na Generation Boomers, wao ndio wako na ID bado na wako na ukoloni mambo yao. Hao pia wanaenda kuvotia mkoloni wao.
There is something that, for example, we don't need registration of voters. We have IDs. We use that for M-Pesa, the ID everywhere in the world. The driver's license, that's what you use for, to vote. Why would we spend money, billions of money in the IEBC for nothing when actually people are known? And we can do a lot of things at this time with all what we have, the data we have. So there are a lot of things that can be done. These are just thieves trying to, IEBC is just a group of con women and con men there to disrupt Kenya.
So, thank you. I don't want to take much time. Our time is really spent. We need to begin to be wrapping up. So immediately after this, Mr. Wangira, you can take over, make your submission. And just a reminder, let's pay our bills, tafadhali. Don't ignore the call. It's important at this point in time.
Over the years, some Kenyans have developed some sense of exceptionalism. It could never happen here, we say. Could never be us. And perhaps this is also a stance adopted by our leaders. That is why it would seem they have moved on from the events of the last 2 months or so. But we are not special. What is happening elsewhere could very well easily happen here. When protesters burned down parliament in Burkina Faso 10 years ago in 2014, I doubt that anyone there could have anticipated that event that changed the country's future. You see, the people went out on the street because of the president's attempt to remove constitutional term limits. Burkina Faso, just like Kenya, had been known as a relatively stable country economically. The protesters there termed it a constitutional coup, urging the leaders to follow the constitution. Does that sound familiar? Okay, let's talk about Sri Lanka now, in 2022, where protests broke out precipitated by an economic crisis. Inflation, cost of living, and cost of food and fuel products were at the heart of the protests. Members of cabinet resigned. The president told the nation that the protests had been infiltrated by extremist forces. Sounds similar? And then there is Bangladesh. Now, international media termed the protest there as a Gen Z revolution, a protest triggered by civil service quotas, which became much bigger in the end. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, even after surviving previous protests, surprisingly resigned and fled the country with some members of her family. An associate professor of government from Cornell University, Sabrina Karim, said, and I quote, "It might very well be the first ever successful Gen Z-led revolution." Why am I highlighting these examples? Well, I'm no fearmonger, but the similarities exist. What is happening in Kenya is not unique. The issues facing the young people, and indeed entire populations here, are no different from around the world. The economy, unemployment, cost of living are as much a concern here as anywhere else. The lesson? Ignore these issues and the people at your own peril. And our leaders would do well to watch and learn. So as they seemingly move on and claim to have solved the problem with all manner of terms such as inclusive and broad-based government, the one question they need to keep asking themselves is, have they really solved the problem? Even if they claim that the more recent protests have not been as prominent as they were in June, the question is, do the young people feel like their needs have been addressed? The people express their views, and when they don't feel heard, they will find a way to make themselves heard. And the echo chamber that politicians and leaders continue to create for themselves, where they are their own biggest cheerleaders, is no longer tenable. You see, leadership is a social contract to the people, and the people know it. The more aware they are of this, the more difficult it becomes for government to do things its own way. Leaders with deaf ears are facing extinction. Citizens are more demanding, more enlightened. Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Burkina Faso all learned this the hard way. If we ignore June 25th and the events before and after that, then Kenya could very easily be headed the same way. We're not special. That's my take tonight.
Thank you, Bernard. Let me just pick it up from there. And I want to use Bangladesh as the case study of my presentation. And I'll do it in less than 3 minutes. Bernard, what happened in Bangladesh was what I'll call an uprising, a citizenry uprising. And what has been the consequences of this particular uprising? Because I want to debunk this myth of military. Because the military in Bangladesh, in Dhaka, if you watch, were there and they were pro-people. In fact, the Prime Minister, Sheikh Hasina, wanted the military to intervene and the military refused because it was pro-people. And what she did, in fact, they are saying that she resigned, but I'm not very sure whether she initially resigned, because what we knew is that she fled Dhaka towards India. So what are we seeing as the consequences of her fleeing Bangladesh and eventually resigning, what they are calling resigning? We have not seen the army in Bangladesh taking over. The army in Bangladesh has not taken over. In fact, the person who has taken over in Bangladesh as the caretaker, as the head of the caretaker government, is a gentleman I respect called Mohammed Yunus. Mohammed Yunus is the founder of a bank that was called Graham Bank, if you remember the Graham Bank. And the world knows him as the father of the microfinance. He's the guy that is now leading the caretaker government in Bangladesh. He's not a military man, he's a civilian. So, I still believe that within the context of the Kenya Constitution 2010, there is no room for the army to take over. Everything is very well set, that in the eventuality that even if the citizens were to force the president and his deputy to resign, then Nane-Nane and Bernard, the army will not take over. We know who is in the line to take over. It will be either the Speaker or the Chief Justice of the Republic, who will take over as they lead, the nation into fresh election.
Can I step in a little bit? I agree with you, Angera, that there's no provision for the army to take over. But the Constitution gives power to we the people. So we the people can choose which direction they go. In other words, they might invite the army, and the army coming in, usually they come in to rescue we the people. We the people call them because they feel like they can't continue on. So they're yielding to the voice of we the people because now they're taking back power from those who they donated that power to. And that is a murky area for sure, because it's usually those moments that people take advantage of a country, but all countries, I don't think there's a place where they say military should come in. But they usually come in because of the voices. Like right now, it's as if we are calling them to come and take over. And I think Bernard is basically raising the issue, do we know what we are getting into? There's no difference between Kenya and other countries in terms of when the military should be able to come in. They were never meant to come in. They're supposed to be fighting external war. But it is we the people who own that constitution that can say, no, you come in. Back to you, Wangera.
You know, I'm using a very basic case study of Bangladesh that's this week. Something that just happened this week. And I'm telling you that, you know, in Bangladesh, you know, if it was about the army coming in, it could have come in. Why is it that, you know, the person leading the caretaker government in Bangladesh is not the military, but a civilian called Mohammed Yunus? You know, that is the basic question that I'm asking.
Mr. Wangira, I think that is just a moment, Lala. One moment.
Okay.
That is the ideal situation. We could say the matter in Bangladesh did not escalate to a level whereby there was need for military intervention. One of the factors going for the Bangladesh situation is their political alignment. Okay, the political alignment was still intact in the sense that the people who are opposed to the outgoing prime minister and of course their attempt for them to get in power several times losing the elections, they were still in put. And if you remember, after the prime minister wherever fleeing the country, it is the political class, the political leaders that came together to chart the way forward for the country. Now, in our situation right now, if this country goes to rampage, who can call it to order? Whose voice will they listen to? And come down so that we can organize an interim administration. They cannot even allow Wetangula to succeed Ruto for 90 days because Wetangula is the number one disappointment to the Kenyans. Almost everybody in the political class is smelling bad in the eyes of Kenyans. And so when things fall apart, who will call the country to order and lead the transition?
Bernard, you know, me, I deal with case studies. And, you know, I'm dealing with a very recent one, Bernard. When this lady called Sheikh Hasina, you know, fled from, you know, Bangladesh, you know, the person who addressed the nation on that day was the head of the military, the head of the army. Do you want to tell me that the head of the army did not, you know, aspire to become the leader of the government? Why did he allow the civilian to take over, Bernard? Because he understood, Bernard.
No, Mr. Wangira, you are giving a case study, okay? But what we need here and what I asked for, what does our constitution say? Do we have any express? And one of the reasons why we should not even contemplate that military approach is because it has no exit deadlines. That means we can be there 50 years, we can be there 20 years. We have had those kind of happenings. We have a case study in Uganda. We have several cases in Nigeria, Kinababangida, and the other military coup leaders who took over and couldn't allow civic leadership until they were put on sanctions, and the international community came forcefully to force them to conduct an election. So we are talking a scenario whereby I'm saying that Bangladesh was lucky that at that time, including political party players, came together and they form what? A transitional government. At this point in time, right now in this country, with the current setting of our politics, do we have those sober minds that Kenyans will listen to and say, let us all calm down and let us now look the way forward? Do we have that leadership structure? Does that
Bernard,
leadership enjoy constitutional protection? If it doesn't, then we are going to experiment with a place we have never been before, and we don't know how to get out of the place. So we rather save the day and do what? Prepare. And some of these things that are rising up need to be addressed. The parliamentarians need to ventilate into these areas and address them conclusively. My suggestion was we need to have a constant caretaker council of elders, that when we vote in a wrong person, these council of elders will take over and form a call for another elections. This business of leaving one person become alpha and omega, and it becomes impossible to deal with the person simply because he was sworn in, that needs to come to an end with William Ruto. So our constitution needs to expressly make these things clear, not for them to remain gray, because remaining gray is putting us in a mess.
Bernard,
Yes.
let me tell you something, and this is my position. You can choose to agree with it or disagree with it. The talk of the military, Bernard, was just a scarecrow. And I repeat that it's a scarecrow because it's not anticipated anywhere within the Kenyan constitution that they can take over leadership. It's not anticipated. Again, let me tell you one thing, Bernard, even in a scenario where, for example, that, perhaps, the president was forced to resign, and perhaps the deputy president was forced to resign, and, there was a likelihood that people were saying that, there was a vacuum, Bernard. We already have the Supreme Court of Kenya, Bernard. And one role of the Supreme Court of Kenya, Bernard, is to give an opinion. The Supreme Court of Kenya can always give an opinion on the way forward. I remember in 2013, Bernard, there was this issue over the date of election. We were supposed to have conducted our elections in August 2012. And this issue, I remember it went to the Supreme Court, and they gave an opinion that we conduct our elections on the 9th of March 2013. So there's no vacuum here. We have the Supreme Court that can always play the role of guiding the nation, Bernard.
Bernard, I don't think it's saying there's a vacuum. The vacuum is not there. I think the issue here is that when there seems to be a change, when a change comes, especially in Kenya, the culture that Jakindu has described, the kind of people we are, that's the problem, because we will not allow for that orderliness, especially when we know that if Ruto is gone, Gachagua is going to be there, and if Gachagua is not there, then Wetangula is going to be there. Those are the issues. This is why the voice of we the people is important. We got to be able to be a place where we listen. When we say no is a no, the country doesn't want you. Do not should have been gone. So I think changing our culture is really important, because that way we can be constitutional. We can adhere to the constitution. But right now, Kenya, they don't even believe in resigning. They don't. So they're all looking for space. Even those military people, they want to get into power. This is a problem. So I think let's talk of yes. It's very, very clear right now that if the whole government goes the way we the people want, elections should automatically be enacted. Okay. The question is, who are the people who are going to guide us through that process? Are they the same people who have been giving us a hard time, shooting us and doing all these things to us? Yeah, and they're the ones still there. So we may be naive to look at things just as easy, but they're not as easy. But if we are united the way young people have, came together and all of us work together, then it's easy. Everything is clear. It's just the mindset of Kenyans is the problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Reverend Lala. It's not necessarily the mindset of Kenyans, is that there is something wrong with the 2010 constitution when it comes to the seat of power, its transition, and the protection of the same. There are some gray areas that must be addressed, and there are conclusive decisions that must be taken. We cannot surrender the management of the country to an individual, giving him power to an extent whereby it's almost impossible to impeach him. And when he violates the constitution, he has pocketed the parliament, he has pocketed the judiciary. So Kenyans feel helpless. That matter needs to be debated. That matter needs to be looked at properly so that we have different avenues out of this mess. If this fails, what do we do?
Bernard, to an extent, I agree, but then I disagree with you. Kenyans, even if the law is clear, they will either they're scared, they'll not follow it, because right now, who cares? Ruto lost an election, violation of the constitution is going on, but Kenyans are okay with it. It's a cultural thing, it's a mindset, it's a psychological problem. That if we can overcome that, things will be fine. If I know that if I cut the line, nobody will let me stay. But Kenyans, you go to the hospital and somebody will come late and they'll go in the front and they will get treated and people are standing there. It can't happen here. The time you came, you wait on line till your time is. But in Kenya, as long as you have the money, you got this, you get first preference. That's the problem. It's a mindset of us Kenyans, because if we put into practice our constitutions and the law, things will be fine. Ruto should not have even be in that office. He had some criminal stuff in his past, okay? Gachagua should not be there, but do we care? Look at all these guys with all this stack of money, becoming CSS, how they got their money. Nobody's asking those questions. And it's almost like it's a window dressing. It's almost like dramatics. They're just dramatizing, democracy. There's no democracy in Kenya. That's what I think. Back to you, Bernard.
Thank you. I agree with you. Our mentality and especially the mystery of governance. Unajua serikali imekuwa siri kali sana in Kenya. Imelindwa kama top secret, and it has been a secret society issue. So there is a cultural way of revering the presidency to a level whereby it's now spiritual and things like that. So for us to move away from that, it is good that we have this openness and a capability to speak out clearly and beginning to unmask the mystery that has been used by previous administration to scare people away from asking questions, especially to those in power. You remember there were days when the flag was not to be touched by any Kenyan. There was a time when the raising of the flag in the village affected everybody, and that fear, we have not been delivered from the same. And it is a very good tool that the government always invokes when it wants to save its skin from the people. But I believe as enlightenment continues, civic education takes place, what I want is let's take the front seat in ensuring that we inform Kenyans widely in understanding this. And our operations should not be, having this touch not, talk not. Let's have an expressway. If there is a problem with the seat of power, let's call it as it is. And then How do we fix
Very
it
much.
when things are not working the way we ought to work? We swear you in for 5 years, yes, but half the way you are not doing what we swore you in. What should be done? Okay, an impeachment. This impeachment, do we have a free parliament that can do the impeachment? And look the way the structure is, that the National Assembly does what? Does the impeachment, then hands it over to the Senate. Then the Senate does investigation. Then it invites the president to defend himself. And if he convinces them that he has not done anything wrong, he goes back to power. So it's just a circus from the look of things. We need a dog that can bite, not this dog of going to amekunywa maziwa huku tunaenda huku kumpatia mfupa tukimwambia usirudie kukunywa maziwa. That should not be the case. Jakim Bey.
Mimi nasema from today nataka kuanza kucampaign kwamba we should have a parliamentary system. Is better kama Australia. Is better, is the best. Mimi vile nimeangalia president haitusaidii na chochote. Is kitu ni mbovu, haina faida kwetu. Inafaa kitu inatufaa kama nimeangalia kitu ambayo inafaa ni parliamentary system whereby huyo prime minister anakuwa questioned kila siku na hana hiyo uwezo wa kuweza kuyumba na vitu. Unaona, ni rahisi sana kumtoa, ni rahisi sana kusema hatukutaki, you are not doing things vizuri. So kitu ambayo inafaa na mimi vile nimeangalia serikali nyingi za Kiafrika zimetilia hii mkazo wa president. Hii president haitufai, it doesn't. Kwa sababu saa zingine inatufanyia tunachagua hata president mzee ambaye hawezi hata kujibu maswali. Tunatakikana tuwe na prime minister. Australia ni nchi kubwa sana na iko tu na prime minister. Hiyo tu ndio inatawala. Nani vile namna hiyo. Nani Canada iko na prime minister. Hiyo ndio naweza kusema. Hata India kuna president lakini prime minister ndio tunamjua. Hiyo ndio kitu naona itaweza. Mimi nataka kucampaign. Hiyo ndio tuwe nayo. Tutoe hii takataka nyingi, sijui kuna president wadogo kama hawa magavana wanatusaidia na nini? Hawa watu wanachukua pesa zetu za bure, pesa ambazo zingekuwa zinalipa za hospitali, za shule, tunalipa hawa watu. Zamani tu wakati hawa watu hawakuweka, hatakuwa na maendeleo. Mimi nafikiri we should go back to drawing board, tuangalie kabisa kama hii constitution hii ambayo tulijichukulia, kwa sababu sielewi kwa Kenya. Mimi sielewi hii kitu, ndio inanichindaga. America ni continent nzima, ni Africa. Ndio maana wako na governor hao ni kama presidents wa hizo states. Alafu sisi tunachukua kitu ya continent tunakuja kuweka kwa country moja. I mean, kweli, is that really practical? Kweli kama nani county ya Amerika moja economy yao inashinda nchi yetu, alafu sisi tunachukua hiyo system tunaweka tunakuwa na 46 counties ambazo ni 46 governors. Jamani, hii mambo ya kusoma eti sisi kwa Kenya tumesoma, sielewi kwa sababu hiyo ni system ambayo mimi siko ni hiyo ujuzi sana kama wengine wamesoma wako na degree nyingi. Mimi siwezi kufanya kitu. Hata wakati nilisikia ilinichangaza sana vile Wakenya wanaelewa hiyo. Na hii sasa wameshikilia ni kama ndio kitu inawaletea maendeleo. Hakuna kitu ilikuwa inatukataza kuwa na maendeleo, kwa sababu tuko na leaders ambao hawafikiri, walikuwa hawajui kitu gani wanatakiwa wafanye kwa nchi yao. Kwa sababu Moi alikuwa anasema ati dunia gani? dunia. Kenya ni dunia. Kenya ni nchi. So hao tumekuwa na Kenyatta hakuwa kiongozi ambaye alikuwa anajua anaangalia nchi yetu kwa miaka 100 ijayo. Hakuwa anaangalia hivyo. Yeye alikuwa na jali tu kama anafikiri huko danger unasafirishwa unawawa. Kwa sababu ndio maana viongozi wale walikuwa wazuri waliwawa around him, walikufa. So hii upuzi wa kuwaua watu hii hatujamalizana nayo ya kuwa na ubaya na watu wenye akili. Mtu ambaye anaweza kuwaletea tija katika nchi yenu mnamaliza. Hii hii kasumba tuwe tuna prime minister. Hata tutakuwa na nchi nzuri, hii fujo ya kuwa president haitakuweko tena. Hatutakuwa na hii mambo ya eti kura yangu imeibiwa. Hakuna. There will be nothing like that. Kwa sababu ile chama ambayo iko na watu wengi ndio atakuwa na prime minister. And that's it.
Okay, sawa. Yeah, that is okay. Nataka kuacha mkiendelea na mdahalo, mimi naondoka. Tony PK amekuja ataendeleza. Ningependa tu kukumbusha kwamba tuache kuzungumza masuala ya 2027 in terms of Ruto amejizolea kura sijui za Nyanza sijui za wapi. It is too early to do that. Moi alikuwa amechukua kura za Nyanza in 2002 when Raila was made Secretary General of New Kano. But what happened? 3 months to election, the whole story changed and everything turned around. So the issue that this is gone, Ruto will be in power still 2032 and 2040. It's just naive approach. As much as you want to be what you're calling realistic, politics, a day in politics is a long time. It's a long time. So now in 2027, nobody knows how these things will play out. Those who are friends today will be enemies, and those who are enemies today will be friends. Let's focus on making Kenya better and workable. And I support what Jakindube is saying. These are the things that walisema tupitishe alafu tutabadilisha. In 2010, those of you who remember, the constitution has a problem, yes. It will create a crisis, yes. But it is better than what we had before. Let's pass it, then fix it, then it is done. So some of these dynamics, you know, the presidential system was good, but it looks like it is not working in Kenya in the sense that it's not making every Kenyan access what they should access. So as clean as the constitution is, as good as the constitution is, our own cultural and behavior and our tribalistic approach to things, and you see the way we are celebrating a piece of paper called flag, other than asking questions, what does the constitution require for me to get from this and that? So to me, it's about time we have that conversation. And it's important that we relook at the constitution and see, we don't need 47 counties. We don't need them at all. We don't need 47 governors. We don't have budget for them. We don't have capacity for them. And their work is what I don't know. We should not have more than 12 counties in this country. Not 47. 47 was Kibaki's and Wako's creation. That was meant to make what? Was meant to make the devolution to fail. Okay, it was meant to make devolution fail so that we revert back to the central system. In fact, it's a miracle that we still have a devolution 10 years later. It was meant to die the first year because too many governors, too many counties, too many jobs, too many. We need, Aimba there says 47 MPs. Yes, I want those counties to become constituencies. And then everybody runs with a running mate. So we have double, 92 members of parliament. Case closed. No women rape, no nothing. Everybody runs a pair, male, female. So tukienda no maneno ya gender rule. And then these other things, kina nani hawa MCS, they will now be having their wards, okay, as part of the constituency, sub counties or sub member, whatever, county councils and all that, so that there is no need of dividing the country to so many segments that are not understandable. We have Wajir, we have Marsabit, we have Garissa, you have Isiolo, all of them in the same environment. Same climatical problem, same population problem, same... I mean, what really happens to us as Kenyans? Do we need things to fail and work them to fail because we must have our way? So let's open the conversation. Tony PK, nimekuona uko wapi? Mimi na ngatuka. Reverend Lala, take it. Kama Stony PK akuji tunafunga. Ni saa 9 masaa Afrika Mashariki, lazima ningatuke.
Mimi Gwairini.
Zikiliza Reverend Lala ndio uende wewe. Mzee wetu wa nguvu.
Nataka kwenda kulala. Wajua, I don't know what you guys think, but you know, tulijua election was stolen. Na baba alishinda, lakini stolen, yani ushindi wake ilichukuliwa. Kwa nini tulijua? Tulijua kwa sababu kulikuwa na nani? Mtu huko ndani. Au kungekuwa na mtu ndani, hatungejua chochote. Hata wakati huu, I don't want to say much. So let's do what we need to do and let's see what happens. So don't go ahead of everybody. Tachomeka. Asante. Back to you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Reverend Lala. We appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, we must call it a day. I really want to appreciate every one of you for being part and parcel of the success of this great show. Please, we continue to urge you to keep sharing the link with everybody in your life. Recruit as many subscribers as you can to this channel. I believe the conversations here are helping shape the future of this country. Let's not relent. The struggle continues. Kenya must be made better than it is. We must leave behind a country that our children and our children's children will enjoy. That is a great assignment that we cannot toy around with. So when we are losing our sleep and raising our voices, is because of that better Kenya. That better Kenya means better life for every Kenyan. And to me, that is greater than anyone getting a flag or anyone getting an escort vehicle. We must all get back to asking what happened to Kenya for all Kenyans. What happened to Kenya that has working healthcare system, free quality healthcare, free quality education, free and whatever, secure food security, okay? Food security that you will always have. There was a time when we always had mangoes. There was a time when we had, it's only maize we have sustained. Mahindi ya choma inakuanga kila msimu. Hakuna siku nakuja Nairobi ukose mahindi choma kwa sababu inaletwa kutoka sehemu zote. Huku ikiisha huku inaenda huku inakuja. We can have such a system whereby bei ya maembe haibadiliki. Kwa nini? Serikali ina mitigate. When there is abundance of maembe huku, inaletwa Mombasa. Kama iko mingi Mombasa, inapelekwa Machakos, inapelekwa huku kwingine na serikali, ili bei isibadilike na 20 shillings, inabadilika na 1 bob, inabadilika na 2 bob, so that the economy is stable. But the economy is collapsing under our watch simply because we want to help business people make a kill. Hata wakati kuna viazi vingi Nyandarua, viazi zinaoza kwa shamba, hata kuna malori ya kupeleka hizo viazi Mombasa, okay? Na watu Mombasa wanakufa njaa kwa sababu hakuna chakula. And the same government will be coming on TV to tell you the same nonsense, that huku viazi zinaharibika, barabara ni mbaya, magari hayawezi kufika kwa shamba. Then huku watu wanakufa njaa kwa sababu hakuna chakula. So all this need to be a concluded reality in this country. If you will give me a Kenya where all systems are working, I'll be happiest man on earth. But this one, that they are now looking for how to bring us GMOs and the other madness, it's just because we have surrendered our thinking capacity. We have given up as far as mitigating the situation in this country. We need leadership that can work. We need to see to it that our country is not going to the dogs under our watch. Appreciate everyone. Thank you so much. Secretary General anasema ningoje. We permanent secretary, kama una dereva niletee mara moja. Kama huna, mimi ndio huyo. Tuangalie hii.
The residence of Jimmy Wanjigi in Muthaiga this evening, with police who had earlier surrounded his home looking for him, vowing to storm his house if he does not surrender. Our Gatete Njoroge is there. And Gatete, is there any further updates that you have for us now?
Thank you, Yvonne. As you've put it, yes, we're still camping outside the residence of Safina Party leader Jimmy Wanjigi. And Yvonne, as you've put it, yes, I have an update. I've been able to talk to Jimmy Wanjigi's lawyer, Willis Otieno, a few minutes ago. And what he has told me is that what is happening at the moment is that police have been able to access the main house. And this is after they forced their way in. The lawyer tells me they broke the door, the main door, and they were able to get in, and they did cause a massive damage. At the moment, according to Wanjigi's lawyer, Willis Otieno, is that what is happening is that the police officers, and which we understand now, they're not just police officers from Nairobi area, but this is a multi-agency operation where police officers from different formations are here, are camping at his home. And so what is happening at the moment, Yvonne, according to the lawyer, is that they are moving from one room to the other, searching for items. They have not been able to disclose to the family and to the lawyer what they are really looking for in those rooms, but they are moving from one room to the other. And the information we have at the moment is that that is what is going on inside the home. The lawyer is challenging the action by the police. He has told me that the police officers are conducting these searches without search warrant. And that is the issue that he has been able to raise. And also, Willis Otieno, that is Jimmy Wanjigi's lawyer, has also told me that they have also dismissed the report by the acting inspector general about the items that were recovered in one of the vehicles that were recovered at his home, and they're saying that those items were planted by police officers. That is from Jimmy Wanjigi's lawyer. They say they have proved they were able, they saw police officers coming and planting those assorted items, among them 4 tear gas canisters. And so that is according to Willis Otieno, Jimmy Wanjigi's lawyer. In regards to his client, Jimmy Wanjigi, whereabouts and if he has been arrested, Willis Otieno has told me that he is yet to be arrested and that he is safe wherever he is, but he is not where the police are. And at the moment, Willis Otieno is together with other family members are with police officers who are inside his home. They have been able to access the main house, and at the moment what is happening, Yvonne, is that they are doing search and they are moving from one room to the other. We have moved closer to the gate, and if my cameraman Kevin can just show you, this is the situation outside the home. We are now about just 100 meters away from the main house, Yvonne, and as you can see, there are still very many police vehicles here, and an operation is still ongoing. And according to the lawyer, Willis Otieno, he has been able to share with us, and the information we have, Yvonne, is that at the moment, police officers have been able to access the main house, and they are moving from one room to the other in search of items, and they have not disclosed to the family. According to the lawyer, they are saying that
and we have lost the signal there with Gatete Njoroge, but a good update on the situation there at the moment. Forgive us for that technical hitch with that, but I think we've been duly informed of the goings on there, and Gatete will continue to stay there until we are able to get some full clarity on the matter. Linus.
Yes, Yvonne, I think this is the second tech, the second raid of its kind in the residence of Jimmy Wanjigi. Just after the election in 2017, there was a similar siege, very, very similar in manner, because there was also the breaking down of the of the door. But something happened in 2017, which we shall wait and see whether it happens. When in 2017 the home was raided by police, the then former Prime Minister Raila Odinga actually visited the home and to express solidarity with Jimmy Wanjigi. And this is happening again. Will we see the ODM party leader again going to the home and expressing solidarity? It also comes at a time when there is some change of political alignments, because Odinga's ODM is now part of government, and a raid like this is supposed to be a government exercise. So interesting times indeed. Let's see. We'll keep our eyes on.
He will tell you ODM is not in government. Isn't that what he's been saying? That they only donated some of their best minds.
They came begging.
Yeah, on his knees is what Raila said.
You want to go back to Gatete?
Is that you saying noted?
That's a good way of saying noted. Let's get back to broad-based government and, those that are in there. So, Linus, maybe we talk about something that we might be able to have some more insights on. So now the cabinet is finally...
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for staying tuned. I trust all is well wherever you are. I hand you over to the able leadership of one and only Stony PK. I am out of here unless he has anything to hold on me. I'm washing my hands. Stony PK.
Habari bana, habari gani?
Nashukuru niko hii Nairobi.
Baridi.
Na kuna matata. Iko baridi.
Habari ya lala, habari ya Jakitube. Nairobi iko matata ama kuna matata?
Nairobi iko matata mingi sana. Iko matata mingi ya tia gazi, iko matata ya polisi kusema tuombe ruhusa ndio tutoke nje. Is terrible.
Yeah. Let me say, I think I'll begin with a proverb. As part of African people, they are full of proverbs. I think they have a proverb for everything. And some of those proverbs are either inspiring, some are discouraging, but I like picking the most inspiring one. This is one of the monkeys. So the monkeys realized that man had become so tried to enter the farm from whatever corner. The man became so wise that even where he is not there, he would put a scarecrow. And then before the monkeys came to realize that this is a scarecrow stuff, they don't enter the farm from that side. But then one day they decided, how come only one side is when we have one man carrying bow and arrows? And when we go to the other side, that other man arrow. This other one he even throws bow and arrow to us. So they decided to say, okay. So hata ukishindwa na hii ya upande hii, kuna njia ingine ya upande hii. Meaning they came to realize that you must always look at njia mbadala at every situation. I was in several walls today, and I was watching, and I could see some people, I'm celebrating what has happened, and I still find a few who are trying to discuss, the Mandamano, the Nane-Nane, saying that it was a flop. Some were even saying, these people are not organized, they have to go back and re-strategize and all that. And I even heard Themba saying that, but I was not surprised when Themba came and started alluding to that, because since Mtembei, I placed Samba on one side of Ruto, or somebody who take him very seriously, because we started with him in there, and I would listen to his death analysis, and I would not really conform with most of them. He's or somebody who is very comfortable somewhere, and saying whatever leadership there is in Kenya is okay. And we have quite a number of people in diaspora who are like that because they are safe. People who have gotten citizenship of other countries, so they don't care what happens in that country called Kenya. Unfortunately, they are the type of brainwashed, people who feel like once you become a Briton, and they forget it's paper British, paper Briton, paper American, paper. So they tend to bull whatever, and they don't care whatever happens in their motherland. So anybody as of today trying to talk and discredit that cause that the youth are taking, or the people. In fact, now it's no longer the youth; it's the people. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Anybody who is having an eye to see, I tend to think it's somebody I may not even share a table with. Because that must be somebody who has a different agenda, a totally different agenda. Somebody can right now think that Ruto should stay until 2027, and I even say that in public. I don't think that's a Kenyan. I can say that authentically. I don't think there is any genuine Kenyan. Anybody who has the interest of Kenya can sit and even start mujaribu muvumilie Ruto mpaka 2027. Having said that, for me, the take of today is that it was done. The city was frozen. That itself is ni normal. No business took place. That is a very big achievement. Now, of course, those who have the upper hand is the government. And they are fighting who? They are fighting carrying any weapon. Remember, in Kenya, we've not reached where Bangladesh had reached. Because Bangladesh said, now, tomorrow we are coming out with whatever weapon we can lay our hands on. That's why they came with the rungus and they came with everything. And they would hit it. That's why there were civilian dead and policemen dead equally. But Kenyans have refrained from that. But I can say this without contradiction, that the next step now is a retreat, and it's a retreat to go into underground. The most dangerous situation that we will not reach. By close of business today in Kenya, Reverend Lala, ukisikia mtu amekwambia wewe Reverend enda tu, mimi wacha nirudi, tutaonana, that is scary. You don't know what that person has gone to plan. And he decides, sasa si umefanya hivyo, you will never see me. Lakini siku ile utaona, bas, itakuwa ni hivyo. That is what has happened, Lala. There is no prayer that will stop whatever is going to happen in the very few days coming. Okay? You have an example. Lala, you've quoted that clip. It's now viral. That is clip from an army, not a police officer. It's a clip of one of the commissioned officers. Anaonyesha mpaka rank. Now he's so clear. He's not alone. We can pretend he's not alone, but he has sent a message and he said, I'm coming. Now tell me, how about if 20 of them are thinking that way, Lala? I hear people here saying, oh, Jeshi kichukua, Jeshi can take, so what? Oh, the constitution does not provide. We are not talking about constitution. Does the constitution allow you to put a roadblock from Kahawa when I want to come to town? Does the Constitution allow you to start inspecting me in every matatu I've boarded? The Constitution tells you to keep on stopping me and inspecting my vehicle, personal vehicle. The Constitution tells you to stop me at random and ask me where I'm going. That's a stupid question. I know where I'm going. I left my house and I know where I'm going. Does the Constitution allow you to ask me what I'm doing wherever you find me? That I'm in town, you want me to know? You want to know what I'm going to do? It is wrong. It's wrong. It is wrong. Okay. So basically, the level we have gone to is that level none of us wanted to reach. Na tumeingia ile ya chini ya maji, and anything will happen. And that is what we are praying. That is what we are praying for. Ishinda pande hii, tunapindua pande hii. Don't think that the empty streets you saw indicates peace. No. That empty space indicates the silence in the morgue, in the city mortuary, of where the beloved citizens are lying. The bodies are rotting there. That silence there does not indicate peace. That is all what I can say for now. And most of us will retreat. And some of us will not find us in these panels because the panels become annoying as well. These platforms have become annoying because now it looks like it's a matter of games. You know, entertainment and all this. Entertainment when people are mourning. Entertainment when there is bloodshed in the country. So when you don't see some of us, just know we've gone to think and rethink what we can do to be able to salvage this country. And there
You know, when you're a counselor like me, when teenagers are brought to you and they're angry, and they are mad, they are trashing things, you're happy. But when they come to you, they are quiet, they're not saying anything. There's a silence. Be worried. Be very, very worried. Because you don't know what is underneath the water, what is going on the inside. And I think what the government is trying to do, Ruto's regime, is trying to manage the trying to create a PR that things are okay, making sure there are more policemen or security on the street to make sure that nobody sees what's going on. All they're doing is they are basically allowing the brewing of this anger, this frustration outside of the site where they can see it. And it's almost like siafu. When they come in your house, they don't just come start biting. When I zungusha nyumba, they go everywhere, on the roof, every other place. When they start coming down, you're in trouble. You got to abandon that house. And this is the worst way to deal with a situation like this one. To try to beat people, make them scarce, go everywhere. Actually, you're basically lighting a fire to a nation. Because wherever they go, they're not scared. They're not the group that used to become yes, sir, mama, so and so. They're not. They're not. They've got nowhere to turn to. There's no back waiting for something waiting for them. This is it. This is their future. And unless you listen and do what it takes, I can say that Ruto, you are going to burn this country. But you know what? You're the one who's going to go. because the way you are handling the affair is not just wrong, but it is basically digging a grave for you. Very hard for you, because all they know right now is the baton, the police. We thought things were moving away from there, but it's like they're just going back there with already the bodies in the morgue. So all you're doing now is inachemsha hiyo roho, and you know what would happen when it reaches a stage of no control. We lose it. We're gonna lose this nation. So those of you Kenyans, I blame you. I blame you. If you don't come out, you are just as bad as Ruto. If you don't step out and stand for your nation, you're just as worse. You're bad. You know, I work for, though I'm an American and do some little work here, but I see young men and women going overseas, volunteering to go and help, whether it's in another country, you know, just for free, because they believe in the freedom of everyone. Some few people. And now, how about us? It's our own country, our own, the place where our grandfathers are buried, a place where our mothers are, a place called home. How would you want to see your daughter raped in that environment because there's no peace? How would you want to see your son shot and women can't afford medical services because the country is dangerous? That's exactly what you're doing if you stay on the inside. It's a time to get out, and let's get this country once for all. It needs all of us. We are all needed to build this beautiful land called Kenya. There's no place like it. I've traveled everywhere, almost everywhere, not everywhere, but almost everywhere, other nation. There's no place like home. Whether the rich country, the poor country, Kenya is a beautiful place. But you staying at home and supporting a wrong government, it is so sad. I know there are some of you that are doing a good job on the inside. And please do that good job, because we want to know what's going on the inside. We're not judging you because we know what you're doing on the inside. Do the job, do it well, so that we can all come from outside, from inside, and get this country, so that when 2027 comes, we have something new now. But it's only going to happen if you come out of that couch, out of that bed. If you're a man, step out. Don't let only your sons go out and you're there sitting inside and criticizing. Like some of you, you're given some little money, all of a sudden you have become the spokesperson for Ruto. You are killing your own community. So for all of you gents who went out and stood for us, we thank you. You built something. And you know what? We saw it around the globe. The people respect you. I think there's one time somebody wanted to go and steal, and we saw it. You guys went and said, no, you cannot rob, because we are here to protect our community. You see, you spoke to the world, and they know who the thieves are, who the robbers are, who are the con men are, con artists are. You are our heroes. Let's do it together. And those of you with sinister motives out there, your days are numbered. The nation, and like that word, is bigger than all of us, not in a negative way, but a positive way. It means that we got to preserve it, give what we have for it so that we can have a nation called Kenya tomorrow. So I think it was very successful. I really think it was very successful. And the fact that things are quiet is like a tornado. Before it comes, the atmosphere is chill. You think there is nothing. You think it's the calmest time. Then when you look at the horizon, you can see the cloud, the dark clouds coming to sweep over the land. It begins to feel like that. It begins to feel like a storm moving on the other side. And what policemen you did, thank you. Because what you did is you allowed these young men and women to disperse wherever they are with the same emotion, only stronger, more empowered when they see the brutality, and more resolute that they are coming for their nation. They are not letting it go. We are not letting thieves and the tribalists and others take our land. We are getting our country back. So thank you, all of you that came out, and all of you didn't come out. It's okay. You got a chance. This time, don't be a wimp and stay on the background. And some of you are skeptics. All you do is criticize. You are just as bad as Judas. So let's get this for Kenya. Let's this for our mothers and our fathers, for our future. This is our land that we love. And you travel anywhere. That's when you realize what a beautiful country you have. When you come home, then you realize that people don't really know what they have. When we discriminate, when we talk ill of each other, when we do things that we know are not right, then we just don't appreciate what we have. But we're here to remind you that Kenya is worth dying for, fighting for, and winning for the sake of our future. So that's my message. But to me today was a great day. I think you said a chill on many of those people. And they know, as a matter of fact, it's becoming day and night. Now we know who are for us and we know who are against us. And the others still in the middle there. And we know. And for some of you think that you're bigger, Ruto group, mark my words, it is not a party in that house. You will see what's happening very shortly within that system, because it can't hold together. When things are not right, we know exactly, and we have evidence that things are not right on the other side, because there's no peace for the wicked, says the Lord. Thank you. Back to you, T. Stone. Onekana wengine haujaingia kama wako. I think somebody wrote there, young people don't function with threats, and you know very well that they have got nowhere to turn, and they are together. You know that they act in coordination. They know exactly what they are doing. But I wish Kenya knew that we got a chance to redeem ourselves before the heat keep on going up till it explodes. I pray and I wish that people know exactly what's going on right now. That we can actually stop this by doing the right thing. Ruto going home, and the things that young people demand are adhered to. There's still chance. Or else, ule wenu, jamani. It can't go on. And diverting attention to Wanjigi will not do. Will not. Once it was Ford Foundation, it is Ford. Second, it is, I don't know, America and Baba. I don't know how many people when actually these young people don't trust anybody because they have been lied to for such a long time. Being supported, yes, we all support them. With prayer, with water, with anything we have, we must support them because we want to be one huge army, not just compartmentalized. So that's the mistake we make. When we separate, and so that the Ruto can get in and dismantle them. We must be one entity, one unit, one system, so that we will use the strength and resources we have to make sure we win this. But for Gen Z, let's macho everywhere, because Sakayo tries its best to come in between, especially fear, and then those killing. And to you, police, but watching that the KDF officer, and it's not just him, there are others. I talked to one. There are others that are not very happy. And there are also some in the police force that are not. So there is a brewing of something underneath. It may look like it's calm, but the storm is brewing. So all of you are scared. Don't be afraid. The ones who are afraid are the other side, Ruto and his team. When you do evil, you should be afraid. But the strong and the brave, the righteous are as brave as a lion. And that's who we are. So be encouraged. Our prayers are with you, young people, Gen Z and others. It's not just Gen Z. Gen Z now is a generic word for all of us who don't want this country to go to the dogs, who hate injustice, who hate these people who are killing our people, and they are going free. One truth is that your sin, your evil will be punished. I think this is what the mistake, I think in the past what we've done, Stone, we have allowed the people on the street whom we knew messed our people. And so the others look at them and say, oh, this is people are here, people like Opio, enduring Nyayo, those people, those police inspectors. I mean, we allow them to die a peaceful death. When actually the Bible, we talk of Job, his general, even when he was dying, he said, this man has to be punished. Some of these people belong to jails. They took people's lives. They shouldn't be walking out here. But when people see them actually die, when they're rich and powerful, yet we know what they've done, I think that's poisonous to a nation. So this time, let there be consequences for all the evil that we allow to happen in the land. That's why this revolution has to continue. It's the only chance when Kenyans can flip the system. The system has had a human being at the top, one person called the president or the presidency. They decide everything. So we've never been constitutional democracy. Constitution has never been followed in Kenya because the one who's being followed is the president. Just we may have a good one because of being nice. We're able to have some period of peace or prosperity, but everybody knew that the leader, the top guy, is not a constitution, but is a leader called a president. And the Gen Z and all of us wanted to change that, where we have the constitution, we the people come on top. Then the president is one who is serving us, who is the second, we the people, so that the power we give to him or her on our behalf. In other words, when we say go, he goes. That's what we are trying to fight for here, because that's the only way Kenya will fight corruption, nepotism, tribalism, and all these isms that kills a nation. That's how we can prosper economically, socially, and every other else, because presidency will be to serve the people, not to lord it over us. Right now, what happened? The president is up here, and his friend jump up there so they can make money. They are not under the law as long as they're friends of the president, so they can do things, and they don't worry. That's why they shoot people, because they know they're protected. If they knew the constitution is there, we'd follow them. They won't do what they're doing. So as things are upside down, Kenya does not follow the constitution. No, that's the mistake we have right now. And this fight is about putting the constitution where it belongs, at the top. You can say God, constitution, and then the presidency. And of course, the three branches of government, they are all coming together. They are co-equal. The judiciary, the executive, and legislative, they are equal. The only difference that the presidency is one person at the top, while judiciary, the chief justice and this council, and parliament, the speaker and the entire group. Okay. Otherwise, the powers are the same. And the higher power is the constitution. But that has never been in Kenya. That's why people are poor in some places, because they are waiting for someone to authorize their development. They don't walk and get that which belongs to them. Their taxes, they don't control it. That's the problem in Kenya. So this fight is about changing a nation. And so young people, we are proud of you, because this is what we want, where all voices, and I stated here about the US, the Second Amendment, right to bear arms. That gun American has in his home is to fight the government if they try to take away their right to vote. Their voices is muzzled, because constitution depends on the voice of everyone. For example, if Kenya was the US and other democracy, people like Ruto Gachagua should not even have been there. They shouldn't have been there, because one, they don't qualify based on the constitution to run. Okay. Secondly, they don't do the things that they're doing. They decide what they want, appointments, not following the constitution, and Kenyans still clapping for them. Mutukufu, Mutukufu Raisi, Mutukufu Raisi, Mutukufu Raisi, bowing to them. You're bowing to someone who is not interested in you. He doesn't care about you. Look at places where they have never been tarmac. Thank God, at least for the the counties that places have now such a development. They had nothing but mkubwa mtukufu akuja huko, watu wanabao mtukufu raisi, and then they live in poverty. That's the reality in Kenya. So all of us, every Kenyan, you and I can change it. Don't wait for somebody to do it for you. No legislative branch is going to do it for you. No executive, no justice is going to do it for you, because they are all serving that man. That's why they can go and change anything, and they go and decide on whom they want there. And there's nothing you can do to do. What are you going to do? Now we got a chance to change that, and some of you are in your houses. It's like you love poverty so much you want to be poor for the rest of your life. No. It's a time for us to stand, last stand, and win it for our people. And lastly, finally, Stone, if we abort this process, will be worse, because the enemies, they're going to consolidate power, and things going to be harder and tougher. It's almost like we have been the darling of the earth. We're going to be the scum, because these guys will teach us a lesson. They're coming for us. And if they come for us, it is you who is staying in your houses and doing nothing and thinking that they love you. You don't know you're going to be on the menu. Okay? After they're done, they get you. So it's that's the reality. So it's a fight that you gotta be part of. You got no way out. So let's do it together. Thank you for today. Thank you, young people. This is a battle. It's another battle, and it's continuous. And let's do it. Back to you, Stone. I think it's okay. Stone, I don't. Are you there? So watu wetu wote tunawashukuru sana hasa siku ya leo, namna mlijitokeza, ingawa walijaribu kuinfiltrate na kuondoa on the streets, lakini mlifaulu. The world listened to you, and your voices came out very clear as peaceful, respectful, brave people fighting for the nation. And to all that are on the other side, we know that some of you are doing good jobs. Make sure you work from wherever you are, that we can take care of this work quickly, so that we can give this nation the chance to be a country. Because right now there's no development. There's none. Zero. We are going down. Economy is shrinking. Everything is shrinking, but we can stop it if we all come out together to stop it. Okay. Back to you, Stone. I don't think there are many people. Maybe are there people going to be coming?
Lala, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yeah. Go ahead.
Am I audible, Lala?
Hello?
Lala, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing. I can hear you. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Good. Yeah. I'm having issues with the place I am, because there's a lot of music playing, and
I don't think there are many people here.
Yeah, Lala, I hear you, and in fact, for all those of us that are those of us that are really into this cause, we hold that opinion, and as I said earlier, it is sad that up to now, our country has not been cultured into kind of calling it as it is. We still have a lot of reservation. And that nature, that culture of, for example, hao ndio wanaenda maandamano, hawa watoto ndio, hao ndio. I hear that, and that's why I'm saying I'm even disappointed when it comes to even the very senior analysts, panelists, both in national television out there at home, and of course in platforms such like ours. Honestly, like today, yesterday, I have not been able to tell, for example, where most of us stand. You know, other than maybe me, you, and probably the Kindbe, and I have come to. I'm now really trying. Is there anything I don't really understand? Where now wrongs are being sanitized. Mahali dhambi sasa inatakaswa, kutumia lugha yenyu, Reverend. You know, what has been evil is being sanitized. What has become of us? I was thinking it was, the political class and all that. But incidentally, it is even us, those who've been trying to be seen like champions of justice, champions of what should be right in that country called Kenya. All of a sudden, we have taken a roundabout turn. And most disappointing thing is that when we took a roundabout turn about Raila ODM, and yet we are calling them opposition, look at the contradiction of mind we have. Well, on one side, you say the opposition has joined the government. Then on the other side, you say there is no opposition in Kenya. Then really? So this kind of confusion, which is with the so-called older people, older than the majority of those who are leading this revolution, that thinking is what has retrogressed this country for the last 60 years. And I can assure you, all these people who pretend, who are trying to sanitize garbage, who are trying to sanitize dhambi, ushetani ile imeingia Kenya ya Ruto na Raila na wale wengine wote. I'm calling it directly that. Trying to isolate and saying, leave Raila alone up there, but deal with the issue that we have at hand. The issue we have at hand is Raila. Is Raila and all those people who have joined Ruto to strengthen him, to give him lifeline. That is the biggest elephant in the house now. Now Ruto has removed it's like this. There is an old story that was about how a leopard jumped onto I think the way it jumps onto an animal and clicks at its back. So luckily this animal ran and jumped into a place where there were more other animals. Initially it was alone, that's why it was cornered. So what did it decide? It ran into the herd. And when the leopard saw the other herd, it released the claws from this animal, and then it went into grabbing another one. So what happens now? It means now Ruto has shed off. We had caught him very well, and he has now left us to hold and kill Baba. Hold and blame Baba. And Baba can't avoid that. Even if we don't want to blame Raila, sorry, I'm calling him Baba because I was so much used to that, but it's okay. He's old. He's the age of my dad, maybe. So now he has been left in the mix. And Ruto is as clean as anything else. Ruto will enumerate issues, give him the next 8 months. If he will not have been removed, he will be enumerating. Mukaitisha idara ya fedha, nikawapatia. Mukaitisha hii, nikawapatia. Mukaitisha hii, nikawapatia. Sasa uchumi iko wapi? What shall you say? Those people who are saying, and Lala, I want somebody to explain to me in the baby language, how would anybody, whichever genius, fix Ruto's messes when Ruto is on the throne. I think that I didn't study in any school. That one I'm zero. That the thief, the hyena, is on the throne and is looking at the goats that it wants to eat, and then you, the hare, you are being told to come and protect the goats under the hyena, who is the overseer. That when the hyena wants to eat this goat, the hare will tell the goat, hapana, sahi maneno ya kukula mbuzi tulimaliza. Will it happen really? What magic will the four so-called experts, yani experts kutoka ODM, very, yani experts. I wish people would understand what the word expert means. That Oparanya is an expert. Bandi is an expert. Joho is an expert. Man. It is a pity. And people have audacity of coming and saying, we give it time, we see now sometimes it's a tactic, trying to work from within. Work from within, BS. Work from within, Ruto, and you expect to triumph? What has become of us? I know Ruto has a lot of money and he has given money in very many ways. And maybe among us also people have received money, because I hear pesa ya Ruto inatamba kutamba. You know, the money stolen from us is reaching people even up to The Hague. That's why you never hear me talking about Hague, by the way, that one day Ruto will go to The Hague. That also I threw it into the garbage many years ago. You know, the moment I realized that it is another merry-go-round. There's no that Ruto has managed. Yeah, Ruto has managed to even twist them. Then I have no really hope about anything coming from that side. So basically, then it beats the logic when people are now talking and saying, oh, you know, it will happen. You see, now that ODM has joined Ruto, that now people should expect, they should be now asking the Gen Z and those who are going for revolution to now put their demands correctly for them to be listened to. Look at that. Listen to that. Is that what really we are going for? We have fallen into the same vicious cycle of lamentation, vicious cycle of disabling the just cause. We have deflated by people saying, don't talk about this, don't talk about that. Then quickly, let me also talk about, you know, the diversionary tactics. Oh, sijui, Wanjigi is being surrounded, Wanjigi is being done this. I think all these are gimmicks that Ruto's government wants to paint how terrible, you know, and how tough they are going to be. So they'll be doing those kind of things. That is the Uganda style of administration. That they instill fear by being feasible. They camp at Stone PK's house. You have all the askaris there. That intimidates everybody. It is all over the news. And then what happens? It instills fear into the people who are in the uprising. Sooner than later, you will hear all those, the youth you saw on the presser, you will start hearing that they have been caught. And once they are caught, they will be told to appear and announce that they have been arrested. It will be publicized. Why? In order to kind of give it prominence and make it so loud such that people now get they get intimidated and they calm down. When people try to talk about the past, they should really look at how Moi did it. And if somebody doesn't have clear picture or clear memory of how Moi did it, then it's good again to go back and read and also listen and listen to the clips, because it is all there. Moi suppressed people terribly. I hear people saying, oh, Moi alikuwa si mbaya sana. It's only if you are a toddler that you'd not be able to tell how bad. Even right now, those who are toddlers are not able to tell how bad Ruto is. So the fact that you could have been there and you are only 2 years old, 3 years old, in fact, up to even 15, 20 years old, you are not able to tell how the Ruto tyranny, I mean, Moi tyranny was like, because ulikuwa mtoto, ulikuwa mtu wa maziwa ya Nyayo, you took milk in school, yeah, and everything was okay. It's only your parents who are struggling, so you are not able to tell kwamba utawala wa Moi wa 24 years was bad. But it is good to get facts right. It was one of the most terrible period. And the reason why is because Kenyans, we are not able to revolt. We the same way you saw the revolution this time around, with the people counterfighting it, people coming, oh, let's meet and strategize. All those people who come in the name of advising are what we call in English macachero, spies, coming to weaken you in the pretense that they are giving you advice. In the last previous, in my previous what do we call it, presentation, I think yesterday, I asked people, when the youth stormed, came up and they went and did what they did, where were you who is now coming to offer strategies for them? Where were you who is asking how are these people, why are they not doing this, why are they not doing that? Unachai umetokelezea wapi? Na huku wakati walitoka, wakati waliingia na wakafanya vile walifanya, wakaachieve kile waliachieve in 2 weeks time, ambacho tumeng'ang'ana nacho 60 years old. These guys achieved it in less than 1 month. In less than 1 month, the idiots called cabinet nini walifutwa kazi. Ruto alibadilika kala, akakuwa blue, kaanza kukonda from down. Okay, alikuja akakuwa every day anaenda choo mara 3. All right, he stopped flying. Okay, manake alikuwa anaenda huko, anasema alikuwa anaenda kuomba pesa. He brought down everything that he was doing. Ni nani alifanya hivyo? It is the revolution, the vijana. So what other strategy are you trying to come and give them other than sabotage? Hiyo sabotage mumefanya sasa, instilling fear. Oh, unajua watu wanakufa, unajua, as if when they came that day they didn't know people can get killed in such a situation. I'm very disappointed in especially the panelists who are hanging out all over there. Experts, some even have never analyzed about an insect. Thank God to the internet. Imesaidia watu that you have the freedom of coming out and saying this. Those are the people who are going there because they are being given whatever they are given. They start selling false strategies. Kila mtu ni expert. They need to have a leader. They need to get together what they really want. At first they wanted this, then they changed to this, then they changed to this. That is confusion. My friend, it is you who is confused. But the revolution guys, they knew that is their strategy. As unafuata ball pande ya left, inatupwa juu loop, inaenda left. I mean inaenda right. Ni Kenya nani hapa ameingia? Kenya with love. Kenyan with love.
Sama.
Kenyan with love.
Yes, can you hear me?
Hello.
Can you hear me? Haunisikii? Hello. 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 Sisikiki? Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Nasikika kama sisikiki?
Bado nakusikia sema. Mbona Stone pekee amehepa?
Sijui. I thought hata nilikuwa nisisikiki. That's what I thought.
Amehepa kwa nini? Arudi hapa.
Anakimbia na venye nilikuwa nataka kumpatia props.
Hata mimi nilikuwa nataka kumwasha kabisa na amehepa. Alikuwa na dance on his own stage. Sasa ameona watu wamekuja na hepa. Ako peke yake anatrash kila mtu. Stone PK yeye ndiye anajua, yeye ndio sijui expert, yeye ndio kila kitu, yeye ndiye anajua sijui nini.
Lakini dhamba yenyewe
Mato nilikwambia hapo kakataa kunisikia.
Umesikia venye nimesema
Nilikuja hapa juzi
Habari
nikakwambia.
Mato.
Poa sana baba.
Oh, Lala yuko hapa. Mato.
Niko.
Nilikuja hapa ile siku, nikakuja nikawaambia vizuri. Nikawaambia it's good to have hope, but it's not good to have blind optimism. Hope ni kitu mzuri, lakini blind optimism ni kitu mbaya. Unaona, mkisikiza mtu kama kina Stone pekee akikuja hapa akiongea, and my submission is, unaona, these people don't want to tell these people the truth. The truth is, whoever is planning these things, they are lacking a strategy. They have listened to so much of Akina Stone PK telling them that, you know, you have achieved this, you have achieved this, you have achieved this. So you have this blood. You can hear me, Mato?
Yes, I can hear you. Kuna mahali ulikuwa umepotea kidogo lakini yeah, go ahead.
You know, politics does not work that way. You know, politics works very differently. Mona. And if we only understood how politics work, you'll realize that these people have Mato, let me tell you, you cannot say because you have 120,000 people who have joined the space, now you have support from the country. How many people cannot afford the bundles to join that space?
And you see, remember, let me just, because today is not a very good day for me. Yeah?
What are you feeling, my friend?
I am, first of all, disappointed. Says in Pigano to withdraw my membership from Raila, but really, I mean, from ODM, I'm taking that in a different level because because I'm a very disappointed human being. First of all, and you know, I blamed Raila for hizi maandamano zimefanyika tangu apeane kina Mbadi na sijui nini naende kwenda kuongea. By the way, I'm leaving ODM na mimi niko kwa njia na nishatoka. I mean, I'm out. And I think, you know, there's something that people say, Mr. Demba, that the gods might bless you in the morning and curse you in the evening. You see, if some, you know, ODM would have stayed in the course and wasikize kitu watu walikuwa wakiwaambia, would have been fine. But also, we are also our own, si wenyewe ndo tunajidunganga kidonda. And I wanted to find my brother here, Mr. anaitwa Stone, because these are the people that come here and say, tell us, wanatuzie uoga, wanasema mtauliwa huko, mtafanya nini? No, leave, it's gone, it's gone, it's gone, it's gone, it's gone. Then when it doesn't happen, then we come and complain. Me, I feel ODM and Raila Amolo Odinga, someone that I've loved for a long time, I think he's failed me because amepatia timeline, amepatia watu kitu ya kuweza kufanya, and so hakuna mtu anaelewa kitu ya kufanya. Now also, I'm starting to look at it in a certain way that hata watu wa X, please cancel that X, because Wakoko hivyo wanapiga kelele, when it's time to come out, nobody comes out. So Zemba, maybe you can educate me. I feel so lost. I feel nimeharibu chapa yangu. Kama walikuwa nataka kujua kula watu where they support, I mean wale watu wana inaitwaje bankroll. I have spent my money with stupidity that what I sought to do, yes, the business was shut down. But what I'm seeing this man just becoming, and these people, and when I say men, I'm not saying a man, I'm saying men and women, the ones in the government, getting powerful and powerful and powerful again. By who? Who has given them that your power? Because mtu mwingine hapa hivi kwa dhani ndio Baba Fidel, by the squeeze namuita Baba Fidel. Yeye ndo amekuja akaleta hii kitu yote. ODM useless. Mimi please, I'm not ODM. I'm walking away. Ni venye tu kutoka kwa hiyo kitu ni shida, because we had a chance to make our life and to change our country. But yes, we are talking so much on the internet and all these things, but doing very little and diminishing everything when we have a chance to change our, even to follow the constitution. Mwana jamaa akichapwa nini? A whole international media person akichapwa teke ya uso na polisi na wamejifunika hivi na hakuna mtu anaweza fanya chochote. Is that what the police is all about? You know, these are the things that I'm talking about. I don't agree with unconstitutionality, constitutionalism. And that is where I have a problem with. And maybe Zemba, you are right to say nakuna kitu tafanyia Ruto. Maybe tumwacha aendelee. You know, now I'm going to be a negative person. Let it happen. Fanye kitu yake, auwe kila mtu. Na by then nisisikie mtu akijaribu kuniambia ati Kenya kuna sumbuka. In fact, waende kabisa wote. Hata Ruto amenimaliza mimi. I mean, Raila, mimi, please, I don't want to hear anything to kitu yoyote. Whatever. I'm divorcing the whole party. Sorry. Ama mimi ndo nimejam sana.
And you have a right to jam, Mato. I mean, it's not. You know, when you become disappointed with a particular thing, you need to express it out. But as I was telling you, you know, politics, siasa, you don't place a lot of, like I said here and I've been saying here, you don't place a lot of hope on certain people in politics. Politics is a different ball game altogether. And, you know, politics, you never have straight answers. You get. Politics is just
Demba, just something I forgot. I'm sorry. Na ng'ombe fulani hapa hivi nimeisupport sana, yani hata nikachapa hapa kwa hii channel inaitwa Gaucho. Napatana nayo kisema ati sasa tuko kwa serikali. Sijui nini. Yani tumetusiana na yeye, tumechapana. And Gaucho, wherever you are, as my friend tuligro na wewe, kwenda kabisa. Yani I was so pissed that sasa watu hata Kisumu wanasikia wako kwa serikali ati sasa sijui nini. Gaucho ndo anaongea huko, alafu anatupigia picha, ananitumia picha ati akiwa na aka sijui kasapul kasa whatever aka kametokea juzi. Kwanza hata sijui kalikuwa wapi kwa hiyo maandamano, mimi sijakaona, na ndio kako kwa main TV talking about sijui nini. You know what? Hata sasa nirudi kwa keep at least, maybe I might come to hiyo na Kenya yenyu, because Madhakaru at least tulimuona akitembea around na we saw Jimmy Wanjigi moving around. Maybe we just actually need to turn it to people who have cahoots, not idiots and watu wanajifanyanga ni kama wako na balls, and they don't even have the balls to do everything. This government is killing everyone, is finishing everyone. You can see police or wanachapa mtu teke in the streets, and there's nothing going on. Then you bring us the same people we told you to take away, and then we have some small idiots here being called Gen Zs that are cowards. Just because wanapiga kelele, mnaona nika kuna kitu inafanyika. Nothing. Hata millennials ndio wanafanya hiyo kazi. I mean, I didn't see a Gen Z. Stupid
Mato,
and useless.
Mato.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Let
Nimekasirika
me,
leo.
yeah,
Nisameheni.
it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Now, I want to remind you something. If you are a student of political history in Kenya, you remember when Moi, it became so hard for Moi to be shaken. Then at some point, Raila merged with KANU. He shook KANU from within, and that gave birth to I think the current ODM or something. Not really ODM. There was another nini that came up, the NAC. All right. NAC was born out of when Baba joined Moi. Then Moi wanted to choose a successor, and then Moi chose Uhuru, and then that was the breaking point of that time. Then Moi was retiring, and because he had chosen Uhuru, of course the breakaway whatever met, and they joined together with Kibaki, and NAC came into power. Fast forward, there was Kibaki.
Zemba, I don't know why unabembeleza. Just say Baba is a political prostitute.
Not listen. You can call him prostitute. What you want to call him? Yeah. You have a right to call him what you want. That's why I'm saying everybody has a view in politics. But for me, I hold a different view. In politics, you can't use the same kind of strategy if you realize it is not working. At that point, when he merged with KANU, he broke KANU, and for some reason that gave us 2002 election, and Kibaki came in. Then when it was becoming untenable after the constitution, there was banana and orange. And then in the banana and orange is where ODM came, Orange Democratic Movement. And of course, it is arguably the one election that said that Baba won free and square. Now, fast forward, when all that happened, then it was of course most elections from 2007 have been contested up to today. Now, fast forward, there was that Jubilee that came into power, in a very arguable way. Can you hear me? Can you hear me,
Yes, sir.
Martin? Can
Loud
you hear
and
me?
clear. Loud and clear.
So when Jubilee came in, remember now we don't hear about KANU anymore, because KANU was dealt a blow at that point. Then fast forward, when Jubilee comes and they still stole Baba's election, and of course later there was those issues. Baba joins Uhuru, and Jubilee died also. Jubilee has been shaky since then. Now, that, in my view, tells you something. Politics is not a one-way thing. There's no one way of skinning a cat in politics. Politics requires many different ways of strategies. Now, in this situation, Mato, my submission is not that Ruto is whatever he is. It is because the people opposing him have no clear strategy of facing a similar. Ruto is one, he's in power. Two, he has the intelligence. Three, he has everything. You can't go with him imagining that just because you'll wake up and get out of space and get some young people running around, Ruto will leave presidency. That is a figment of imagination.
Mimi kwanza Zemba nataka hiyo finance bill irudishwe.
And I want us to be realistic. We can be upset, we can be angry, we cannot want Ruto, but you cannot defeat him without a different strategy. You cannot go to X space because you have 120,000 people who can afford internet. Yet there are people on the ground who are supposed to be supporting your idea who cannot come on internet and do not know what you're saying. Let me ask you, Mato, other than X space, where have these people gone to sell there? Have you heard even one of those people going to to call a maandamano, say in Kisumu or in Mombasa or in Wajir, to test their popularity, because you'll need the population behind you.
Kwanza tu express inafaa kufungwa kabisa. Gen Z wakai kwa jobless corner.
You see, and you see, Mato, my submission is, you know, you can't say that because you are meeting on X space, you are educating. Those are the people you are educating, are the people probably who can afford internet, people who can stay on X space for hours. You see, hao ni watu wako na pesa, wako na bundles, they can be there for hours listening to you. There's someone who they can choose between buying bundles and buying food. Huyo mtu hakusikizi. Unaona? Because you're saying there's bad governance, there's bad this. You need to find a way of reaching those people with the messaging that will be specific to them. You need to find population support. You can't be angry with people that people are not seeing it yet. Now in politics, you say, if you must have to explain something, then there's a problem with it. Number one, if people are asking, what strategy do you people have? Then you say, we have a strategy. What is this that is a secret to the population that you want to lead, and you are the only one who knows it and you're hiding it? Why do parties have to make manifestos and policies public? So that people...
And you know, remember, I was just looking at something, and at the time that Mandaman was happening, imagine there was experts, I mean, with 180,000 people, guys still talking about what they are going to do, I'm like, was it not supposed to be Mandamano? I mean, this is child play, bwana. Where kama mnafanya,
and that's where I'm asking the question. The people in experts, where are they? Are they in Kenya? If they're in Kenya, or are these people just seated somewhere hoping someone else will do the bidding? They're just seated there saying that we need to do this. Someone is seated somewhere, probably wherever, and they're saying we need to do this. Then they wake up and they see this is what has happened, so and so has been arrested. I mean, that is setting people up for failure. The first thing that you see, Mato, if you have a strategy and you are going to lead the people of Kenya, you do not have to make it a secret. If you're going to lead people, let them know where you'll take them. Let them know who is going to take up after this. You can't keep on saying what Nani is saying here. What's his name? PK. They have a strategy. They are going here. They have where they want to go. Then, you see, you can only lead that when you're having your own company. But when you're going to lead a country, you want the country and the people to know. You will take them from point A to point B.
Remember due diligence ananiambia hapo hivi nisinde nini the Gen Z ati watazanisalimia wakuje wanisalimie
hiyo kusalimiana, hiyo wanasalimiana huko Kenya. They can't do it anywhere. Hiyo ni kusalimiana, wanasalimiana huko Kenya. You don't go raiding people's homes ati umeenda kusalimia. That is in itself illegal. Is that kind of the people you want to have to come and rule you? Ati kwa sababu you have expressed a differing opinion, someone comes and bans your thing. Is that kind of the thing you said? I mean, even someone entertaining such nonsense should be asking themselves, okay, fine. These people, you want them to follow the law. And then they are busy breaking the law. It is illegal for someone to come and raid your home just because you have differed with them. That is already an illegality. So when you're supporting that illegality in the name of Atiwana Kusalimia, you see, now that is the thing that we are saying. You can't have both ways. You can't have it both ways. If you want legal things, follow the legal way. You cannot be standing and saying that, Gen Zs watakuja wakusalimia. What legal basis do you have that? That is thuggish. You know? Just because Mato has disagreed with you, Mato.
Yes.
Just because you have disagreed with their view, now they're coming to burn your house. They're coming to burn your office. Is that even legal?
I mean, for criminals like this, to politicians, me, I don't have. I mean, they can do that.
Hello.
Me, I'll even support them. But then, here's what I'm trying to say, is that, yes, I mean, we're not saying, and to the guys that say that, you know, we're not saying that they've not achieved something.
Hello?
They have achieved something.
Hello?
But they've been
Macho.
taken...
Lala. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that you guys are listening to me.
We can hear
Go
you, but
ahead.
I was unless it's something of urgency, there's something we were trying to brush off here.
Oh, okay, I just wanted to contribute a little bit.
Okay.
You know, companies are sold every day, okay? And there are times, a lot of times, what we call hostile takeover. Generally is you're eyeing a company and you don't want to go with all your money, all your money and buy all the shares. So you form small companies, and those companies take pieces of share of that company. And then one day, when you want to take over, you put all those shares together, and then you take over. You see, Ruto controls power, controls all the instruments of power, that is. And so no matter what we do, we have to fight him. A conventional war is still superior, over us because he has all what it takes to win that war. I think strategy, Themba now, let me talk about strategy. Strategy is key. And the question is, what kind of strategy do we have? We don't have young men trained in war. We don't have enough money to buy equipment for them to get into, get their gears and be able to fight it. So we have to use different methods. And so this is my thinking. I think people like Baba, I don't think he has compromised his beliefs, but I think there's a strategy here. I don't want to say what it is, but there's a strategy. The only way we knew that Baba's election was stolen for sure, it could have been hearsay. Baba had their people on the inside. There's a whistleblower, somebody working on the inside. If you don't have somebody working on the inside, you lose a war. That's why investment is put on intelligence. The CIA for the US, that's what wins the war for them. If we just go with the army, think we have the number and everything else, we're going to be clobbered. I believe there's a strategy here. It looks as if we are losing, but I don't think we are losing. And I just want to say that. I don't want to say more. So what has happened, of course, is annoying. It's bad. It feels like, but sometimes police infiltrate gangs. Even a police officer become a prostitute to be able to infiltrate and get the information. I hope that's what's going on here, because what we stated even with us, if it was the strategy that we had, I'm telling you, we'd be lined up and get shot, all of us at the same time, and we all be gone. Ruto's gonna win in terms of the number of deaths. We may get the government, but under, the innocence of the country is lost, and we are in trouble. So I want to believe that there are those that are on the inside, but they are not compromised, just like there are those with us who are not with us. Okay? So this is a battle, it's a war, And because it's a war, yes, there are casualties, there are some discouragement, but I wish we would know a little bit more. But because this more of a guerrilla type of a fight, they can't tell us everything. Which of course, Themba, you're telling us, you gotta say, you gotta give a clearer direction, but it's not easy to do that under these circumstances, because you know very well people abducted. You try to be a leader, you get abducted because they got the power to do it. We tried that, what we are talking about here, all of us talking about, Baba tried, was on the streets of Nairobi. What happened? Giving shot at. And all of us were watching and seeing, and what have we done? Now, even those that believe their votes were stolen from central Kenya, that was their time to be able to say, no, we did not vote for this guy. Did they come out? No, they didn't. So there's a lot here that requires a very strategic method to be able to do it. But I think there are things that are going on that will unravel, when the time comes. So, Mato, hang in there. Thank you.
Hiyo ni kelele. But you see, you see when the second liberation, when they were doing it, these guys were going to, and Themba is here, he can even attest to that. These guys used to go and meet usiku and wanajificha huko, but sasa even here in this channel, I know, na munatusikiza nyenye makarao, we are fighting for you, lakini munasumbua huko kwa sababu umeambiwa na there's nothing. They are listening. So you find like these spaces, people didn't even know what X-Space is until sasa ikakuja, sasa watu wakaanza kuchambua X-Space. There was, Telegraph and everything, where people can talk. Now people are talking, you are telling them already mahali utatokea, mahali utaingilia. And the thing is that I feel, me personally, I'm offended by the water down, because when you look at someone like the ODM party, the Azimio party, and the coalition, and Raila, Raila would say in time, naenda kule na watu wanakuja. If he just heeded to what these guys were saying, hata kama wanasema na anatokea, like we saw Mother Karua in the streets, that would have been that would have made a lot of things. But when you see like Kisumu people, like my friend talk, and then maybe you can talk about this, my friend mwenye amepigana sana, these guys, Gaucho and Bunge la Mwananchi, and we've been there all this time, and then ati sasa sijui ati kwa sababu sijui watu wa Kisumu wamepewa sijui yes tuwili, ati sasa tuko sawa, tuko ndani ya serikali, baba kwa serikali. Baba kwa serikali gani? And anyways, hii kitu, by the way, me, I'm decamping, I'm sorry, and I'm going to fight a lot baba asipate kitu ya USC if this is what he's doing, because he's just advocating for bad governance and watering down everything and giving Ruto something to move on with, because you can see now Ruto how venye kanasimama kamekunja mangumi, kanajifanya kako sawa sasa, because now he knows he has a leeway of something. It's for me as an Mungu alinibariki nikakuwa educated kidogo, but na sijasema niko educated sana. But what I'm seeing, I'm just seeing Zamba inaitwaje, naona kitu yani, if naona tu yani, I can see a game that is just out there, and that's why we have more than half of wale watu tulikuwa tumekataa cabinet wamerudi, and the same things that have been done. I can bet you utaanza kuona Ruto sasa akianza kupanda mandege tena. You've seen him venye ameanza kuzunguka. I feel we had a chance to actually change this country economically, politically, socially, geographically, and everything. And the person that has put this thing, the person that has put mwenye ameharibu kitu yote, and I hope asipate kitu ya UAC. And I'm so sorry, maybe nitakuja hapa hivi kama nimechange another day, but hata leo sikuwa nataka kukuja. For me, I think he's messed up everything.
Mato,
yes.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Why do you think, in your own view, what makes you think Baba has messed anything? And I want you to be honest. The Gen Zs, Let's get.
I can hear you. I'm listening.
The Gen Zs wale walikuwa wanaongoza walianza wakasema they are leaderless, they are partyless, they are tribeless. Okay? So whatever it is they came up with was fighting everybody. Number one, in my view, that was already a weakness right there. Okay. Number two, they went on fighting everyone and anybody. Number three, their rhetoric was like Ruto should go with everybody and nobody else who has ever been in power should come back. You know, that's not a legal position. All right. Lack of focus in terms of have single messaging. When you have a single messaging and you say we want KK Ruto to go, that is our single most focus. You see, once you have that as a single focus, can you hear me?
Go ahead, Demba. I'm just listening.
Once you have that as a single focus, you are likely to get the support of people who are who would not necessarily like Ruto, but they think you have a common enemy. You know, sometimes in politics you come together because you have a common enemy. Number two, yes, the Gen Zs were talking. You know, when they had the finance bill, they had the support from across the country. But after that, they alienated every other person of the population. So the people who would have supported you, you have alienated them. You went out, told them that we don't want anything from these people, we don't want anything from that. Now that there is another problem. The number three problem is unclearness of where you want to take the country post. Okay, so assuming the question that was not being answered after Ruto has gone, so then what? You know, people like a sense of, in their own unconscious, they want a sense of safety. We are moving from this to this. If you ask a normal Mwananchi, if you ask them, okay, where are we going from this to this? No, we don't care. We can come. After that, we'll come and meet. You see, that's already unknown destination. And when you have an unknown destination, politically, that works against you. Even the guerrilla fighters, even they usually have somewhere they come and tell you that, yes, we are going to come, but we are going to take you from here and we are going to take you here. You see? So those are some of the weaknesses in this thing that if it is not sorted out, Mato, the problem is not even Raila. You are directing your thing. There's nobody who has been written that they must be controlling the opposition. It would have been a good thing if those other people that didn't go with Raila, like Kalonzo Musyoka, Martha Karua, if they had the political muscle that Baba holds, they would have filled that opposition. In fact, this would have been the right time for them to build themselves readiness for the next part. I mean, there's nobody, one person that is supposed to be feeling that only one person, if it is not there, he has his political. Let me give you an example. Sometime back, Orengo ran for, you knew that Orengo one time ran for presidency, isn't it? And when Orengo ran for presidency, Orengo lost. And even lost his Ugenya seat. That was the last time Orengo ever went away from Baba. Now, by talking, Baba is not as much an orator. There are people who are very more in oratorical skills than him. But there's a way you build a political muscle. He has this political muscle he has built over time. Now, you are getting annoyed with him. You know, there's nowhere that Baba says I'll permanently be in opposition. Right now, there are many other people that you are not blaming. You're not blaming Kalonzo, who actually disagreed with Baba. They were supposed to have been there today. They are supposed to have, the way they said they were going to vote against the CSS. They should have said that even as today we are going in Ukambani, people must go to the streets. Did you see anybody in Ukambani? Did you see Martha Karua bringing out people maybe where she comes from in Central? All those people who disagreed with Baba, none of them came out. You see, They are supposed to have filled
Remember, to just add on to what you're saying, I remember someone like Joe was saying, Mimi, nifanye kazi na Ruto. Then I remember even the skunk thing that we talk about here, John Buddy. Yani, this thing is just, Mimi, I can't handle. Remember, I hate, my word is my bond. If I tell you something, that is what I stand for. Now, what I'm seeing here is something that I don't even know if I can follow. Sorry for bringing that, but I thought that would help also what you're saying, because it just caught my mind.
Now that gets back to where I say that politicians, you don't put your thing like politicians. I want, now that you have mentioned Badi, when Badi was asked about, now that you didn't agree with Kenya Kwanza bottom up, and you are now joining, what will happen? You heard his answer. His answer was this: both ODM and UDA are social democrats. Now you find where you guys are together, and that's how politics work, my friend. Personally, I wouldn't be mad with anyone. I mean, politics, like we say, and that has been said, you and I know that politics is more about interests. There are no common friends or common enemies. It's just interest. What interest do we have at this particular time? People will get mad. People will be like, oh, this, and anybody, like you say right now, if you're saying we want to fight, we want to fight against Ruto. Understanding that, first of all, right now, Ruto is in power. You can't just wake up and say that we are going to be shouting in the media, shouting in X space, and then we are going to change the government. It took 15 years for Bangladesh to get where it is. It took so long. Moi was in power for 24 years. How many arrests and how many people died and how many demonstrations took place? And even after the multi-party democracy, Moi still beat opposition. Moi still beat opposition 92, 97. Only 2009, he beat them. The constitution for multi-party was in 92. That 92, when he vied, he beat the opposition. Come 97, he beat the opposition. It's only 2002 when now he was not vying that now the opposition came in. There's a way in which
I agree with.
Let me finish this point, and then now you can come in. So what I'm trying to say, you see, fast forward now, we have a group that has woken up and say we don't want all the political class waende. Now, what is the political class likely to be, Mato? They're likely to come together to protect themselves. You see what I'm saying? So the thing that needed to have happened is now this: if they had a better strategy, they would have sat down and say, what is our interest in this? Our interest is to make this work and for the betterment of all the other person apart from the regime. So let us fight the regime. Now, when you have a target, when you go on war, you need to have a target. What is our target? You can't fight everybody and everyone. You must conquer some ground. You must also make sure that the population supports you. Right now, if let's say, for example, do you think the person who is not opening their business today, because you have gone on the demonstration, is gonna be happy with you? Instead of being mad with the government, they're going to be mad with you, who is coming to make sure they're not opening. So instead of creating friends, you are creating enemies. You need to the population is not going to support you. So if
now,
I were,
you're moving into stone PKs nini, na hapo sasa hapo tutaenda wrong, even though we're in the same page, lakini
watana na Stone PK, yeye kila mtu ni mbaya, hakuna expert, hakuna mtu nini. Stone PK yeye ndiye anajua kila kitu. Anyway, wacha niache kumdiscuss, yuko hapa. When he will come tutamgonga. So my landing is this. Guys should quit the idea of thinking that without Baba, there's no vibrant civil society that can come and keep the government in check. In fact, there's a void. There's a void already. And that void should be filled with those people who didn't agree with Baba, like Akina Kalonzo, Akina Martha Karua. They should now consciously fill it by getting their people now out there to keep the government in check, to make a vibrant civil society. And Mato, it is not all lost. If they can be able to amass the support, they can be able to bring. Other than that, utapata mtakuwa demonstrations zitakuwa zinaendelea tu zinaendelea. Come 2027, there is no preparation. Nobody is going to vote. And you see, there's no other way other than election in Kenya right now. If you don't go to election, you cannot change the government by demonstrating in the streets. That one is all possible. The only possible way is to make sure that you get voters, you get people to vote for you and to vote for the person you want. They lack mobilization. Even what's his name? This guy from Mumias East. Huh? Kalerwa, Salasia.
Peter Salasia.
Salasia looks like he has great mobilization skills than these people that are coming on X-Space. Let them get out of X-Space. Let them get out of X-Space, then go down there and mobilize. You see the way Babu Owino mobilizes the Mbakasi East when Azimio is going to have a demonstration. You don't just come until you have talked on the media, you have said we are going, and you haven't mobilized. So this is my landing, and lastly is strategize, organize, mobilize. Other than that, mtakuanga tu na hasira. Na nilikuja hapa juzi Mato nikawaambia hii kitu, other than coming back here to start saying, oh, these are the people who are arrested, these are the people who are killed, unless you want to set up that to be a story every time, every time you'll be having a story. These are the two who are arrested. You need to rethink. I am Mato nimemaliza.
Thank you, Temba. I agree with you in a lot of things. Kuna kidogo tu si agree na wewe. And selling hii kitu ya Pierre Stone ufanya hii kitu sana. He's my very good friend. He's my big brother. Hii kitu ya kuuza uoga. And you don't understand because people are listening to these channels zenye tunaongea. So watu wakianza kuuza uoga like there's nothing that can happen. You see, history is made. Na nilisema tu ni jana ama ni juzi. History is not made because it has been preceded. It's something that another history that happened, so that now we have to make another history is just the same as the other one. History is made in a way that in as much as I'm mad at Raila, I'm mad at Gen Zs, and I'm mad at people who lie and people who come and say we'll be there, we'll talk care, and then they hide in the. And this is one of the things that I used to say about when it was the middle class, when you are na magari nini, they will talk. And then when it happens, wataenda wajifiche mahali wanataka kila mtu afanyie kazi. I believe it's also what Raila, went through. Of he comes out and then people start not coming out. But again, it is when now the crowd was with him, because I remember when Bunge la Mwananchi was calling him and telling him kuja sasa tuongee na wewe, and he went and sat in akanini apale Jivanji. And that's the time that he realized people are, wako. Lakini what we're realizing here is lack of strategy. Strategy, like you said, because for me, like when I was listening to them, because now, 2 months ago, them I don't believe you knew anything about what do you call this X space. But when people started coming and X space, now you find kila mtu ako huko anasikiza. Hata hii channel yetu najua wako hapa wewe kina DCIA, I know wako hapa wanasikiza tu, they want to hear, or they want to know nini inafanyika kesho, watu wanafanya nini. So it's kind of like they're thwarting everything. But again, now you hear that they're also trying to go to maandamano themselves, especially the Karaos and everything. But they're the ones doing that, yes, to get some money. All I'm trying to say is I think, and is a point I'd brought up Demba before, ukianza kuangalia hizi vitu kina Matiba walifanya, kina Orengo when they were going, na kina Pastor Joy and all that, these guys used to patana usiku and they were not a lot. They were not a lot. Walikuwa tu kidogo sana tu, wanaenda wanapatana huko, wanakimbia kina anaitwaje Mudhaura anakimbizwa na gari huko, anapotea, anaenda sijui kwa sijui kwa nani, you know. But we are here, tumetangaza kila kitu, wametangaza kila kitu, na wengine ni waoga. The other day I was listening to some people, actually they host that X-Space, wakisema oh, Boniface Mwangi nini, hiyo siku alisema tutoke tao, mimi siku nataka kuliwa, tulitoka tao si wote. So you understand, these guys, I mean, ni panganga kwa hizo ma X-Space just because imeleta the whole world kuangalia, and this Gen Z thing people wanaangalia, but they're useless. I mean, today I've seen very useless people, even though yes they have changed, and I gotta give them credit, wamefanya watu wakashtuka. But I'm just saying that saa zingine now with this space and this, hata vitu zenye tunasemanga hapa hivi, kuna mahali mtu anafikaga tunamwambia wachana na hiyo, utaongea side, you know, sidebar, you know, because sasa ukishatangazia ulimwengu yote, nikikwambia kesho nakuja Kenya na nakuja kaa nimebeba kiberiti, uko sure utaningoja kwa airport, you know? And then munaongea na nani? Ruto atajaribu kila kitu yote, and I think that's the problem that we have with our country. Yes, we are ripe for a revolution, but then it has come to a point where people do not know how to keep secrets and do not know when to keep quiet and what to say, what not to say. And I think that's the way it's failing. And then also the people that we have, when you're tunagonga, also peer them, they're strategizing in as much as they're like what, less than 10% of the Kenyan population. Like you said, yes, unaona kina Raila wanashikana nao, anasema tumeleta ile, so yo mmezima Kisumu, yo mmezima Homa Bay, mmezima nini, naye nani anaenda anachukua Joho huko Mombasa, mmezima, naye anafanya anachukua tena sijui nani huko, hiyo side nyingine imeisha. So now what you're left with, the metropolitan areas, which is like the Nairobi, where these guys, the young guys are saying, I don't care, naweza enda hata kama Raila ameenda, you know. So I think at this point there's a need to actually start working on the party essence, especially now working reverse psychology, to where people like me, my reverse psychology, I've been an ODM member for a long time. Me already niko na watu kadhaa, and I'm mobilizing ODM members to start taking those numbers down so that they realize they're not even that big as they are. I want the Wiper guys who are with us, pia waanze kutere. Well, I don't know if I want to attack Wiper, but even them, mtoto wa Azimio, we start just working with them so that they realize they don't have any numbers. Wabaki kama Wetangula, yeye peke yake tu ndio akona namba yake tu ni yeye, you know, something like that, and start really working on these guys, that even the finance, remember what is it called, the party something, ile pesa wanapataga ya party according to how strong you are.
Yeah. Hiyo nini wanapeanga hiyo pesa ya party.
Yeah, the party is something, there's something that is called, yeah. Hata unapata watu wako hawana hiyo number, hawana hiyo kitu, they can't get it because they don't have the numbers. And at that point is where we have to, mimi I'm urging all ODM members, anzeni kutoka hiyo kitu yanze kuanguka. Mimi already niko na watu kadhaa wenye tunatoa kwa hiyo kitu.
But Mato, let me ask you.
Pay them.
How is ODM a problem? You know, the movement is supposed to be people who are partyless. How is ODM a problem? Maybe even
kitu ya Gen nimeachana nayo. They have no strategy.
Even ndio ninasema mnakosa mwelekeo. You better fight for something than fight against something. When you start fighting against something, there'll be too many things to fight against. But when you fight for something, you will be having your clear eye on something. All the
No,
other
but
things will
you see,
be.
remember what I'm trying to say here is that you've seen every time that there's any something, what do they go for? Activation of registration of members, and the moment you have those, those members, then we need to just get out of the party issue.
But is it the constitutional right of anybody to be in the party or not to be in the party?
I mean, it's your constitutional rights ya kuambia utoke Themba. All I'm saying is that hiyo ni maandamano ingine yenye sasa hawezi jua venye watatukona, because if the party remains with two people ni kama hii, I mean, I'm sorry, but Martha Karua I think atapata watu from now, but NARC Kenya doesn't have anybody. Hawana numbers, hawana nini, hawana watu, they hawajifeel. So if we just get out of these people, then I mean there's nothing kuwateza hii kelele wanakwaga nao kujiona wanajiweza bwana, ati wanaweza change the tide of the country, then there's nothing.
So Mato, that's an interesting argument.
Themba, let me tell you, ODM ikibaki na watu wawili hakuna kitu itaweza saidia, na pia UDA ikibaki na watu wawili hakuna kitu itafanya. They will start feeling the heat. Kwanza saizi, as we speak today, let me tell you, saizi if 1,000 people of UDA wakatoka na ionekano wameenda na 1,000 people of ODM watoke, utaanza kuona watu venye wataanza kubeg tena, because that is how they beg. When they get the numbers now they feel that is why they pay people to come in their knees, ndio waonekana wako wengi. Ukionekana huko mko wengi, then hata ujaona kamera zao zinapigangwa hivi, ndio kama zimewekwa chini kidogo, ndio ionekane umati ni kubwa, because now ukionekana hivyo, now you have a say. So basically we need to start countering them with that, instead of hii kitu yenye tunatangaza ati tunaenda tao, tunafanya nini, sijui ni Gen Z. Sasa imekuwa ni story yote ya Gen Z, and actually it's not even Gen Z, it has watu wote, and wengine washaogopa sasa, wanapiga kelele huko, and then they don't even go to where it needs to be. So kuna mtu hapo hiyo ananiambia Mato is clueless. No, I'm not clueless. I've been in politics for a long time, but all I'm saying, you hit where it needs to hit. Toka kwa hiyo chama yenye unadhani huko, yenye wanaona wako wengi, toka, utaona wakianza kutii. Themba, am I lying?
I mean, it's good opinion, but how realistic is that?
It is realistic, and actually hiyo ni maandamano. Kwani nikitoka mwingine atoke, wewe utoke na mwingine atoke? Kwani hiyo hata kuna maandamano, kuna polisi anatafuta?
For me, I would rather go for a fight for something rather against something. You see, if you go for a fight against something, you're not achieving anything. Unaona? And that is part of the strategy of these Gen Zs that failed. They were fighting against everybody other than for something. You see?
I really don't think they've really completely failed. I think even the shutdown of the city today, or yesterday, according to where someone is, I think even that was an achievement. But
that is not an achievement. That is. I just said this. I don't know if you listened to me. I said this. I said there are things you're gonna do, and you're gonna raise the population against you rather than for you. Your target is not that Mamango Toga who is going to say, this is what you're saying. This is what you're saying, Mato. What are you fighting for? You are fighting for good governance. You are fighting for accountability. Does that fight have to hurt the lowest mwananchi who wakes up and the only money they're looking forward to is this selling of this atauza leo? Now, when that person goes out and is not able to sell because of what you've done, do you think that person is for you or against you?
Themba,
So I mean,
for
you
the
may
first time
not
I want to for the first time now I want to call you out and we
hold
answer
on,
to pitch.
hold on. Let me finish.
Okay.
You may not agree with me. I'm just you the general philosophy around it. You might think that, oh, we have achieved because people did not come to the city. But you see, you have created a population that is going to be against you, you know? So
But
next time, because
Themba, you're
this
wrong on
person has not been, listen,
you're wrong
my
on
friend.
that.
I listen to you. You listen to me. You can disagree with me. That's okay. In the way, look at most. I want to give you a case of non-conventional warfare. When people go, if you have read probably non-conventional warfare, like most of them, you know how they went and conquered whatever Chinese, whatever. You know, forget about conventional warfare. When you're fighting an unconventional warfare, your greatest army is the people. So you don't want the people to suffer at any point. Your greatest weapon should be the people, because the government has everything. The government has the weapon. The government has everything. So your great. In fact, when you're going to fight an established army, your greatest warfare, your greatest weapon will be the people. And the government might not be able to kill the people, you know. So you make sure that people
Themba, you're losing
are always
something,
fed.
brother.
No, wait. Let me give you. I don't worry about my thought. Let me give you my thought. Then you'll rebut it. Now, these Gen Zs don't have the firepower that the government has. They do not have the intelligence that the government has. They do not have. I mean, everything is against them. You cannot call the people who are now suffering also that as an achievement. Those people are also going to rise against you. You need them on your side. You need one particular thing to be on your side. You need the people on the ground to be on your side. So when you're saying that because we went and we shut down the city and people did not sell, also they are going to suffer, the government is not suffering. It is this Mama Mboga who woke up today to go to work and is not able to sell and is going to say, you guys have made me not sell. So, and there's nothing you guys are giving me. So you see now you have created an angry population against you. And those are the things that I'm saying that you guys are lacking. They're lacking strategy. They need to make the people as friendlier to them, to support their cause, to be able to support what they are saying. And even by then, as they are coming out, they're saying, okay, fine, we'll allow you guys to work up to this time. Then after this time, you guys can leave. We want to demonstrate. You see, people will love you. But when you're coming and you're saying you guys are coming here, oh, today it was an achievement because there was a shutdown. That is, in my view, and in unconventional warfare, that is the most stupid thing to count as an achievement.
Themba, I think I've agreed with you for the most part, and it's good to have this conversation because I think I've agreed with you for a long time. I mean, for the most part of our conversation. But the thing is that you're not getting is that some of those store owners that you're seeing shut down there, I can bet you they did not shut down the whole day. And I can tell you, most of them, and I can tell you this for a fact, most of them are the ones actually that you're seeing running around there. Because remember what you're forgetting, you're looking at a shutdown stall. And what you're not understanding is that this person that is shutting down that day is actually making a lot of profit at that day because I mean, maybe not profit, but is actually not paying more to the government at that time because these guys andudosubuliwa na kanjo 24/7. Hiyo duka iko imefunguliwa anaenda home na tao tatu, right? Because the kanjos come over there. The government is out there trying to get everything. So most of these people are the ones there. I don't know if you remember the last Mandamano and you saw the guys with the djembe sticks actually coming to a stall ya mtu and akawaambia mi ati watu wanakuja kuprotect nini, akawaambia mi sitaki kuprotectiwa na nyinyi, endeni. And these guys, like, whoever, I mean, these are the guys that actually provide water for this, for the, you know, for the protesters. And when you two says imekuwa watered down, the thing with shutting down what we're trying to say is that today I can tell you for a fact that it's hakuna business, si business zote zilikuwa zimefungwa, na watu hakuna business umesikia mtu ameenda kuingia huko hivyo akaenda kuchukua. But it's just that today most of wenye walikuwa wamefungua actually,
So
na wenye walifungua after that, no, let me finish, I let you finish. Most of wenye walifungua, I can tell you, if you walk around they will tell you at least today wakuja kusumbuliwa na Kanjo. You see, so Kanjo stayed away. So whatever they made was theirs. So there are some of the people that actually made more than they can make in a day. So remember, you have to, when you're trying to argue this,
No. Mato, ngoja kidogo. Ngoja
you
nikuulize.
have to look at the
You know,
bigger.
you are contradicting yourself.
Where did I contradict myself?
You just said that today they achieved because there was a shutdown. You just said that.
Yes, for the government, not for the business owners.
The government had no shutdown, one. Where?
It was, I mean, uliona Kanjo mgani anaenda kuokota nini? Kwani unadhani business tu ufanye tu hivi alafu?
The government had no shutdown. Yeah? Which government had a shutdown?
They didn't earn whatever hizi zao za flamboyant na nini. Today they
But
don't know when they're gonna pay someone.
you are contradicting yourself. You are not factual. You are saying,
No,
there are people who told, there are people who did. Okay, hold on. There are people who have said, and they have carried the same kind of narrative that you have carried. You know, because people did not come to work, now there was not access needed, the billions were lost. For me, I pick that as a weakness for their cause than a plus for their cause. That is, I could be wrong, right? Because in your cause of whatever it is that you want to achieve, you don't need to hurt the local small businessman that you're trying to fight for. Okay.
Remember, have you seen a protester go into a shop?
No, I didn't talk about going into a shop. I didn't talk about that.
Whoever had opened their shop today, and whoever, anyway, that thing happened asubuhi jioni na asubuhi pia, or they still open. But at least those guys gained more.
Anyway, I mean, there's no way of ascertaining that. You're saying
Unajua nyinyi ndio watu mnauzia watu woga.
No, I'm not selling. No, I'm not selling to anybody woga. I'm just trying to be realistic, Mato. You know, it's good to be realistic.
Let me ask you a question. You know, you've spoken too much. Give me a second before, because I can see Innocent is also here. I don't know, pia najua amekuja kaa amewaka. Demba, let me ask you. If
no, mimi nataka kwenda sasa. Hebu uliza swali mimi nitoke.
Usiende.
Nataka kutoka, uliza swali nitoke. Uliza swali.
It's a good conversation. This is civil education, and it's good for people to have different opinions. Then, but don't run. Don't murife, daddy. You've been here for a long time. I found you here. You've never murifed. Don't murife. Let's have this conversation.
I want to murife.
Don't murife. Don't run.
I want to run.
No, Morife, don't run. I can see. Unaogopa, umesikia Innocent anakuja ukaogopa, ndio huyu hapa. Usikimbie.
I don't fear debating. Now listen, Mato, you know me. I don't fear debating.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing, Ben.
I don't fear anyone because listen, Mato, I don't fear anyone because here we don't differ with the people. We differ with ideas.
Ideologies, yes.
Yes, we differ with ideologies. So for me, it is. I mean, even if I differ with what you say, Mato, it is what you have said, not you, because you see,
right?
You are
I am who I am. You are who you are.
Yeah. Hold on.
While we're waiting for you, Innocent, tusalimie. Zemba amenisumbua hapa bwana. Mimi. Ngoja. PJR. Hebu kuja hapa. Wacha kunisumbua akili ukiwa huko chini. kuja hapo usumbue Udhemba kwanza, mgongane na yeye, because I have a different opinion with Udhemba.
Nimefanya nini Mato? Mato nimefanya nini?
No, hujafanya chochote. It's just a difference of opinion. That has nothing to do with that.
Differing in
PGR
opinion is, you know, the good thing about debate is that it's not a choir. Choir ndio lazima muimbe sauti moja.
I know alto, soprano na nini, bora kama ni
Hapa
rhyme ikuwe ni rhyme.
hapa kuja na opinion yako, differ with me the way you want, the right. We have been here long, you know. I mean, you don't have to
What, 3
sing a
years?
choir.
3 years in the same, 3 years tukisumbuana hapa. Remember, you are the one that introduced me to this thing. As a revenue, when I first came, when ulisema uliambia hata Bernard, hebu sikiza ujamaa venye anaongea. And we're still here. We will go. We've made changes. I really appreciate. Hata kwanza nikikusikiaga uko hapa hivi, I really appreciate. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, by the way, kabla hata nilete Innocent. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a show that is called Themba and Lulu. Yeah, ingieni huko. Inaitagwa Themba and Lulu. You will, ama mulimaliza.
Bado inaendelea Mato, watume huko. Asante sana, asante. Watume huko
Themba and
wakuje
Lulu.
wa
That's
subscribe. Yeah.
Themba and his daughter. And they actually have deep conversations about family and everything. So kama uja subscribe with Themba and Lulu, tafadhali endeni huko. Ni venye siku hizi atakagi kujitetea. Acha mimi nikutetee sasa, ndio ukae hapa kwanza ujibu maswali za watu. PJR na kungoja. Innocent, the floor is yours. Hebu gongana na mtu, mimi nimegongana naye amenilemea.
How are you guys? Temba, it's good to see you. It's long, and welcome back to Candid Talk. That's why it's called Candid Talk. I'm in Shag, so I'm not able to at least focus. I'ma put my video on. Niko still kwa kitanda. But I'm just good to hear you guys trying to prosecute your points and trying to bring forth what you think is right. And for us who teach marketing, we say it's not good to think, it's to believe what you believe in. And I believe what you guys are trying to prosecute is what you believe in. And there is nobody who is right or there's nobody who is wrong on this. And that's why we keep on saying some words in English. We agree to disagree. So you agree part of it and you disagree on part of it. And that's why this show is called Candid. Means you just prosecute what you bring forth. And I will concur with Mato, and also I'll concur with Temper on some issues which you are trying to prosecute. Especially when you bring forth the party thing, you say maybe you want to remove people from these parties and you trying to bring them down so that they realize what they're supposed to do or not to do. I agree and disagree part of it, or like the way Temper said, this is not the time now to destroy what has been built. Maybe we try to make it better. That's what I will just add on what Temper was saying. It's not the time to, because these are the parties, some are the groups which we are going to use to change things. And that's why maybe Temper was saying that Gen Z started well, and I'm one of the people here who say that it has reached a time whereby these guys need to change the strategy. Because unless and otherwise you change the strategy, especially when you communicate your your battles on X space, whereby everybody is going to hear what you are saying, and tomorrow you are going to do exactly what you said. That's why the government was, it was very easy for them to deal with them. And whatever happened yesterday, That's why it could not even materialize in some of these cities because
Innocent, sorry, forgive me for this and hold that thought. Yani mimi nikwambie mimi nakuja kuiba kwako na nitapitia kwa dirisha ya mlango ya juu alafu nipitie pale na nakuja kukuibia.
yeah, exactly. You know, it's very easy for me. I just nakaa tu and I'll wait for you, and that's why they are not able. And that's why I agree with both of you. Whatever you're saying is that it had reached a point whereby that these Gen Zs, you know, they were telling. By the way, let me tell you guys, Millennium and other these old guys, they know some bit of strategies which you can deal with the government. Ama with Ruto and you're able to go forward. But you see, waliona wamegonga siku moja ni kama uende uingishe bao moja and you think now you are going to score many goals. Ukishaingisha bao moja, just know now the opponent hata yeye anatafuta bao and they will come back. Unasikianga inaitwa come back. They will come and try to hit you to try to also score ndio ikuwe GG, ikuwe goal. Now let me give an analogy which can help us. Okay, in campus these are the things we tell the students. Weka balloon pressure, ukishaweka pasua. After you've written your name, pasua, and then you put them in maybe a box, and you tell the students, all of them who koroga, and then you tell them, able try to pick your balloon with your name. When you try to pick the balloon, it took a lot of time. It will take a lot of time for you to find your balloon because imeshapasuliwa na ikishapasuliwa, it's not easy to find your name on it. But do you know the easiest way which we tell students to do? If you want to find this your balloon very fast, just go and pick one of the balloon. Pick one of the balloon, and ukipick one of the balloon, just read the name. Read the name kama ni Innocent, Matu ama Temba, just give the balloon to the owner of that balloon, and it will take you not less than 5 seconds. Kila mtu akuwe na balloon yake. But if you tell all of them waende or pick their balloons, it will take a lot of time. And this is what these agencies walikuwa mali wamefika. This is what is happening. It's because that everybody wants to do this thing. Now it's not easy to do it. Mali ilikuwa imefika, it's not easy because the first time balloon ilikuwa imeandikwa jina and it was easy na ilikuwa na pressure ndani. But sasa ikishagongwa, imetolewa pressure ndani na imerushwa, imechanganyishwa ndani, it's not easy for you to find your balloon easily. It will take a lot of time, and especially when you are all of you in that mnangangania kwa hiyo box kufanya, it takes a lot of time. So what I'm saying is that mahali inafika, strategies are very important. What you guys are saying, mahali imefika, let's start using the strategies and let's see what comes up. Gen Zs walifanya, by the way, they did a lot. They changed things which maybe Baba could not change in a span of time. But whatever you guys are saying is true. Kalonzo, Karua, kama walisema Baba ama they cannot do it. I wanted to see what Karua and Kalonzo could have done on their base. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Tutaka kuona this time round when Baba is not there, because Baba said watu my side ebu munyamaza, and we saw them adhering to it. Sections za Baba uliona zote, hata sisi hapa Kisii kwetu nothing happened. Watu walisema sasa tunataka kuendelea, and Mato, what I'm not agreeing ama disagreeing with you, whatever happened in Nairobi, the only thing they did is kufunga biashara hii kuendelea. But whatever Temba is telling you is true. You are going to create many enemies. These are the guys which are going to help you maybe ukitaka hiyo maandamano iendelee. When you close this biashara za hawa watu wadogo, you are still going to the same route ya how do you call him, Ruto, because Ruto amewasumbua na wao uanze kuwasumbua by not selling. You are just in the same bar. Thank you, Mato and Temba. Temba, don't go.
I agree. Completely. I feel you. You know, one of the things here is that I don't come here to push my ideologies or do whatever. I come here to learn and also try to pia kusema yenye mi yangu niko. So kama kuna mtu kama Innocent ama Themba atalan kutoka kale kangu kadogo tu atalan, at least we teach each other. Yes, you might be right, and I can see your point when Themba about ati watu, you know, watu wataanza kwa sababu kama mnafunga biashara sijui nini, but mimi tu ile kitu najua is because sometimes I go to the initwaje to the ground and I talk to people. I have people that do out there work there, and most of them are saying sisi tu ni venye mapolisi walikuwa wanatupa matia gas ndio tulifunga. Watu hata watusumbui, ndo wanakuja kununua chakula huku, ndo wanakuja kutufanyia nini, tunafunga kwa sababu ya tear gas. You know, that's why they are closing the doors. They tell me, I have almost 4 or 5 people now that are telling me that si hatujafunga, and I saw them on TV wakisema si hatujafunga ati kwa sababu ati sijui watu kuna mtu atakuja kutuibia, tunafunga juu ya tear gas isiingie kwa nyumba, I mean isiingie kwa shop. Alafu mapolisi wakishapitana wamepigana nao wanakimbizana na huko, wakishapita tear gas ikitoka tunafungua, tuko tu hapo ndani or tunaenda na wao, because we are also, you know, because normally what I try to do is get to the ground and not watch. So basically what I'm trying to say is that it's good to be usikize watu wenye wako downtown. I do have a stall in downtown in Kenya, Nairobi, and I know the person that I was talking to was telling me, si tulikuwa huko tu tulifunga tu matiaga zisituingi, wakishapita si tunafungua tena tunaendelea, na hao wenyewe ndio wanakuja kukula. In fact hata hao mapolisi wenyewe ndio pia wanakuja. So all I'm trying to say is that let's just not look at face value. At this point, sijui nani ameenda wapi, our lady PGR, sijui umepotelea wapi. Here you are back. And hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, Themba, question for you.
Sema Mato, sema niko hapa.
Are you back with your ukiwa mkubwa?
Atunasemaje?
Usharudi ukiwa mkubwa, ushapatiwa manini zako ama kukwaje? You know what I'm
No,
asking?
me I don't have any rights. So Muliniban.
Nani na ndo uliletaga huku bwana almost 3 years ago bwana.
Anyway, sijapewa rights. Maybe I will. Maybe at some point I will. Sina rights bwana.
Yeah, we need you back bwana.
Lakini najua PK I think he's somewhere in the background. Maybe he'll come in, so
I don't know. Because now I'm here and I'm the only person with the rights. So basically, ladies and gentlemen, this is what I'm gonna do. I totally have to leave here unless I get somebody mwenye akona rights. So I'm gonna do kila mtu aseme yake ya mwisho. Najua kuna wenye wamekuja. Domi amekuja saizi, PGR pia amekuja saizi. So Domi, I'll give you at least 5 minutes. Alafu nipatie PGR 5 minutes na PGR, I think you need to go fast because I think kuna maneno. Hebu kuja hapa. PGR akikuja napata ya kwanza, and then Domi, Innocent, alafu tumalize na Themba. Mimi I don't have to give anything. Alafu tuanze kufunga. PGR, please come back. The floor is yours. I think you're going through issues, internet or something. So the moment PGR amekuja, whoever will be speaking will let her happen. And then we go. So at this point, Domi, nojue hii ni ya mwisho, ni ya kufunga.
I follow the I followed the debate. I can say it's something healthy. I like the philosophy behind the whole thing. If you can think forth, if you can think forward and backwards to see every merit and demerit. Okay, I think the I think the topic is telling us, is asking about hits and misses. Hits, we cannot say we cannot rule out the successes of the whole thing, and we can also see the negative side of it. And I think to some extent I agree with both of your arguments. We cannot say that everybody, all the traders, would be against the Gen Z, because as Mato says, greater percentage of the day you realize, after the whole mess, when people settle down to do business, hardly can you see the tax collectors coming. Okay, let me just take them. Talk of the tax collectors will not come to the ground to pick taxes from the traders. Ultimately, those people who wanted to buy will buy, and those people who wanted to sell, they will sell. It may not be as fast as expected, probably as every day is done, but at least there will be some business. The next day after, there will still be business. Chenye si kununua jana nitanunua leo. But let me say this. Where the Gen Z went wrong is here. They felt that they cannot do, they can do without the rest of the population. And it's like there was a time they were saying that the old generation should just keep quiet. Let us first fight the battle. And that is where that's where I foresaw that in as much as they are very effective in the beginning, in the end, they will not go very far because of that. These guys would have accepted to listen to the contribution of the old people. Because, there is a reality that Gen Z have come out with a better strategy probably by, because this fight, it has been easily thwarted because of the government knowing the leadership, and they go for the leadership. Like today, like yesterday, I saw the pictures of this Samuel. They tried to narrow him, and somehow the guys managed to hide this guy. Akahepa mtego wa polisi. Now you see, he's being targeted because they feel there is a general feeling with the government that this is one of the leaders. Though still, even if they arrest Samuel.
Domi usiende sana, niko na it's 5:48. I need to close by 6, so 6 hours. So we have at least 12 minutes. So usiende sana, so that everybody has a closing remark. Umekuja kwa umechelewa, but just wrap it up haraka ndio kila mtu apate.
Okay, I get you. Now you see, okay, my thought is, I think they should also allow, they should also understand
that everybody else would have been better be part of it. Not just, the problem here is we, the other people, are there celebrating these people, these young people, instead of helping them. Now, let me come to the traders. The best way is, if the best way we would have helped as some of the traders, what we would do is, we would also stop anybody coming to talk of taking taxes. Tunawakanyagia, tunawaambia bwana hakuna. Like the whole, I'm trying to imagine the whole of, take for example Gikomba. Gikomba waamue, hakuna mtu anakuja kuchukua ushuru. Period. They have done what we don't now. What we are trying to achieve here is this: that the government does not take the taxes. Tufike pahali penye the government cannot take anything. Even if we are going to trade, kama ni mbaya ni mbaya, tuamue serikali haipati kitu. That is the best way of hurting Zakayo. Yeah. However long we can take, but to make sure that we are hurting his pocket. That's the target. Okay, I'll stop there.
Thank you. I'm running out short of time. Okay, Innocent. Yes, cause Innocent and then Themba and PGR Kuleuko. Please kuja upia 3/3 gender rule bwana. Ebu kuja hapa haraka. Innocent, Rakisha, we are running. We have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Matt, and the rest. Domi, I just agree with you what you're saying.
Mato ni nani? Ushesikia mtu anaitwa Mato, by the way. Mi siitwi Mato. Mi naitwa Kenyan with love. Mwache kuniitaga Mato. That's on a lighter note.
Yeah, Kenyan with hate. Anyway, it's okay. Now, what I'm saying, just to add what Domi is saying, is that let me just define what the management is, because what the hit and the misses. What Domi is trying to explain is just in simple terms what we teach in in management. What is management? Management, if you divide it into around 4: man, age, I'm dividing that word, man, and then the T at the end. So the man means you're manning. What are you manning? The age, the time. And you are using the people, the men, you're using the people, and then you are using the tactic. Just very simple. These guys, whatever Domi is saying, they excluded some of the experts. And let me tell you, Candid talk here. Some of these issues which they are deliberating out there, they have been made by the millenniums and these old people. All the scandals, all the things zenye zilikuwa zimefanyika, it's some of this millennium ndio walitafuta ama they did research wakapata kuna kitu kama ni minerals, kama ni the bill, the finance bill. It's the millennium watu wenye wamesoma at least they were able to get some of these falls, the flaws, and they were able to pass them. The only thing we didn't have ama hatukukuwa na stamina sana in short analysis ni how do we communicate these issues downwards, and we found that the only people who can do it better ni Gen Zs. And you see, that's how the millenniums now watu wengine huko juu waliona a strength, and they could pass it to the Gen Zs, and the Gen Zs when they got the information walifikiria hao ndio wame cook the food, but the food was cooked by somebody else. That's why ukionanga mtu kwa hoteli akienda kuserve anaserve food alafu anasema hey, chakula ni tamu, and the person who is given the tip ni caterers, ule jamaa wa kuserve huko, lakini mwenye alipika huko ndani hajulikanangi ni nani. So they missed that. I wish they could realize that some of these issues hata wanaongea kwa space ni millenniums na kwenda juu ndio walisipata. Number two, on the same note, whatever happened, they have already done something. We are not going to sit back and say that hawajafanya kitu. Wamefanya vitu mingi kubwa sana which we could do. I'm telling you, politics in Kenya has changed. But whatever Kenya in the love you're saying, parties have changed. Parties now are not going to be the same. Things are going to change, and we are going to see Kenya kifanyika nchi ingine. I'm telling you, some months back, let me say not more than 4 months back, Ruto aungemwongelesha kitu yote atumweze, but saizi ukiona hata jana when he was swearing, when the CS were being sworn in, uliona akisema ati sasa tuko ndani wote, na tukianguka Sakayo, sasa tuko Sakayo wengi ndani hapa. And you see, that's how far I'm not using the Gen Zs, the Kenyans walikuja wakashika, na ile constitution yenye unatuambianga hapa Kenya ni the love, ile constitution yenye nasema power belongs to the people. Saisi watu wameshika hiyo power, even the MPs huko nyumbani they cannot now, aongeangi. Mimi niko shacks na hata MP wetu hapa nasikianga anaambiwa wacha saisi acheza aone. Saisi hata we are not even going to use money to buy. He keeps on buying votes. But saisi mali imefika, nasema ataleta hiyo pesa tutakula, lakini tutajua mtu mwenye tunaweka ndani. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Innocent, for that. It's big that we understand our constitution. I know we've been fighting a lot hapa hivi, and thank you, you've been a lot. Na hata nimeshanga umekuwa ukisikizaga kitu ya constitution, because hizi watu wanaongea constitution bwana, hizi everything. Anyway, I don't want to waste much time because of the time. I'm running out of time. The only person nitakubalisha hapa hivi kikuja ni PGR, because I know she wanted to say something towards vitu kadhaa, na pia gender rule because of the constitution yenye umesema, Mr. Innocent. Asante sana. Zemba, tufungie kitu bwana, niko na 5 minutes na usichape 5 minutes yote, pia niko na lazima nicheze closing.
Okay. Thank you so much. Mato, I mean, Kenyan with love. I want to start by saying this. When you have nowhere you're going, anywhere is your destination. I see a situation where with the leaders of the Gen Zs and the Gen Zs and the people who are supporting the movement, whenever they find that they haven't, gotten to something they try to achieve, they come and then they start saying that we have actually achieved this and that, which in my view I find very interesting. In what they say, you don't celebrate achievement until you get what you wanted, and they're engaged in an unconventional warfare. In strategic studies, you study conventional and unconventional warfare. When it is unconventional, it means that your opponent is far more equipped than you. They have the war power, the firepower, and everything that you don't have. So you cannot go facing someone who has armory and tanks, and then you're going to face them straight up. That is like fighting when you're fighting insurgents. Mato, can you hear me? Mato?
We can hear you. It's just because, I mean, for me, maybe hata ndo maana umejishuku, because I'm ready to rebuttal you, and I can see this.
No, don't rebut, but I see you're finishing now. Okay. So when you're going for insurgency, you don't go pumping your chest. You want to meet them with the firepower. You'll definitely be killed. You need to find a way. And in unconventional warfare, especially when you are fighting like maybe guerrilla warfare, insurgency, you don't face the enemy in a straight up. They are likely to be beaten.
I know it's your closing remark, lakini lebo unanichuna mali pabaya.
Relax. Mimi si interfere watu wakiongea. Mimi nikianza kuongea Kenyan with love ndio huyo. So what I'm
bro,
saying,
you are
what I'm
taking
saying,
a
what
bro
I'm
here.
saying is this. What I'm saying is this. You need for an unconventional warfare, your best weapon is the terrain and the population. Now the population has to be happy with you. The population has to be seeing that you're saving them from something. The population should not suffer because of you. Now, what I'm hearing Domi saying and Mato saying, oh, kuna wale wamefungua, kuna wale wamefanya nini. Yet in some other forums, you hear people saying, you see, we can even celebrate the kuna maduka yalifungwa, kuna watu walikosa. So you see, that's already disjointed communication. And that is part of the weakness. There should be, was there a success or was there none? Now, if indeed you are counting people or not opening shop and people losing today, you are counting that a success, then you have lost it. Because the typical Mamamboka down there should not be suffering because you have woken up to go to fight for their rights. That already is a loss in itself. So you are losing the only weapon you have. And I can bet you, Mato, in the next few days, you will see the people who will rise against them are going to be the people themselves. They're going to say, tumechoka na hii kitu yenyu, you know, and you'll see that. And once you start hearing that, it is you are now dead on arrival. You will not go anywhere. In fact, some of the places you have heard people saying, now you guys need to strategize, need to wait until 2027. The people who should have actually told you this is it. Remember the mood that was there on 25th when people rejected the bill. So many people came out. But you see, that is not happening right now. And that should be a cause of worry for them. I mean, I'm not in better place to advise them. And in my view, I think the finance bill was because a lot had happened. There was a lot of anger with people. Watu walikuwa wamechokozwa. There was a lot of kiburi na serikali at that time. You remember Sudi was going everywhere, 10 million, whatever tiamenda kutoa wapi. And there was anger generally. And that was a very great environment. But you see, after that, there's nothing uniting people for the cause that they're having. They are the ones who are talking about this. We want accountability. Anyway, I was just gonna say that. I mean, I believe that wherever they are going to sit down and maybe re-strategize, look, and maybe find ways in which they can push the cause. Other than that, I think they'll wake up tomorrow, they'll be clobbered, some will be arrested, then they'll get back and keep counting. Also, and so has been arrested. If that is what they're counting as success, or someone is being paid for that happening, then so be it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, tumegonga 6. You know, you guys amjuagi tunasemanga tupeni kugonga 6, and I've been misbehaving, lakini hatujaumwa sana. But remember, this is for my sake. We've had a good conversation, all of us. I really appreciate kila mtu. But I really want everybody that is listening to us to listen to what Themba just said. And Themba, leo nitakugonga, leo niko na maandamano na wewe on this one, because it's your statement that came from your mouth. And I wrote it down when you were talking about Mama Mboga should not suffer because you have gone to fight for their rights. I will repeat that again. Mama Mboga should not suffer because you have gone to fight for their right. This suffering is what I don't know, because Mama Mboga amefanywa na nini, and if you're fighting for their rights, it's just like you would say the police should not suffer because they're, you are fighting for their rights. So what eventually is the last result if you're fighting for their rights? Wakifunga 2 minutes na umefaitia rights zao ndio wakuwe na rights zao. Is that a statement? And ladies and gentlemen, the people that are listening to me and listening to this channel as we close, I want you guys to remember what Themba said. And Themba, pole kukuanika, lakini you're my friend, you're my brother, and you're my neighbor where I come from. Kamulu bado tuko pamoja. But he said Mama Mboga should not suffer because you have gone to fight for their rights. So they would rather just sit where they don't have rights. And that is the problem with Kenyans, that they don't understand the rights that things are happening. Now, sijui Themba ametoroka, kumbe amerealize ametaja kitu mbaya. If nyinyi wawili kama kuna mtu, wacha naweza misbehave just for 10 minutes, lakini amfunga in this thing. Kama kuna mtu ako na AOB, tufunge kitu, mi niende. Kuna mtu ako na AOB between you two?
Okay.
Na AOB kwe 1 minute.
In life unajua, when you go for a battle, there is always what we call some collateral damage. Nani, at one point they will have to suffer a little bit at least for things to be made. Even your mambo iko, and you cannot avoid that. At least at one point we will have to suffer kidogo. You know, the thing is, people, what wanaona hivi,
30 seconds.
the suffering they will suffer is not as big as the loss that they will go Ruto akiwa pale. That is why people will have no much problem with that.
You guys are not understanding something, eh? You are not understanding something.
Themba nafunga kitu bwana, nimesema 30 seconds kila mtu. Hii ni
unajua Matol, si very bad tu, acha niseme kitu moja. You know, you don't need to be the one to tell me to see the advantage of what you're doing. I need to feel that what you're doing. You remember, like when they came out the first day, they didn't, you didn't have to explain to people why they are coming out because of the bill. They actually felt this is the rate. So right now, when you have to struggle to explain to someone that I'm fighting for you, there's a problem with what you're fighting for. The person should be able to support you without you explaining. But if you have to come and tell me, I'm fighting for you, then there's a problem with your cause. Either your explanation, what you're doing, or the way you're doing it.
Or yourself.
Innocent.
Or it's a personal problem.
Innocent here said, no.
Problem of
You are the carrier of the message. You are the carrier of the message. Then it starts with you. How have you communicated whatever it is that you're trying to communicate? Innocent teaches management. So the leadership, I think.
Okay,
the thing is, as a leader, Mato, you are a leader. When you are a leader, you should inspire. If you have to force people to follow what you're doing, there's a problem. You should inspire following.
Demba,
if I inspire leadership.
If I give you a dini, nikikupatia akala, nikwambia hapa hivi malu na kupita kuna tumuiba and everything. Sasa utaanza kuniambia ati sijui nini. I'm working for you at that point. Ukitaka kanyaga basi mpeke yako, lakini because I respect you na kitu yenye unafanya na kupatia kala kwa sababu umetoka kwa taya, uende ukanyage pale hivyo, unajua utapita ukiwa salama. Sasa ukifika pale hivyo unanipigia kelele, si then I let you kanyaga hiyo mwiba ukufe saitan. That's the thing that people don't understand. And remember, I'm sorry to say it, that's exactly what it is. This thing is not for the Gen Zs. This thing is not for Kenyans. This thing has nothing to do with Mato. This thing has to do with me, my daughter, your daughter, and everything, you, yourself, and everything. Utenda siku moja uko hivyo unadhani umegonga mtu anakuchapa na flying kick, like you saw that cop anachapa mtu flying kick and is just a media person. Hata yuko kwa maandamano, is just there to do whatever. He will never be done anything. The other guy that mwenye alikuwa napiga watu marisasi kila mahali, he never went anywhere. And Ruto aliulizwa, hata anasema hata mtoto wamechapwa risasi 8 bado si yako hai. And then watu wakipigana unakuja hapa kutuambia ati sijui Remember, I'm just saying, let's be open. This whole thing, if Kenya becomes nice, it's for all of us, whether UDA, whether whatever it is, na kila kitu. So let's tuache hii kitu ya whatever. Hata sasa umefanya na bado na hii channel. Woi, hebu Domi zako mbili haraka haraka, ulikuwa unamaliza, hata si mbili, kwanza uko na 30 seconds.
Okay, you know, sometimes, Demba, I can tell you for a fact, sometimes you don't have to understand everything. Vile unasaidiwa. Hata saa zingine wakati unatibiwa, wanakunyorosha mguu na kuvuruta, it's not comfortable, but they are helping you. Okay, this is my opinion. Let these guys waendelee, because the whole thing is this, so that Zakayo ajue he should not be at comfortable in that seat kufanya chenye anataka vile anataka. Even if itaendelea kuwa na 999, let it be. It should be disrupted on anything as long as bado anakaa hapo, so that akiwa na peace by 2027 he will be planning for something else. Asumbuliwe kabisa. That's what I think.
Thank you Domi. Innocent, tumepotea kabisa. Please, I know I would have wanted you to give you 5 minutes, but I really can't. Tumeruka masaa kabisa. We can go, msipotee, tutaongea on the backside huko nyuma, you know. So please jaribu as much as you can do haraka, and then tutaongea bado huko nyuma tukishafunga.
Okay, well, I'll just say whatever Temba is saying and whatever you're saying is just the same thing. The only thing nile, I keep on saying this thing hapa kwa channel that it's the coin and it has the head and it has the tail. Some people are seeing the tail, some people are seeing the head, but it's it's the coin. Well, let's just call it a coin instead of just trying to discuss this. And let's not just argue mine is right and the other one is wrong. No, it's the coin. Mato, you are from the head, and Temba, you are from the coin. Whatever Temba is saying, people should not suffer. Exactly what I'm getting from him is that it will not be a continuous thing that people will continue suffering and they're not seeing the result. If I'm seeing the result, I'm able to kuongojea tu kidogo. I suffer kama ni one week kama nini, and then I'll get the result. That's what Temba is saying. And what Mato is saying is that people must suffer. Lazima watu wa suffer. If this thing is going to go on, lazima watu waumie kidogo. Lazima kama ni kufunguliwa maduka zisifunguliwe. Lazima hautauza leo utaenda bila kitu nyumbani, so that tomorrow you will enjoy it. And so it's not lazima ikuwe continuous. What Temba is saying, it is not going to be a day-to-day thing that lazima sasa tusumbuke kila siku na tutaona. Itafika mahali watu watachoka, na watu wakichoka, they will not support you. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, watu wote wenye wamekuwa hapa hivi, msitoke, we'll have unajua kuna kwaga na conversations. Sijui kama Innocent, Domi, I think Demba najua huyo. Kuna kwaga na conversation behind the curtain. So msitoke. Let me just close the show. I want to appreciate everybody that has been here. Kila mtu, watu wa comment section. Siku hizi tuko na watu wengine hata sijawajua. Tech Debts TV, Sammy Costa, Jesus Protest. Hey, mwanza kuprotestia Jesus Protest, where you from? Helen of Troy. Watu leo wako na majina. Beti, wewe tunakujua. Due diligence kama kawaida, wewe ni wetu. AGBM. Nani mwingine? I'm trying to just watu kwa hivyo PGR leo umeniangusha, hujakuja. You can still use the link ukuje backstage, watu wakipiga story. Na kuaga na backstage huko hivyo, watu wenye wanakujanga kwa show. Unajua nyinyi watu wa comment mnadhaningi tu tumefunga show tumeenda. George Mugambi, asante sana. Everybody, nani huyu? Nani sijaona? Travel with Fred, thank you so much. By the way, Travel with Fred, siku moja nitakuacha uambie watu what happens. And then Danny Darius, I always have to finish with you because Danny Darius is the person that tells us You have to come here with a thinking mind and a working gadget. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you guys, thank you so much for being with us. Watu wenye mko kwa show saizi, na kama kuna mtu ataingia, you know we have a backstage. Sasa hiyo inakuwaga open, tunachapaga huko hivyo off stage. So msijaribu kwenda mahali. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much. This is Sound Candid Talk. We always say, please, let's talk. Because if we don't talk, we're going to start fighting, and we don't want to fight. We'd rather fight here in a disagreement kind of way. But it's a disagreement to agree. Thank you so much for the panelist, Innocent, Zemba. I can see Rasvik is here. Where tutapatana huko nyuma. Domi, thank you. Rasvik, hold on for me. Wacha kwanza nifunge hii maneno. Aya, asanteni sana kila mtu. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Sound Candid Talk. Tupatane baadaye.
Why are you arresting me? Why? Give me a reason. I protest because you're killing us.
Who is killing you?
You police. You're killing us in our communities. Poor communities. Why do you want to arrest me?
Yes.
People's power! People's power! People's power! When we lose our fears, no more killings! No more killings!
Agombo, this is a message to you. Usitoke, don't come. Agombo, please stay at home. We saw your efforts, okay? We saw everything that you did for Kenya. Now let us. We miss you, but Agombo, please don't even come outside. Don't come outside. Tunatoka on your behalf, okay?
Katambe, ni nyinyi mmechoose hiyo side, hakuna mtu amewaforce. Wacha Katambe, kama unitambui pia mimi sikutambui boss. Wacha Katambe, mnasema mnataka kupea Kenya bright future. True, juu Zakayo akishuka alirudishia kila mtu mali yake times.
Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu, lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, mbili yako na tano yangu. Na mnawajua nyinyi
Kutafuta uongozi kwa kutumia dini au kutumia kabila, unagawa watu. Kazi ya uongozi ni kujenga watu wawe kitu kimoja.